She found a way into my heart. Oh, oh, she don't make up, no, she make art. And I need a way to treat it, 'cause I keep getting high off of her. Off of her. I know that you'd be bad from the minute I saw you. But somehow I keep running back to you. Back to you. Back to long nights can get me feeling lonely. Hey. And hearing music that can make me smile. But the way I feel with her cannot be explained. But one thing still remains on my mind. I know that you'd be bad from the minute I saw you. But somehow I keep running back to you. Back to you. I know that you'd be bad, bad, bad. I know that you'd be bad, bad, bad. I know that you'd be bad, bad, bad. I know that you'd be bad.
Running round like dollars in the wind, bending over backwards just to let you in. I told you that one day ain't never enough. You tell me I hate you, I still call you up. If we don't got trust, we can never have love. I was putting in the hours, I was. But you were calling me a liar, 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 liar. Yeah, I've been putting in the hours, I was. And it's coming down and down and down and down.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Codename Covert. I'm Desmond. Join with me is Lemon Kiwi. We are in day one of our playoffs. Lemon Kiwi, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Actually, good morning because it's 9 a.m. on the West Coast, but kind of the worst coast because we kind of suck when it comes to mornings. But hey, it's going to be a good start to our tournament, bright and early. It means everyone's fresh and ready to go.
Exactly. So I hope everyone got their coffee or their G Fuel, whichever one that you guys play off of today. But we do have our first matchup of the bracket, and right now it's going to be Affinity versus SSG. But let's take a look at the playoff bracket as well, just so we can see what we are dealing with today. You can see right now also being played will be E United versus Loco. They'll be playing on the second stream, and we have Affinity and Space Station. But later on in the day, NRG will play Envy, and then Rogue will face Mirage. But let me talk to me about this bracket.
Well, first, I know a lot about at least our match that we're starting with today. I'll let the experts cover the other matches. We have SSG Space Station Gaming versus Affinity. So this is Affinity from Group C behind Rogue, and then Space Station Gaming, who won Group D. From Group D, and Space Station Gaming, I think, had a really good time in group stage, 3-0, 9-2, while Affinity and I guess the rest of Group C really fell behind Rogue. But I'm excited to see if Affinity can step up to SSG because SSG just looked like the better team coming into this.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with that. Space Station Gaming have had an incredible track record of just how dominant they've looked. At times, they've looked like the best team in North America, but they've always been in that kind of top 3, top 4 conversation, at least for the past few seasons. So it has been something that we've paid attention to. And Affinity has been a team on the come up, right? We haven't seen them have too much success over the past tournaments. They did do decently well in the Spring Series and in Fusion, but just not enough to see if they can really compete with the Space Station Gaming roster. So this matchup kind of important for them to make sure that, they're ready for that test that is kind of the top of the NA totem pole.
And do you have a player to watch from both teams, or do you really think it's going to just come out to if Affinity can just play at their peak in day one?
For me, if I'm looking at Affinity, I think that I'm looking out for that's actually a really tough question because Magic Bear and Percy both have those days where they just pop off, and we saw that in Fusion individually. But I think I'd probably say overall Percy. If Percy's having a good day and he's really hitting his shots, it'll be tough for Space Station. That being said, looking at things from Space Station Gaming's end, it's got to be Arsenal and Sipical, but mainly Sipical, because if Sipical's having a good day, he is the most mechanical player on the team, and the way he's able to move the ball downfield and set up things on offense just does seem really tough for Space Station, or for any team, that's going against Space Station to deal with. So yeah. I'd say it'd be Percy and Sipical.
And Space Station Gaming, have seen a lot of recent success. Mainly, they won the Fusion tournament recently, but with sort of a different format. How much do you think the success in that tournament matters in this tournament?
I'd say decently so, mainly because Space Station Gaming, they had to win the 2v2 and they had to win the 3v3 in Fusion in order to take first place. So for them, it had to do with these guys really just having everyone locked down on an individual level and on a team play level. We saw I casted the 2v2 with Jorby, and we saw Space Station Gaming completely dominate the space. Arsenal and Sipical just looked great with each other over transitions multiple times. And the 3v3, it was almost kind of a gimme at that point, because we just knew that if it's the same Space Station team that we've seen over time, that they're going to come out and have a good day. So I expected that. Now, I have a question for you, as someone who is new to the space, but has also seen a bunch of these teams over the course of the tournament. Looking at this particular matchup, I guess based off of the hype I've been giving the teams alone, uh, who do you actually have in this particular match?
It's got to be space station. I'm probably gonna say SSG just so my brain cell can catch up to to saying words. But just looking at how long they've been a team together, since mid June of 2019. While as you have Affinity kind of getting together at least in 2020, less time together. Space Station have better results, and also the fact that Space Station can go toe to toe with a team like Rogue, which Rogue was the team that dominated Group C, which Affinity was in. Affinity not taking the dub against Rogue. So just with Space Station beating the teams or going toe to toe with teams that Affinity are struggling against, you just got to give the edge to Space Station. But in a game like Rocket League and this early in the morning or wherever time zone these guys are at, it's going to be about, can you make a statement early in this game one and how you can get in the heads of your opponent.
Yeah, and again, just so everyone is aware of the bracket today, obviously, it looks like a single elimination. It's a double elimination bracket, so even if Affinity drops, they aren't necessarily out of the tournament. There's still more games to play, and we'll be covering those lower round matches today as well, so we might end up seeing them twice. But uh, in order for me, I gotta agree. I gotta go with the Space Station Gaming roster. It has been something that just kind of seems like a no-brainer for everyone. But I do think that Affinity have a chance to potentially upset here. It'd be quite the way to start our day. As you can tell, I have obviously not had my coffee this morning, so that would be the wake up I need for them. But we are getting this game underway: Affinity versus Space Station Gaming.
Well, already first control for Affinity, winning that break, as they're just going to keep it in their zone, kind of pass it back and forth and assess, well, how far is Space Station Gaming going to push? And, well, that answers my question. Already an early demo, shot at the backboard, as Arsenal will recover, passing it over as Jordan jumps up for it, but still, it's a lot of pressure in the zone of Affinity.
Yeah, right now we're seeing a lot of Space Station Gaming just holding on to that possession in midfield, but AXB here playing it patient, something that I respect, that he respects Magic Bear, but the whiff he wasn't expecting, so it does come towards his zone. Either way, Space Station are able to rotate downfield. A great shot from Arsenal, almost falls. AXB with the read on the defense to get the first goal for Space Station.
I love also the shot on goal and how slow it looked. You can see how Jordan, I think that was, or somebody from Affinity just zoomed by, misread that, but the ball came so slow. And just like in sports, if it comes at a different speed than you were expecting, it's hard to get that angle. It's a first shot there from SSG. And now again, Magic Bear will be playing some defense. Arsenal sends it to the left, and Jordan doesn't want them to get any sort of setup as he gets maybe past the defenders, but SSG making sure that Affinity do not get comfortable.
Yeah, they have to, because you can see that once Affinity do get comfortable, they're able to push downfield pretty easily. I mean, look at the flick from Percy. If that shot was on target, the miss would have been a goal, but there's Jordan that comes through, a banger to tie this one up for Affinity.
This felt a little bit like tennis at the beginning. It was so back and forth from net to net. And look at this corner at the end of his tire, just to cut that into the goal. But still, this is a pretty high-scoring game so far. 1-1 tie game, 3 minutes and 45 as Percy wins that breakout. But Sip will be able to recover it, going up the wall, trying to assess who he can pass it to. But he's really going to be leading the charge, and he's expecting his team to get some mid-control. But Jordan's going to just yoink it from him.
Oh my goodness, and Magic Bear's there for it. The speedy play here. I mean, Jordan, this one gets this all the way through, doesn't wait on AXB, just goes fully over. He sees Magic Bear, has to be communicated, and Magic Bear makes it in time, as it was definitely a split second there between him and the defense. And just like that, Affinity go on a 2-goal run to take the lead.
That's Affinity, mainly Jordan, who just did so much work there. And look how much he just harasses SSG, making sure that they just don't have time to assess who they can pass it to. Magic Bear up into the air, getting an easy shot on goal, easily blocked there from AXB. It's sent right back as Percy now needs to chase this down before AXB could tap it. As Sip against Percy gets above him, Arsenal chasing it too. Back and forth. Now Magic Bear midfield does send it over to AXB. It's very back and forth now, but this could be an opportunity for SSG bouncing it off in another tie game.
Look at Arsenal here. Jumps up, finds the double tap, and the defense can't do anything about it. The individual prowess. We talked about it. Arsenal, a player to watch on Space Station Gaming. If he keeps hitting shots like that, it's going to be a hard series for Affinity.
Still, Affinity keeping themselves at the same pace as a team like SSG is big in game one. Keep your heads in it as Arsenal maybe passing it to Sip or AXB going for the demo, so relieving that pressure. And so with the same thing, Affinity, 3 people in net. Now Jordan setting up for Percy. Is Sip kind of blocking that opportunity as Magic Bear? Make sure he's fallen back to recover that, but it's a good demo to kind of weaken that defense.
And you can see right now just the control that Space Station Gamer are coming out with on the field. They're just playing keep away while Arsenal's going for demos. Typical shot is almost off target, but look at this. Affinity just can't get control. Arsenal is literally moving around the field, constantly demoing Magic Bear. He was trying to grab another one, but then he's able to turn on a dime, try to set up Typical. This level of offensive just pressure here is one of the things that makes Space Station Gaming so good, because they will smother you in your own half until they get that ball in the net.
And SSG just keep them guessing. They're just going back to left to right in front of the net, not letting it drop, not going in front of it yet until AXB gets a shot, but it's right at the corner post. Percy's there just in case. Again, more demos coming in from SSG. Back to back as Magic will clear it, but Arsenal keeps it in, and this could be another opportunity for SSG, and you need to take a lead. It's only 1:30 left.
And you can see Affinity just having a tough time clearing anything there. Percy was getting bumped in net by AXB, couldn't move. You know, they're low on boosts as they're trying to get their way out, but this could be what they need. Jordan moves, pushing this downfield. Affinity, they have a chance here to set up on offense, but they need to get control of this. They get all the way downfield, and Arsenal will follow it up. And the 1-2 combo for Space Station Gaming gets them the lead.
It's these backboard setups, and look at just the patience of gliding it all the way. Knew it was going to bounce back. Arsenal at the right place at the right time. SSG with the lead, but a minute still doable for Affinity to tie it up.
Right, like you said, time here for Affinity, but they got to get things on the right track, at least on the transition. They've been smothered in their own end. They haven't really been able to set up on offense too much. That's due to the pressure from SSG. Arsenal has an extermination. Oh my goodness. The demos
He's gonna get like a kill streak
up.
Unlocked. Wrong game, but it's okay. Now, just playing a bit of defense here, SSG know in a lead. They can play this patient, but Typical just bouncing over the head of Magic, and now right in front of the net of Affinity, and they couldn't block it. Now it's a 2-goal lead for SSG.
And look at just how they set this offense up. You have Typical, he's done this maybe like 5 times this game. He just air dribbles it downfield. He forces a defender to make a tough clear, and then you have Arsenal who comes right through and cleans everything up. And if he can't score, he'll go and try to grab a demo, and XB will get his shot at the ball. It's just this constant rotation and constant pressure, and having to just stay on your toes is what really became the struggle for Affinity in game one.
You just have to dim this fire from SSG. I mean, even off their break, they already started putting pressure in the net of Affinity, and it's Magic Bear playing really good defense, but you're not seeing that same defense be converted to that offensive power that Affinity need. The last 12 seconds now is getting a little bit impossible, maybe making it a 1-goal gap. Wow. A lot of pressure in front, passing it back and forth. Looks like a 3-man pass either way. Percy makes it happen. Last 6 seconds. This should still go for SSG, but man, this is a close game one.
Yeah, definitely a close game one. Affinity, they'll have to have a good kickoff if they want to keep this ball in the air. Great play from them to score their 3rd goal, and the kickoff does get killed. It'll go towards Arsenal. At Space Station Gaming, they're going to want to hold on, make sure they kill this ball as they are ending things. But hold on, Percy has a chance here to set things up. It goes
Oh.
over Jordan, who was trying to get to the ball quickly if it played off the backboard, and it will hit the ground, and it'll be a Space Station Gaming taking game one.
And no surprise there, but the fact that it got that close, a 1-goal difference between two teams with different experience levels, different results, and really that last play could have brought us into overtime. So really expect the unexpected into game two.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I know I said the upset would be the cup of coffee I needed, but watching that Arsenal get an extermination and watching just that offensive pressure that we had for most of the game from Space Station was just, they came out swinging, and they really told Affinity, like, okay, you guys need to understand the level of pressure that we're going to bring to you over the course of this series. You guys need to respond to it. I think Affinity did a great job of responding to it towards the end of that, but it's going to be definitely about how they transition into game two. They can't afford to start off slow, and they have to get the ball out of their own side of the field before Space Station can set up that consistent offense. Keeping an eye on Sypical as well is going to be huge for them, because one of the main reasons Space Station are able to get so much offensive control is that Sypical will just air dribble the ball downfield, and no one's able to challenge him or cut it off. So it just brings so much more possession to Space Station, and they know how to hold on to it. So definitely some work here for Affinity to do. But like you said, it was a close game.
But the stats also tell such a different story of Space Station Gaming having, 14 shots to these 7. So doubling the opportunities, but the conversion rate of Affinity that much stronger. So when they do have control, this tells me they can make it happen. But so far, ball in the hands of SSG. And of course, there's more demos. And of course, it's Space Station Gaming making it happen. But now just setting up a goal, but maybe leaving it alone, getting some boosters online. You can see now they're able to easily just recover it. Even with Affinity having a chance, it's still the first goal for SSG.
And look at Sypical here. Dodges the demo, picks this one up, and he's like, I'm not waiting for you, Jordan. Going quickly, just outpacing him to the ball. As Space Station Gaming, keeping up with the momentum they gained from game number 1. They want to really control this, and they're trying to make this a quick series.
Now Arsenal to the right, really just trying to play with his opposition. Already bounced it over the head of Jordan. Now it's up to Magic Bear. He's at least making it difficult for SSG to pass it back and forth. This buys time for the Affinity defense to get the setup going. As Jordan's able to recover it now and challenging AXB, Sip is going to help him out. Typical. As Magic Bear still, he's the one playing a lot of defense, but we need to see that same offensive power, because if you don't keep your eyes on SSG, they will go for demos, weaken your defense, and this is how these goals go through.
See the level of control here. Sypical looking for AXB. It's right in front of the goal line, and Magic Bear will clear this into the midfield zone. But here we go. We see offense from Affinity. Magic Bear will take a quick shot. He had Percy to the left there, didn't want the pass, thought it would be too easy to read, so throwing that quick shot to try to throw them off guard. But look at this. Look at how Space Station are able to transition. They're back on offense now. Uh-oh, that's a mistake. The back pass from AXB doesn't work out, and Affinity will get a quick shot, but Space Station getting hold firm on the defense.
And that's what's scary, how quick the transitions are. As soon as SSG are done playing defense, they just roll out. And then there's usually only Magic Bear left to defend. This time it will be Jordan. They are good at deflecting most of these shots until that one went through. And now this is a 2-0 lead for SSG.
Now SSG with another goal here, and you can just see AXB. He scored 2 goals like this, one in game 1 and one now. He has a read on what the defense will do with the ball when they're trying to get the clear, and he always positions himself perfectly to take the challenge.
Well, we got to see signs of life from Affinity. I know you lost game 1, but it was close, and you got to start with a goal here. If you see the 3-0 from SSG, even though there's lots of time, this is going to start getting in your head. It's going to start being impossible to come back. But Arsenal off the back, it's still always, the ball always in control of SSG. Affinity are just been playing defense this whole time, and when they're all on the offense, this is their opportunity. Percy guides it away, but he's being harassed so much that he loses ball control so easily.
What we need to see is just Affinity trying to take control here, but they can't. They haven't been able to do so. You see Percy try to turn and get a challenge from Arsenal, goes the wrong way, but the reaction from Sypical finds that read and still puts a shot on. Meanwhile, the defense in the net is trying to recover, head on a swivel, and it just doesn't matter because there's nothing you can do when the shots are coming through like that from Space Station Gaming.
And it's hard to want to play good offense if you're Affinity when the transitions are so quick from SSG. As soon as they're done playing defense, they just roll out and score almost immediately after the offensive opportunity, and AXB makes it happen again. It's 4-0 for SSG, and this game too just looks locked down.
It does look locked down at this point. I mean, just a 4-0 lead here for Space Station. Affinity, they look just really uncomfortable when they're on defense. And based on how we've seen Space Station play the ball around, what they're doing is just so tough to adjust to. And we see them just slowly trying to get back into things. They're trying to make some transition plays. I like the back pass here. It turns into a shot, and AXB will come through with the save. So they are showing some signs of life. There's still 2 minutes left in the game, but I would be shocked if I saw SSG drop a 4-0.
You just gotta warm up at this point. Affinity, we've seen Percy and Jordan work it together and look almost a solo play there, but needs that follow-up from the rest of the team. Playing a little passive, already 2 fallen back. They want to make sure that SSG just don't run past them, get a breakaway, it's sent right back. Easily blocked there from AXB, regaining it as Percy with the boost. Jordan also going for the challenge, but Affinity not able to follow up with it. So now it's SSG on the offense. Falling back are the defenders, going for now a demo, which will weaken that offense. Now an opportunity for Percy, but what a good block from Sipical.
Space Station, they're giving space to Affinity. They're letting them come upfield. They haven't been as threatening on offense, and we do see them just able to transition, but I mean, they're so much faster when it comes to them actually getting to that ball and make the offensive plays. It's one of the biggest reasons why they do so well. But here's Percy with the shot, and he'll pick up 1 for Affinity. And they do finally get one on the board. They're not going to get shut out here in Game 2.
And it was AXB that actually set it up into the air as everyone was trying to figure out, I think it was Magic Bear kind of bouncing it off the wall, and SSG were trying to clear it, but all it did was line things up perfectly for at least Affinity to get on the board.
So with 50 seconds remaining, most of this is we really just have to kind of break down this Space Station offense at this point because of just why they're so deadly and how they've been able to just come into the series and immediately take control. The first part of the game was close, or the game 1 was much closer for Affinity. But as things have progressed and as we got into game 2, you look at a lot of the factors and really the team play for Space Station, the communication, the way that they can read what exactly Affinity are going to do is huge because they can predict where the ball is going and react accordingly. And then at the same time, as Affinity try to get the clears out, it's not putting themselves in the best position. The possession game hasn't been well for them. Typical's hitting shots like this, and let's just take a look at this again. AXB to Arsenal. Arsenal just has so much space there to set it up. Typical pre-flips the shot, and the defense. I mean, how do you save that?
Just SSG are just showing that synergy and experience paying off. It's a 3-man pass for perfectly at the corner of the net, and it's such a beautiful goal, but maybe counting that one out in the last second. We'll give a second one to Affinity, but the issue, like that difference between the offense is you're not seeing that 3-man pass on the Affinity side. You're seeing a 1 or 2, but immediately losing that, and I don't think maybe it's as issue of synergy from Affinity, but that SSG are so good at just challenging and winning those challenges.
Yeah, and so they will get 1 for the road, Affinity. But like you said, just especially with the challenges, that's a big point here. As Space Station do get the game 2 win. The biggest part of this was kind of that 50-50 play or those challenges, especially when it was up against AXB and Arsenal at times, where they just won these challenges that completely slow down anything Affinity could do on offense, and they really were able to choke them into their own half. Now, if you look at the story via the shots, you wouldn't think this game went the way it did. The same amount of shots on both sides, and Space Station actually have about maybe like 2 or 3 more saves than Affinity. But we saw the possession that game. We saw the goals being scored from Space Station, and we saw that early pressure from them. It was just too much for Affinity. And now, I guess my question to you, Lemon Kiwi, is as we get ready to get into Game 3, Affinity are down in the series 2-0, but is there a way that they can bring it back in Game 3? Because I feel like that's going to be the big one for them.
It's tough because I understand why Affinity are playing the way they are. They're not playing scared because that sounds like such a negative word, but maybe more defensive, more passive, right? And that's because of just how quick SSG transition. So I just want to see that when SSG drop the ball, they lose control for just a second. I want to see Affinity pick it up and send it right back. If you're able to get behind the defenders, give yourself a good opportunity to not have to deal with challenges, not have to worry about demos, they'll kind of relieve that pressure and get more goals on the board.
Yeah, I do think dealing with the pressure is going to be a big point, and there's a bunch of factors that you have to look at as well. Looking at the offense from Game 1 and Game 2 aren't necessarily the same stories, although they were kind of set up the same way. You got to think of it this way. Game 1, Arsenal had an extermination. Game 2, AXB was all over the field. And that's one of the things that we tout so much about this SSG roster. It's just about how flexible they are in terms of what they do on the pace. Now, on the Affinity side, it's the same thing. We really need to see, again, the team plays. That was something that was big for them when they were in the rival series. Their ability to react was similar to Space Station on a level where they were able to move downfield. The communication was very strong from them. And they were also able to just outpossess and outshoot their opponents when they were on that offensive end. We haven't seen that come out from them, and that could just be the unsaid battle between these two teams and how they just clash in that head-to-head. Because we know that they succeed.
Sorry.
It's a lobby test.
Yeah, okay, I was a little worried. I kind of just clicked on my notes and I was like, oh my god, there's already a goal, what's happening? But it's okay. I'm still waking up too, don't worry. Keep going, sorry.
Yeah, so definitely, guys, as you want the update, we are getting the game ready. We just had a quick lobby test and then we'll get things going. But as things work for Affinity, once their team plays are cut off by Space Station, and they're having to play on the back end, and they have to rotate themselves into this defensive stump that they're in into their own box. It does slow down the pace that we've seen them make on offense. Now, we have seen them score some pretty mechanical goals as well, but they had to get on offense first, and that's the big part of the series from them, is breaking out of their own space, setting up offense, and controlling possession. Just been something that's been so tough for them. And, I mean, it's credit to Space Station, but this is this game Affinity want to win. Game number 3, we have it starting up. Can Affinity bounce back in the series?
I just want to say that lobby test was kind of disgusting. I mean, it was like an immediate goal from SSG, so everyone was like kind of glad that lobby's working just fine. But I mean, it's going to be the same thing. AXB almost got blocked by his own teammate, and Sypical follows up, and that's pretty much how the lobby test went. It's just the immediate first 5-second goal. So Space Station, you can tell they're pretty awake right now.
Yeah, they're awake. They come out swinging here in this game 3. As a quick goal sets the stage for how this game's going to go, and they bring things back the other way. This is Arsenal carrying this one into the half of Affinity as we see Magic Bear try to break out, and Jordan's here with the follow-up. This is a chance as the pass play is coming out. It's off the backboard, but Typical there in time to cut it away. And we're seeing some consistencies in offense, but still not able to follow things up in time as both teams are battling for this midfield possession.
Yeah, it did feel like a miscommunication from Affinity. It was such a good setup, but then you kind of looked like everyone just kind of lost deer in headlights kind of situation of no one was in that place at the right time. As another beautiful setup, this time from SSG. At least Affinity were able to stop the bleeding in this game 3. It is first to 4. Still lots of Rocket League left to go, but AXB in the corner. Percy and Challenge I will immediately take it away, but AXB with the demo. Sypical 2 weakening this defense as Magic Bear sends it away.
So now AXB, we got a flick downfield, and we see Jordan try to push this one in, and Arsenal to Sypical, that pass play between those two, just being able to pass it out of defense is so huge at the top level. We see also signs of that with Affinity as they are seeming to get more time here on offense. They've definitely made some good pushes, and it hasn't really been consistent possession from either team. That being said, Arsenal, that was so close. AXB wants to follow up, but the defense is there for Affinity.
At least Affinity proving they are alive, but you got to see a quicker reaction. I mean, that could have just been a second goal, and Game 2 started off with SSG with the 3-0 start, so 3 minutes, at least it's only a 1-goal difference, almost a second. Jordan there to make sure this is not an easy one, but now Magic trying to clear it, SSG keeping it in, as up into the air. Seeing Magic Bear now maybe sending it to someone down, at least the backboard, the solo play from the man, and look at this, Affinity tie the game.
And Magic Bear able to push this downfield to follow up with something that Space Station Gaming weren't expecting. It was a banger of a shot. Defense there was slow. I don't really think they saw Magic Bear. Once the original touch happened, he was so far off the ball that we didn't think that he had enough boost to get there in time. But he puts in that extra effort to tie things up for Affinity.
And I've just seen Magic Bear be in the net the whole time. He's kind of the MVP. He's the last chance for the team to be blocking these shots. But finally, we're seeing this guy take the matters in his own hands. And I want to see more of that from Affinity. And look at this pass back and forth. But of course, straight down, easy read from SSG. 3 of them in net. Arsenal trying to clear it. Magic Bear keeping it in, passing it over to Jordan. But AXB kind of harassing him, and this is not going to be an easy one. SSG now with the demo, but Affinity just trying to clear their own end.
We see AXB, Arsenal getting a bump, and AXB trying to play the low challenge. It doesn't work out. They have Sypical, but Arsenal will do it on his own here. He gets the bump on Jordan, knocks him out the play. AXB's challenge goes towards him, gets the dunk on Magic Bear, follows it up by continuing to boost and putting it in the top right corner. Like, he wanted it, Lemon. He just wanted it.
Just in that short amount of space to be able to still find that angle to get over that one defender. I thought that was going to be blocked, but it's a 1-goal difference, minute 45, and Arsenal is done playing with this food, and so is Sypical. Now they're leading the charge for SSG, as Percy kind of taking his time, thinking, trusting his team that they're going to be able to recover this. Now an aerial duel. The Sypical back and forth, assessing those defenders. Jordan's coming back, maybe trying to get a demo, but either way, coming from behind where SSG aren't looking, as SSG just can't get a good push going.
Still seeing Affinity here, playing this off of their own end. This Magic Bear has to watch out. There's the demo, and the shot were almost in sync there from Space Station Gaming. That would have been incredible. They just completely eliminate Magic Bear and try to score at the same time. But now here, Space Station holding on for the final minute. Affinity need to make a push here. If they go down 3 here to Space Station Gaming, I just don't think they'll be able to pull off the reverse sweep. Magic Bear moving downfield, trying to get a bump. Jordan wants to follow this up as well, but Space Station are all over the ball. Arsenal is not giving them an inch as he pinches it back to their half.
And just Jordan, he couldn't pass it to Jordan. He was surrounded by 3, and he still is. I think this is what makes the Affinity passes so hard, is SSG know who they want to, or who the ball is going to be going to. They're able to just cut off that vein. But Jordan to Percy, to Sip, and AXB in the net. Easy block is another set up mid. Jordan's ready, but the setup isn't there, so Arsenal will take it away. Demos Magic Bear quite easily. The last 10 seconds, this is tieable for Affinity, but the opportunity has to be now.
And this one, will Percy be able to rotate back in time? No, Jordan tries to come up, but it will fall, and Space Station will take game 3. That one was close. It came down to the wire there for Affinity, but they just weren't able to squeak it out at the end. 1-goal game difference here, but the series might be over here for Affinity. No more games left to give. Space Station are up 3 on the series as we get ready to load in our next map.
I watch a lot of hockey, not as much soccer or football, wherever you want to call it, where you're from. And sometimes hockey is send out your fighter. He's not the best at the game, but he is there to get in the heads of your opposition. And that's kind of what Arsenal feels to me. He kind of just goes in. He does get those challenges, but he's just there to demo people. And sometimes for not really much value or much reason. But it's just hilarious to see Arsenal, how much he's just catching Affinity, not looking, just snatching them right out of the game for a few seconds. And I would say Arsenal's a fighter for Space Station, and even with a fighter on the field, they're still able to get these goals in.
Yeah, with Arsenal in the front line, I mean, any team is always watching their back, just because, like, we saw the individual level come out from him in terms of just being that extra man in front, not staying off the ball, and then also when he is off ball, how he's just constantly bumping and trying to get demos on the play as well. He's just making it so hard for Affinity to be able to adapt over the course of this series, which is a huge thing, because that's one of the things Affinity have been trying to do all series. They try to adapt to how Space Station played the last game, but they come out with this different vibe every single time, and it's just something that has been just consistently different, for one, and for two, has just been a constant issue for Affinity on the defensive end. Every time they think that they have something going, Space Station just bring out another X Factor.
In Game 1 and Game 3, it was definitely Affinity able to tie it up, kind of stop the bleeding from SSG. Don't let them run up the score, but back and forth, you're seeing Percy cut off, intercept these passes, and this is how you mess up the whole SSG setup. It's not as much about solo plays for them, it's about the team play. You just gotta stop that. Percy in net. Magic Bear going for the ball against two members of SSG, still able to steal that. Jordan at the back. This could be a first goal for Affinity. Jordan jumps up, but couldn't get the right angle, but Percy for the option B gets it in. Affinity with first blood.
So, great start here for Affinity. Great speed from Jordan to set up the pass, and then Percy goes for the low shot right under the SSG defense. It's so nice from him. The control to be able to do that as well brings Affinity to the lead.
It's a very good start, and you're seeing that you just cut off the passes from SSG, and then they transition. This is what we were waiting for them to do in the first 3 games, but it's their last chance. It's Game 4. If you lose this, well, that's the end of the match. It's Arsenal. Well, Percy is still always the one who's trying to cut up, make it not easy for SSG to pass, but not getting as successful as the start. Magic Bear up the wall, trying to clear it. AXB up into the air. Percy wants to lead it forward, but now still in the pressure. We're still in the zone of Affinity.
So now Affinity, again, trying to see if they can clear things up here. Magic Bear pushing that into midfield, and is sent over to Arsenal. He has AXB as an option, and it will be Sipical who's trying to keep this in play. Affinity back on defense as they are trying to get this ball sent away. There's a double commit there, and they will have a lot of space to work with. Percy will just opt to just bang that all the way into the corner for Space Station, where we'll now see if they can hold on to this possession.
It's really back and forth. It's SSG's still not on the board yet, which is really surprising. Usually they're the first ones to have that goal. They're the first ones to respond right back, but now leading the way is Magic Bear. A little bit of a tap in the demo, shutting down that opportunity. So now transition for SSG, and it's a demo from Arsenal. The fighters on the field, and so is a goal. It's a tie game between SSG and Affinity.
And Arsenal goes for the guy in net. Sipical just plays it around. Everyone forces a challenge right in front where he has that advantage, and he knows that ball's going to pitch into the net.
The defender was mid-net, maybe thinking there was going to be some pass or something, needed to close that corner, but it's only such a tiny car and such a big net, but it's okay. Still tie game. Affinity can put another one on the board and at least start a comeback, but with a 3-0 series lead from SSG, seeing signs of life, that's all that matters. As Jordan had a chance there, but the follow-up is all that matters. Percy puts Affinity in the lead.
A clean shot from Percy as well, too. There's a double commit on the play, and it bounces off Arsenal. But the fact that Jordan sees that and is able to react and still putting on a quality shot is huge here. Affinity, they have the 1-goal lead. It's fragile here against Space Station Gaming, as they have just been consistently dominant, and the 1-goal lead almost means nothing to them. But we might be seeing a new signs of Affinity. Percy is putting some quality shots on that SSG has yet to save.
And Percy's also good at just intercepting these passes. That was almost another good offense from SSG, blocked by Percy, but now in front of the net. Thankfully, you see Affinity trying to clear that, but Sypical's not going to make it easy. But now finally sent away. Arsenal looking for someone. You can see his teammates, one mid and one across, but has to keep an eye on Magic Bear. No demos quite yet. AXB with the shot, pretty slow one, missing a lot of momentum, but still back and forth, left to right in front of the net of Affinity. They need to clear this, they need to relieve the pressure, because if it keeps going like this, you're gonna have another goal and we have another tie game.
And there you go again here. Arsenal just sitting here biding his time, waiting for that opportunity. Once he realizes Jordan doesn't have possession, he puts it right under the bar. Great shot placement from Arsenal. Space Station Gaming eliminate the lead that Affinity has, and it's anybody's ball game in Game 4.
Gonna see some magic happen. At least Arsenal about to get off the left, getting past one defender, assessing is there anyone mid? Does he have to do a hero play? And Magic Bear is not going to let him time to think. Minute 35, tie game. We need to see Affinity take a lead, take at least a game if they want to stay alive in the series. A Sypical, at least easily shot back. Magic Bear to Percy. Sypical, all three members of SSG in net to make sure not a goal goes through, is off the backboard. Magic Bear off the corner. Jordan and Magic Bear working against those defenders, but you're not seeing a goal quite yet for Affinity.
Haven't seen too much offense from them. It's been, again, tough. They've been pushed back into their own zone. Space Station Gaming looking for a quick strike as Arsenal's in the air. Doesn't have the double, and Magic Bear, that clear is super important. Yet Arsenal looming in the midfield, and you can see him come up. But now things are going the other way. Percy, a ball in the hood, the flick goes in! And Affinity will take the lead.
And that's just a missed opportunity from AXB earlier on. He kind of flopped to the pass that he got. It could have been a shot while everyone is occupado in the net. And as that opportunity is flubbed from SSG, the transition from Affinity to answer right back. In the last 49 seconds, it's a 1-goal difference, a chance for Affinity to take a game in this series. But SSG, they're always good at responding with a goal of their own.
And at this point, Percy, 3 for 4 in shooting. And just has been non-stop on in this game. Is he still has the ball in his head. Arsenal will just eliminate him from the pitch. Smart idea. Space Station down by 1. The push downfield, Arsenal looking for Sypical in mid, and the pass or the shot was off from him. As we have the final 18 seconds, they're still looking to push. Pass play in front. Percy will get the clear out. They're holding on, but Space Station keeps coming. Final few seconds. Sypical waiting for his chance. He slows the play down. Yes, Arsenal, who goes for the pinch into the corner, but they can't take a shot. And it'll be killed, and Affinity will stay alive as they take Game 4.
Insane stuff. Percy, man, that's been the guy to watch in this game. Blocking the passes, blocking the shots, and hey, looking at the stats, he also has only 3 goals for Affinity under the belt. So we're really seeing Affinity start that offensive power, and it starts by not really working as much about your offense, but just dimming down the pressure and dimming down the offense of the opposition, and then being able to respond. It was very back and forth though. It was goal from Affinity, goal from Space Station, goal from Affinity, but Space Station missing that last opportunity to tie.
Yeah, like you said, they did miss the last opportunity in the final few seconds. They outshot Affinity in that game as well. But the thing that was big for Affinity was Percy. And we had talked about it before the series started, being that player to watch, and he shows us why there. Just some great setups and some really good offensive shots as well. I mean, he almost didn't miss. He only missed 1. And it just shows you how when he's on, and the rest of Affinity is still pushing forward and playing consistent, how even they can stand toe-to-toe with Space Station. So now we move on as we get into game number 5 here, and Affinity is still on their last life. And I think for them, if they can continue to play at that same pace that we saw with just how well they were going on in transition, how they were eliminating a lot of opportunities from Space Station, because Space Station weren't as locked down on offense as we saw earlier in the series. It was definitely so much harder for them to take control and push things into that kind of game pace that we saw in game 2, where it was just a blowout in that setting. I do like this newly formed kind of look from Affinity and how it has paid off for them this game, or that last game.
Yeah, the different look. I'm thinking Magic Bear when I think different look. He was the kind of the guy that played a lot of defense, felt very goalkeeper because I never saw him pass that midfield line. But then he just kind of did this solo play that, okay, Affinity get a goal from that. That was kind of sick. Magic Bear proving me wrong, but a different look too that SSG didn't go for as many demos, or maybe Affinity just became more aware of their surroundings and actually started dodging those demos. And that's, this is a test. Okay, I'm not going to debate myself this time, but there's also this curse in the lobby test that when SSG kind of got this quick goal off the lobby test, they also got a quick goal in the game. So cross your fingers for that.
Yeah, so as you guys know, we'll have it up very shortly. Now, You bring up a good point. Not the lobby test one.
Never mind.
I feel like that's superstitious. But I do think that with the demo plays like you were talking about for Space Station, we saw a lot less of those, and I do think it's really both factors, right? I think Space Station, once they saw Affinity were being more aware, they kind of threw that out the playbook and said, okay, well, this isn't working. We're wasting a lot of our resources to try to nail demos when they're definitely more aware and they're playing around it, and it's taking a player out of the rotation. So we got to kind of dial things back and go with more of those team plays. Now, I think that's better for Affinity because they were able to, necessarily play into that and work. I'm sorry, one of our admins just said, welcome to the wasteland, guys. We got game 5 underway, but we'll see if Affinity can continue to adapt over the course of this series. Remember, one more loss, they're out, as Space Station are looking to close this one in 5.
Yeah, welcome to the wasteland, and SSG are tired of wasting their time. I mean, this could have been a 4-0 quite easily, and it really came down to the wire in that game 4 as Magic Bear gets away, almost a solo play, but AXB is just not making it easy. 3 people in net for SSG, and Percy's just going to give that one up.
So now Arsenal moving downfield. The pop-up here as the defense has to make a good clear. Great job from Percy. He is able to follow this up, at least to slow down Typical. And that's what you want when you're trying to clear this ball out of space. AXB will play this one in front, and Magic Bear, a great send downfield to give some room here for Affinity to breathe.
AXB, and they're just passing it in their own zone, and you see Affinity, you're just not even going to let him do that. As Magic Bear staring down that ball, and Percy chasing it. Arsenal up in the corner. But you're seeing a little bit of pressure being loosened up in the zone of Affinity, making sure they're not passing it as Percy sends it down. Jordan's there to receive it. He went so far forward, but you're not seeing any goals quite yet at the start of the game.
No goals yet. Space Station trying to squeak one in, as you see Arsenal still playing that close challenge, and AXB will keep this one in play. And, I mean, it's not an easy feat. They just make it look easy with how they're able to hold on to the possession. Like, so fast to the ball is one of the key things that they've been in. AXB, great reads off of those bounces as third man to keep them in play. But now the ball's going the other way as Jordan looks for a shot, and it'll be difficult getting the save.
Percy with that patience, wanted to pass it to that teammate midfield, but again, SSG cutting off these passes. Jordan mid passes it to Percy, and as the defenders weren't looking, that's the first goal for Affinity.
Yeah, you blink and you miss it here. Jordan with the pop-up, and no one saw Percy. He was just sitting there waiting for that one to go high. He probably even called for the pass as well, as he's all the way across just waiting for that. And Space Station Gaming got caught off guard for a quick goal.
It's a quick one. Hey, and I'm superstitious, man. As Affinity got that first goal in the lobby test, I'm saying, get your voodoo magic or, I don't know, salt and stuff, because Affinity, this is what they want to start the game with, right? You're on match point for SSG. You're able to win the last game. You keep up this momentum. You keep up this fire as Percy only has that one defender, but AXB already clears that. His Magic Bear to the right. Arsenal again blocking these opportunities, but it still went towards the net, so it's a little sketchy there for Affinity, but to jump up. AXB looking at Sypical, wants to pass it, but with two defenders in his way, this SSG are having a hard time keeping control.
And they'll be sent across here as Arsenal will try to pick this up. Gets a nice challenge there over Percy, and it'll be Jordan with the clear. AXB, no, Sip doesn't want it. And one of the things here that just seems to be like a wake-up call for Affinity is just how they've been rotating. Space Station Gaming have really tested this team and says, you know, we're here. It's the playoffs. You know, if you don't show up, you don't get to play. And they say, we will close this out in 4 if you let us. Affinity have said no as they have come back into this one, but Space Station is still trying. Still, though, haven't gotten a goal on the board for them. Affinity have maintained their 1-goal lead.
And AXB, I think his demo earlier on is what weakened the defense, but getting past multiple people, AXB is able to tie the game.
Look at the touch from Arsenal here. A soft touch, it just completely throws off the defense. And like, it's just the most, I don't even know what to call that play. But the fact that he's able, most people jump in front of the defense to get a solid redirect. He says, no, we're just gonna go and I'm just gonna touch the ball right in front of them. So they're all just look like they're faked out and AXB, you can come and score. Who thinks of that?
AXB's pretty hyped about that. So are we. Tie game. It's Arsenal versus Magic Bear off the side. Now pressure in the net of Affinity. For all these defenders, Jordan falling back. So you see SSG don't feel confident in this play. They want to prevent Affinity from transitioning. It's a minute left in a tie game. I mean, this next goal could be the nail in the coffin, whether for SSG sending Affinity to the loser's bracket or Affinity starting a comeback in this series.
Yeah, so we'll see how things play out now, but you can see the, for lack of a better word, the creativity coming out from Space Station Gaming as they were able to tie this one up, and we're getting down into a tense territory here. Final 30 seconds here. Affinity need a goal if they want to stay alive in the upper half of the bracket, but Space Station Gaming has all the possession. Arsenal looking for a pass down AXB, but the shot was rushed. Now they need to get it out of their zone. Percy will try to bring this downfield, and we'll see if we can set up Affinity.
Percy's making sure, giving time, just kind of stalling for Magic Bear and Jordan to get back. Percy up into the air, 3 defenders from SSG trying to prevent this from going through. The next goal we said could be the nail in the coffin, but this ball has to land on the ground, and it was right in front of the net.
It was so close. Almost could have been the series there for Affinity, but they get out of it. And now we are in an overtime. And again, next goal will decide if this series continues on or if Space Station are going to take it.
Starts with SSG playing a bit of defense. Magic Bear just seeing if he can cut off an opportunity or from them passing to each other. You can see both Affinity were committing to that. Magic Bear getting past one, seeing where Percy is. Jordan playing a bit of defense just in case it gets away from them, and now it's all offense for Affinity. The next goal could be big for them, but they're not at the right place at the right time. Now it's SSG trying to hold any sort of control, but you know my man Percy, he doesn't let it happen. Back and forth, this ball goes in the hands of AXB, and it's a good close from Percy to not let that go through.
Yeah, great save from Percy, and now he's transitioning downfield. He's looking for control here, but he does get Arsenal to give the ball away. The Magic Bear trying to put this in a favorable position for Affinity, but still, AXB able to clear these things out in time as they've been able to move downfield. Haven't seen a real good shot opportunity for Affinity in a while, and one thing we need to do is have Percy continuing to shoot the ball. He's been a monster on defense with 6 saves, but he's 1 for 1 in shooting, but he hasn't been able to shoot again, and it just shows you how much Space Station holds. Guys, can we get out the corner?
Guys? Stop it. But Sypical also just served up this opportunity for dinner, and it's still there. It's still in the zone of Affinity. Magic Bear is trying to clear it, but AXB's just stuck in this corner. He's not listening to you. He has you on mute, but a good demo from Arsenal. It's right in front of the net. It's overtime, but SSG can't convert quite yet.
And Jordan will maintain control of this. A flick over one ball on the hood, slow shot as he was trying to force an uncomfortable save from Simpical, but Simpical passes to AXB, and he passes to Arsenal, and that goes in, and that is the series. Space Station Gaming turn it all the way around to close this one out.
The 4-1 win, and we did predict this to be going through, but I don't think we predicted Affinity being able to go toe-to-toe this much, mainly in this game, in the previous game, and in game 1. It was always tied. I think it was a game 3 that SSG kind of really blew them out of the water, but man, I'm really impressed with what Affinity could put on the board, but also way more impressed with Space Station with that 4-1 win. There's a big reason why you told me before in the series why you expect these guys to go all the way.
Yeah, exactly. And they just showed that here. I mean, they really just took it to Affinity over the course of the series. They just made it very tough for them to do anything on offense. And I feel, honestly, that's the game plan, though, if you're playing against this Affinity team. We saw what happened when they were on offense, especially from Percy. He scored, I want to say somewhere around 90% of the shots that he took over the course of the series. It was just something that, he was definitely on and awake this morning. But Space Station Gaming had an answer. And they said, we're going to keep you stuck until you're on in on offense. We're not going to let you guys break out. And we're going to out-pressure you until we win the series. And that's exactly what they did.
And looks like the rest of the bracket's shaping up quite well. I'm seeing that E United got to move up. So that means Space Station will go up against E United next. And dropping down is Affinity. If you're an Affinity fan, they still have a second chance to make the journey of a lifetime through the lower bracket. No, I think they're going up against Loco, so that'll also be a good series.
Yeah, that'll be a good series. But coming up next on this stream, we will have the winners quarters finals with NRG versus Envy. And then on the B stream, we'll have Rogue versus Mirage. So everybody sit tight. Don't go anywhere. There's still more Rocket League action to be played here on Codename Covert. We'll be right back.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Codename Covert. It's me, Jorby, here with Supersonic, getting ready to get NRG versus Envy underway. I am excited. First of all, this is a quarterfinal matchup, which in any tournament where these two are playing is, you expect this maybe in a semifinal or a grand final, but that's just how the group stage had worked out and put these two teams here, and I'm excited for it, Super.
Yeah, as well. I mean, we're getting to see these lineups go at it. The new energy lineup, obviously, big storyline kind of coming into this tournament, kind of one of the ones that everybody's talking about with Squishy Muffins joining up with them. So watching them kind of slowly piece this together when they came into their first match and we watched them, drop their first match in that first series was kind of like, this isn't what I'm expecting. But ever since then, just watching them kind of slowly piece it together more and more and get more and more in sync as the three-man has been an absolute treat to watch so far. And I'm looking forward to seeing how they stack up against this Envy squad, which is definitely a formidable opponent. And we'll see if they can keep their streak alive here going into this quarterfinals match. I can talk. I can do it.
Yeah, you got it. It's okay. I was just gonna say that for Envy, I mean this is a team that I think just gets more and more expectations put onto them, especially after they picked up Mist, who has certainly elevated this team to the next level. But how high are Envy's ceiling? How high can they really go? Can they surpass expectations, or will they continually just be this middle of the road team that can't beat the top teams consistently and can only really keep those bottom teams off, speaking just strictly in RLCS terms? But for NRG, like I said it before, this is the dream team of North America. And Squishy and Justin, they have tons of chemistry together. Garrett, you could slot Garrett in on any roster and he'll find a way to fit in. He's just that type of player. It's going to be tough. I think that NRG with Squishy, as they continue to figure it out, they'll keep looking even better than they already have. This is just one tournament of data that they're going to have moving forward for the next couple of months.
Yeah, I 100% agree. I think that this energy lineup is going to get scarier and scarier as time goes on. As that team continues to gel, it's going to become, bigger and bigger issues for everyone else. And I want to echo exactly what you said about Garrett. Garrett is that guy that in this phase where they're kind of piecing that together, obviously Justin and Squishy play a lot together, but trying to get that to work in a competitive environment where they're playing as a team, where we've talked about it in previous casts where, scrims or a tournament like this versus RLCS are different feels and different vibes, different levels of pressure. So I think this is a great tournament for them to start off in. And Garrett is that guy that as they figure out those gelling issues, he's that guy that's always going to be in the right spot and be there to fill those gaps that are created. And I think Energy's got a great future ahead of them. Future's the word I wanted.
They have great optics going forward, but with great optics comes great expectations on a team like NRG, and it could be boom or bust. We've seen teams formed where the general thought was that they were going to dominate, and then they ended up not. Sometimes adding a particular player doesn't actually answer all of your questions just because they are a mechanically savvy player or another. Not saying anybody on NRG is just strictly mechanically savvy. Obviously, you think of Squishy, but Squishy's also a very smart player. But shifting the focus back to Envy, as the teams, they're just testing out the server before we get underway. In case you in chat, I know you're asking when the game's starting, but Talkit League is Twitch chat's favorite form of Rocket League. But for Envy Supersonic, with Illusion, Mist, and Atomic, I felt like the last time I saw these guys, they weren't ever really able to generate a lot of opportunities as a team. They were forced into a lot of 1v2s or just a lot of solo opportunities carrying the ball down the field. It's going to be difficult against NRG, who are known to smother teams, especially when it comes to boost control.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with that 100%. Lucian was really that guy that was kind of trying to open things up a lot and do those solo carries down the field to create some situations, but most of the time that carry was so far ahead that he really didn't have an opportunity to get any cut infield passes, create a lot out of it. They did end up obviously making it to this point and making it through those matches, but it wasn't necessarily through what looked like super cohesive team play. It was kind of individual efforts getting you there, and I don't know that that is something that is going to get you there against this NRG lineup.
Now, it looks like everybody is happy with the current configuration that we have, so as soon as the next game gets started up, we will be underway for this quarterfinal match, and it is double elimination, so either team here, it's not over for them if they lose here. Either team is going to be a force in the lower bracket no matter what. So for Envy, I'm looking at Mist again. Mist is kind of the rock that came onto this Envy team, started giving them a solid third man, started giving them some solid pressure on offense, being able to contain the ball beyond midfield on the attacking half. I am hoping for Envy that they see more of that. Atomic continues to get better. And you will see as we get into the game that Lucian has named himself Braxton in-game. So I know we got the heroes in chat who like to correct everybody asking, who's Braxton? So anytime you hear, who's Braxton? Just put, it's a Lucian. And that's it. They're gonna come up. They're gonna keep asking. People will come and go as the stream goes on. I'm gonna rely on everybody in chat and myself to keep everybody updated there. But the players are... Go ahead.
Oh, no, I'm sure they'll keep you updated. Chat will never let you down in that situation.
Never have they. In game one underway, I'm excited for this. NRG, the new look squad, out Fireburner and in Squishy Muffins. Mist will get a solid boomer downfield. Atomic wanted that touch, and that would have been a perfect setup for Envy overall. They already get some team plays going to start the game. Mist, next shot. Garrett G, perfect save off the line, and they head back to the blue half.
All right, Justin trying to bring this one out. It's going to get broken up. Lucian going to bring this one over to the sidewall. Looked like Mist wanted it for a moment. Going to delay for a sec. Try to throw it over. Garrett off the post. Nearly a goal there to open things up for Team Envy.
Now Garrett in the back line here for NRG. They're going to have to wait for this next touch from Ghost. Or not Ghost, wow. Envy, that still happens from time to time. I'm so used to Ghost and not Envy. Here we are. Mist trying to clear the ball out on the corner, and NRG currently have Envy locked in the blue half.
Lucian going to try and get up. Gets the touch there to block that shot from Justin. Challenge. Garrett's going to take that one off the wall. Easy clear out for Atomic. Squishy in field pass to Justin. That's going to be high, but Squishy there to finish it off. 1-2-1. Ball goes in, up 1-0. NRG.
I mean, that was a great pass. Atomic, he went on the back wall, expecting that pass to end up turning into a shot right in the middle of the net. And that the pass ended up going to the back wall, so Atomic, he couldn't recover. And it left the net open for a goal. Garrett picks it up, NRG. Garrett again, tees it down. Squishy comes across, but it hits the post. He hit that bang on, but just could not get it in the net.
Justin, there it is.
Puts it in.
Yeah, it was Justin on the first one. Comes in on the second one off that back wall from the pass from Squishy with that nutty angle. Gonna get that down just over the top of Atomic and sets themselves up for 2-0. 3:26 left on the clock.
And again, taking advantage of the positioning from Atomic in the corner, they ended up hitting with power right over Atomic's head, and he had to try to make a jumping save as he was sitting near post. So Envy, you know, it's just those small gaps, but NRG are finding it, and they are exploiting it. Another shot turned away by Atomic, but it goes off the crossbar and out from Justin. Barely saved. 3 goals this early would be certainly tough for Envy, but they do keep the scoreline 2-0.
The pressure so far from NRG on that offensive half has been something to behold. Just time and time again, every single time the ball is touched, that next player is already up, they're in the air, they're looking to attack, they're making aggressive plays, but they're quick on the defensive rotation. The ball's making it into their end every now and then like it is right now, but they've been really controlled in getting it back out of their side and maintaining pressure on the other end of the court.
Right now, Envy trying to get set up in the orange half of the field, but Justin works his way out, and now Mist will start from his own corner. It's going to be tough again to break out of midfield with Garrett G here, but he just misses the net. Squishy finds it. Not Squishy, that's Justin. And 3 goals for NRG.
NRG again, just the overall pressure. Justin already off the ground, putting it all the way back into the back post. Nobody home to be able to block that one. They are so consistent right now on how fast they're getting up on offense.
And Envy, they've tried the mix-ups. They've tried moving down the field multiple ways, but NRG, they're just reading the field so well right now. Here's Justin again, will make the challenge, almost found the goal. Immediately up for the shot, but it is taken away by Atomic. And this is about what you've been seeing from Envy. Atomic, he's trying to manage with low boost in his own half, so all he can do is just kind of flip forward and hope for a good challenge in midfield. But he doesn't even get that. He does get a win here. And another touch. Miss gets demoed, but Atomic does what he can, but the play died as soon as Miss left the field.
This is come off the side. Atomic's got a touchdown. Looking to control it. A little awkward. Popped up. Squishy's there, but Illusion beats him to it. Justin able to break this one up in transition into the corner. Tries to get it around Miss. Has it. Squishy tries to rotate in. Picks it up. Throws it to the mid for Garrett. Off the ceiling. It's going to be wide out to the corner off that second touch. Not quite where Garrett was trying to place that.
And every touch Envy have, NRG just kind of chip the ball away, and it kills their momentum moving downfield. They do eventually get back to NRG territory. Next up, it's going to be a high ball for Illusion, but taken away by Squishy. Well, Envy would certainly like something towards the end of game one. So far, it's been nothing but complete domination with this shutout from NRG. They might get a fourth goal. No, Atomic will take it out to the corner. Wide shot regardless.
Squishy looking for that snipe shot there for a moment. Demo going to come from Garrett as he misses the ball. Atomic behind the line, gets it past, it's wide, not going to be able to get up for that. Mist is going to take the shot, but Justin breaks it up. Garrett makes the attempt, but cannot get enough of the ball. First goal going to go in for Envy from Illusion.
Well, Atomic couldn't get the open net, but another hard touch from Mist will make the clear difficult coming off the back wall. It was light enough, and a goal for Envy, and it might not mean enough for game one, Supersonic, but it does at least mean a little bit of something for your headspace heading into game two. But Justin, a nice carry off his own backboard to waste more time off the clock.
The conversation at the end going, hey, we were able to piece something together towards the end of that match. What were we doing? Let's carry that over is a much better conversation before you go into the next round than, hey guys, so nothing worked. We're at square zero. We still don't know what's working. We have no game plan for game two. So they have something. They have something to carry over. Energy's going to take that first round. Again, this is a best of 7, so we've still got a few matches here. We're going to need to see 3 more from Energy if they want to take this one down. Envy has a little bit of momentum there off that last goal, and I think that they can carry that over and start creating themselves some opportunities in the next match.
And Justin sat at the top of the scoreboard there for NRG with 2 goals, 1 assist, and 2 saves. He was certainly instrumental, as he oftentimes can be. But I felt like Justin in the non-scoring department did a good job setting up challenges, positioning his car to put him in the best position to win 50s. He's reading the approach as well. So Justin looks really good right now. I think Garrett is making solid touch after solid touch. I'm not sure that Garrett had one touch that he wished he had back. I thought Garrett played a perfect game going back and forth, handing the ball out to Squishy, forcing Envy up for tough balls. So, yeah, I like what I'm seeing from NRG so far. It fits the bill.
Yeah, absolutely. Garrett, I think Garrett's doing exactly what he needs to be. He's being that fill gap. He's in the right spots at the right times, and he's creating those opportunities. And he's really letting Squishy and Justin kind of figure out their pacing up front. And the more time those two are up there and making these plays, they are getting such good reads off of each other. The speed at which they're getting up off of these touches from each other has been nuts, and it kind of lets Garrett sit back and direct traffic.
And Garrett can turn it on offensively whenever. If either Justin or Squishy aren't getting it done, Garrett can flip the switch quicker than you can blink. Envy, they had a good start, I thought, at the start of the game last time, but after that first team passing play that we saw, they might get another one here as Mist bangs it off the back wall. Squishy actually missing this touch. This might be a chance for Atomic. He took an interesting approach on that launch, trying to get under the ball with his touch. Might not have gotten the first touch he wanted. So Envy are back on the blue half.
All right, Atomic going to be the one to try and bring us out. A little bit of a double commit there from Mist in the corner, and it ends up awkward. Justin can't get a piece of it as he looks for it, but Squishy with a little touch up to himself, going to try to put it down for Garrett. Garrett with a little bit of a hop, skip, and not enough of a jump. Justin with the save. Squishy going to bring this one back out for energy. Onto the nose of Justin it goes. Braxton, a.k.a. Aleutian, going to break that one up.
It's going to be a long ball from Atomic down the field. Read by Justin, cut out by Mist. Envy doing a better job not letting NRG hang on to the ball for too long. Aleutian, his touch is only going to serve Mist here. But NRG forcing the ball out to the corners. Envy, they're just closing the gaps there on the sidewalls, forcing the ball out to middle. And Justin, he's got Garrett downfield. No, or Squishy was looking at Garrett's card to pronounce the right name eventually. But Garrett ends up passing it to Atomic, back over to Aleutian, who misses it. Now Mist has a shot, and it's good! Envy takes the lead.
What a snipe. Comes in with it, pops it up to himself, and is able to just gun it right in between Garrett and Squishy onto that top shelf. Neither of them able to react in time. And we've got a 1-0 lead here in favor of Envy. They're definitely bringing a lot more energy here in this round. That's causing a couple situations where we've seen them double commit onto walls and corners for the ball. If they can clean that up, I think that they're starting to piece the speed together that they need and the consistency to start taking it to energy.
And Aleutian will take that next touch from Atomic. He'll actually pick up a demo. The net was there. Aleutian setting up Atomic one more time, and there was too many passes for Envy. The goal was there, and they couldn't take it.
The trust from Garrett to know Justin's got the high. I'm just going to go ahead and take the flip for the low shot, and we're going to cover as much space of this net as we possibly can. And Garrett, off of that kind of pre-flip read, ends up getting that block. Great play from Garrett there.
Atomic in the corner again. Couldn't get the job done. Garrett trying to set something up for Squishy, but it ends up back the other way. Now Atomic in front. He's got Mist already jumping for it, and the light shot will be turned away by Garrett. Envy, Mist just stealing that midfield boost away. That's going to slow down Garrett on his course back to the ball and put down a shot, but the post is the worst enemy of Envy, and Garrett is the next worst as he picks up the save. Envy trying to get insurance, but NRG have done a good job keeping them locked at one.
Envy so far has found whatever they found at the end of last match, cranked that dial a few more to the right, and they have kept pressure throughout this match so far. This is not the same team we just saw in match number 1. These guys are here to play, and they are trying to score heavily, but the defense of NRG has just been able to hold and keep this at a 1-0 game. But if it keeps going this way, I expect Envy to start breaking through more.
You can have all the defense in the world, but it doesn't matter if you can't score. Mist trying to stop the attack. Now in front, the shot, or just off the backboard, looking for a pass. Either way, it's the ball back in NRG territory. And Justin trying to find that win against Atomic. He doesn't need to, and Garrett will pick this up. Mist trying to get there on the defense, forces another defender up. That was Aleutian on the save. Envy again preventing multiple shot opportunities from NRG, only allowing them 1, maybe 2. But for the most part, the pressure has not been there for NRG. Here's another pass. Denied back to the corner as NRG continue to hunt for the tying goal with less than a minute remaining.
Squishy gonna break that one up for Mist, throws it up at the backboard. Aleutian's there to grab it. He's gonna try and bring it out. Challenged by Justin. Squishy doesn't have the read, but Garrett is able to pick it up in the mid. Off the back wall is Mist there to break it up and get it behind Justin. Dead ball in the center.
Ooh. It was free for Aleutian to take it in. Now straight off the ceiling, and Atomic puts it in! That's insurance late for Envy.
That ball just drops down. A bit of a weird read and pacing there from NRG, allowing him to get that out, and Atomic is just all over that read and all over that goal line. Sends one home, 2-0, 31 seconds left, and this one looks like it's going the way of Envy.
Only 2 shots on net this game from NRG. They might get a third here. But there was just no angle there for Garrett, Justin, or Squishy. Squishy, the next here, will be cut off by Aleutian. Quick on that challenge, but Justin has it in midfield again. More time wasted by Envy. Every passing angle cut off. The rotation has been clean, and Envy post their own solid game against NRG to tie up the series.
I am thoroughly impressed. This is gonna be a great series. I was a little worried there for a second with the first round. After that last goal, I was like, all right, there's a little bit of life in Envy. We'll see what they can carry that over. They did so and more. They definitely gave me more than what I was looking for out of them. 9 shots to 2. They absolutely dominated the pacing of that match.
Yeah, NRG, they found themselves where Envy had found themselves in a lot of low boost situations or looking for clears, trying for a counterattack when it was available, but there weren't really that many counterattacking opportunities that NRG had. Credit to Envy for making the good challenges as they had to retreat. But for NRG to get that game 1 swag back that they had, they have to find a way to, again, you know, it's the standard Rocket League stuff, Super. It's win the challenges in midfield, secure your own boost in your own half. It's something that NRG were doing for a while on that one defensive stint that we saw where they were just trying to keep Envy at 1-0, but then eventually it did crack and break down. So if they can find a way to grab more boosts, then they might find their way back into the set. I mean, it's tied up, but they lost the last one, so.
I think finding some more boost might help them as well, but on the offensive half, there was definitely some issues. There was a couple opportunities there where Squishy just had a bad read coming into the corner and it ends up falling behind him. Justin expecting him to get it out on the right flank, ends up leaving Garrett in the backfield by himself, which ends up in some 2-on-1 situations. There's just a few things there where the speed up of Envy, I think, caused they weren't expecting Envy to speed up that much. There was definitely a huge pacing difference between Game 1 and Game 2 out of Envy, and it just seemed like NRG didn't adjust. I expect them to make those adjustments before they get into this next match. They know what's coming now that they've seen it, and I expect them to make those changes.
Yeah, they seem to have Envy red, and the server went down for maintenance, so we're getting another lobby up and getting Game 3 to you guys as soon as we can. But Envy... What did I say at the start of that, Super? I don't even remember when I was trying to remind everybody that we're getting back into the game. Just like
That's what you were saying.
But NRG's just, they seem to have the read on Envy in Game 1, and then after that, it felt like they weren't sure at times. I think it's Atomic that's causing it, because Atomic is right now, he's one touch too many going down the pitch. And it can be hard to tell, like, is he going to go for 2 touches here? Is he going to try to control it? Is he going to bang it? That's the beauty of mix-ups and how they can throw off your opponent. But we'll see how NRG adjusts as we get Game 3 underway. I believe we are actually testing before we super get it underway, so nobody has any lag issues or anything like that.
Yeah, there's definitely, I think Atomic's definitely a key piece of that. He's somebody that's getting those kind of touches, unexpected touches as he's going down the field. He's getting 1, 2, 3 as he goes down the field. And he's also changing up his pacing a little bit on the defensive half to where his speed isn't always going at the same pace. He is changing that up, which makes those even harder to read. It's just one more element or variable that you have to worry about when you go in to make a challenge against him. And so far through Game 2, that it was going his way the whole time. So hopefully they'll have an answer for him here in this next one, and we can see a little bit closer match in Game 3.
Now, NRG have looked very clean throughout the whole tournament so far, and Envy, I believe, has been their biggest test yet. Rat Enterprise is right there with them, but as Game 3 does get underway now, players have taken their sides of the pitch, and we will hop there as well. Atomic, Aleutian, and Mist trying to take advantage in the series and go up 2-1. Can they do it? Or will NRG right the ship real quick? We're underway.
Going the way of Garrett off the kickoff here. He's going to bring that out over Aleutian. Atomic with an easy knockaway into the corner, but Garrett going to punish him for blocking that ball. Takes him right off the pitch. Justin trying to get the ball there, misses, but able to steal the boost. Chance to touch it, missed, able to block it away.
Well, that boost steal from Justin actually enables all of this to happen as well, because you force the defender to go for a harder clear out, and you end up giving up possession if you're Envy. And NRG They got control in the first 30 seconds here. We talked about that boost control and how crucial it's been so far in the series. Light shot right into Illusion. Save, quick pass, right back across, but no shot comes. And Envy will work to clear this out.
A little bit of a double commit there from Justin and Squishy. A little miscommunication again as they both stay on the ball for the chase. Finally, the rotation falling back into place as Justin tries to bring this one out. Broken up by Illusion, handed off to Atomic as he brings this one through the corner, looking for the pass down to Mist. A little bit wide, able to get a shot on it, but Squishy picks that one up. A little bit of a soft touch. It was a little hard for him to get his bumper all the way on that ball.
Another long clear for Envy. NRG. They're going to take it, starting with Squishy. Squishy, he's over one. Tried to get around on that air dribble, but the challenge does not go his way. Garrett. He'll give you that little inch in midfield, making you think that you can approach the challenge and win it, but then he ends up just stealing the ball away from you. Mist steals the ball away from Squishy, has the shot, but too light again, and Justin will take it away. NRG, they're waiting for some of these touches. They're not feeling the threat from Envy just yet in these first 2 minutes.
Not at all. Squishy gonna try and put one up and into the nose of Atomic, and in is that shot from Squishy. One of those ones that sneaks up on you. Looks like he's just kind of barely touching it, and then bang, right on it in that upper 90. Atomic unable to get there.
Yeah, Squishy took advantage. As soon as he recognized that Atomic was in the middle of the net, that's when he popped up and immediately went for that right corner on his Octane, and he hit it perfectly. You'll always expect Squishy to force you to have to make a play to save the ball. Envy, they've had the ball in front of the box of NRG so many times in the first 2 minutes. They've only registered 3 shots on net, but here they might get a 4th. Missed. Justin will be there for the save. Squishy, he's got Garrett downfield, but cut off by Atomic. That's the quick danger about NRG's super, that quick counterattack potential.
Yeah, you have to worry about that every time. Every single time Energy's coming from the defensive half here. While you're coming forward, you need to be ready for them to clear it over and try and make those quick transitions. Missed with the shot. Justin there to knock it away. Lucian breaks it up in midfield.
Yep. Right after Squishy got bumped, Justin swung right in to pick up that save. Very heads up. Now Squishy, really just a part of his own rotation. And Envy, trying to collect some resources and get this ball out of their own half. Mist flips it out in front, but it's too far ahead of Illusion. Justin will win the challenge. Squishy's right there, and he'll have to wait for Mist. Justin actually found the pass to Squishy. Back to Justin. Ooh. Squishy's up. Can he find a read against somebody? No. Because Illusion was there to get the save. Still Garrett, he picks it up. He's over one. Mist trying to clear this out, but Squishy closes it down. Now Squishy towards the net, puts it on, saved by Mist. But wrapping back around, giving the play out. Here's Justin, he's over one. And Mist is smacking away ball after ball. But NRG, they still got possession. Long pass downfield. He finds his man. Squishy got the catch again, but with no boost, it's going to be tough to recover. Despite chance after chance, NRG can't pick up their second goal.
They haven't been able to get it, but they are successfully dodging every bump and demo attempt from Atomic as he tries to take out the whole team a moment ago coming downfield. Everybody having to dodge him. Pass out, going to get broken up by Garrett. He's going to bring this one down off that back wall. It's going to hit the top of the ceiling, come out a little bit, but Atomic with the easy big boy clear downfield. Squishy up into the air with the read early. Justin with an opportunity to take a shot against Mist, and it is in right around him. Justin sends home goal number 2.
And NRG have just had the space and so many counterplays, so many counterattacks moving down the field that Envy are just forced to stretch end to end constantly on the pitch, and they weren't winning the midfield boost battle consistently enough. And then eventually they get caught a little too far. You find a 2v1 for NRG. And it's been a struggle for Envy. They had some early offense, but the shot power wasn't where you wanted to see it, nor the placement. And Garrett hopping back onto another challenge. NRG back in form. Nice shot, Garrett. 3-0.
Back in form indeed, and I think they heard it They said, yes, we are. Garrett going to get himself on the board, taking that read off the corner. Quickly turns that one around. Missed. No chance of that one.
And Envy, now they're lost in game 3. It's just looking like game 1 out here right now. Garrett picking up another save. Justin is there. NRG playing like a well-oiled machine. A full cohesive unit. Envy will pick up a pick-me-up goal, and they're going to need it heading into game 4.
I mean, that might be just the energy they need for game 4. They got the goal at the end. Granted, it wasn't 1 second left, but they got that goal at the end of game 1, and we saw game 2. So now I'm interested to see what game 4 is going to turn out for Envy.
And ball will touch the ground. NRG will win. And maybe after that first game, NRG, well, not the first game, but after the second game, they were able to adjust. And I think it's going to be tough for Envy. They really had some of the same things that they struggled with in the first game. They were able to actually put on more opportunities than they were in that previous game. They had 8 shots on net. But I felt like, again, a lot of those shots weak on power. They were half chances, and that was just due to outstanding defense from all 3 players. Justin had 3 saves. Squishy and Garrett had 2 saves apiece. These guys are clicking exactly how you would expect them to click.
Yeah, they're there offensively, defensively. They've been there to fill holes. We saw that save. I don't know if it was that match or the previous one from Garrett where he kind of pre-read and jumped under Justin. Squishy getting bumped out and Justin there to fill immediately. The communication's clearly there, and they're getting these rotations down, and they're getting into some tough situations, getting the blocks going. 7 blocks against 8 shots. The only one to go in at that 1 second mark, where it's kind of a little bit of a, whatever, trash time goal, whatever you want to call it. Everything else throughout the heat of the battle there in that match, all broken up. Every single ball was met with a player from NRG. So defensively, that rotation was as solid as it could be.
And honestly, I feel like Illusion on the side of Envy has been quiet this game. Illusion, typically a player that is very capable of striking. And we just really, he's been absent. If we can see Illusion start to put some balls on net, then Envy might find some success. It's 1-0 Envy.
I think he heard you. Jorby. You said if Illusion could, and he's like, man, if Illusion would, I'm doing it right now. Illusion can.
I'm done. That's it. Illusion, I wanted to see you score. Okay. We seen him score. Missed. Lines up Atomic.
Is that a caster blessing?
Maybe. The caster's blessing. You love to
do we get to do those at some point? Is that something like, we always get the caster's curse. We always get the negative side of that. At what point do we get to be the the hope bringers?
Like the golden ticket. There are only 5 blessings in the world, and the fact that we got 1. Oh, Garrett got bumped off the ball? No! Garrett! Goal? No, it's not! Atomic picked up the save! I'm just watching this whole thing develop in front of me. I was surprised it turned into another shot.
I'm just over here, bouncing in my chair over and over again, bit my knuckle on my index finger there for a second. There were so many, such a great pass to start that one off, and then a crazy save to kind of break it up. That was chaos on the line there for a second. I thought Garrett was going to get that back to a goal.
I was just ready to be like, yep, goal. I was already calling it. But Envy do retain their lead. Oh, Atomic on the switch to the Fennec, although on that demo, looking like a Roadhog. Envy, long pass again cut off by Justin. These long passes are not going to work for Envy. Every single time that they try, it's either a little too far, they don't have the placement, or NRG just cut it off. It's usually the latter. And when it's not, the former comes into play. But credit where credit is due. As more and more demos stack up, and NRG still look for a way out of the orange half.
Envy gonna bring this one down off the back wall. Garrett there to try and grab it. Atomic gonna put it up. That should be an easy clear away for Garrett as he comes off the back wall over to Illusion. And that one's gonna fall. Thought Squishy was gonna take that one away, and Atomic with a shot easily shot back out by Garrett.
Yeah, Squishy thought that the first touch was coming, and then when he ended up flipping off the ball, Yeah, that'll make anyone hesitate for a second. Atomic, he's got a little bit of boost and a little bit of nets. 2-0, Envy.
I don't know what it is about even matches, or the even... Yes, the even matches, so the 2 and the 4, but they get these 1 goals at the end of the matches, and then when they come into these secondary games, they are just on it. They are so quick. They need to find a way to maintain that speed and that level throughout this series. Atomic, that was a nutty goal. He was out there so quick.
That's Fennec power right there. Dominus wasn't working. Ended friendship with Dominus. Fennec is his new best friend. Squishy trying to muscle his way through Atomic. He just flips it over to NRG attackers, but he's got no boost, so he needs Illusion and Mist to get the clear out. And now Mist has a look, but Justin was able to fly back. Still a look for Mist, and Garrett with a crucial follow-up. Illusion avoids a demo, and he's out of boost, so he's got to give up.
I can bring this one through his own corner, trying to keep it away from Garrett. Takes it out over the mid, looking for the carry. Gets a bump on Justin. Shot from Illusion, and it is on right down the middle. 3-0 Envy.
Oh, Atomic on this carry. And then on his flip forward, it was just that extra air roll forward that gave the ball not only a little more distance, but also a little bit more height. And it fell. It fell into his lap for a goal. Jorby, what do you think Envy got to do? Well, you know, Lucian has to get more involved. Oh, he's going to score 2 goals. Fine by me.
I'll be honest. At first, when you started that, I thought you were yawning. I was like, how are you asleep in this match?
Even though it's a 3-0 right now for Envy, but it's been looking pretty good for them. And like you said earlier, you don't know how they just keep flipping back and forth. But that could be the beauty of Rocket League, is a team can absolutely just dominate in one game, but teams of similar skill level in the next game could turn it right back onto them. There are just so many little decisions that go in a single game of Rocket League, where if they go your way, you know, you can get the edge on a team that might crush you any other day. And right now, both teams are trading heavyweight blows in this matchup. But with a minute left, it's cleanly in Envy's hands for Game 4.
Getting involved again here, trying to bring it around off that backboard. Mist going to catch that one out wide and tries to throw it back up. One should go the way of NRG as they bring it down. Justin across the mid, doing Justin things, chasing the ball down, getting 92 touches along the way.
Ooh. I prefer 93 touches personally.
I mean, 93 might have been the right one.
Try to get over 100 for a new record. That's a hard pass in front to Squishy. But taken away again. NRG, I thought maybe if they had scored there, then maybe you can have a discussion. But there will be no discussion with 22 seconds remaining, as that ball bounced right off the post, and Illusion has some time to watch that ball go into his net. As Justin puts it, corner pocket. 15 seconds left, though, might not mean much.
And that's a bit of what, you know, a bit more of what we expect out of NRG is some of these quick, keep the ball in the air, nutty kind of passing plays. That one, a little simpler for them, but super clean. Haven't seen a ton out of that, and that might just be due to them, this pacing changing so much from Envy between matches. Almost a 4th goal there as it gets broken up by Squishy, but the pacing seems to be changing so much from match to match from Envy side. I don't really feel like NRG's speeding up or slowing down their play, but they are more reactionary to Envy than Envy is reacting to them, which is letting them dictate some of these matches.
Absolutely. And as Atomic kills the ball there, all it takes is a car switch for Envy to get back on top, and Atomic taking the MVP, well-deserved off of that stat line, as you'll see 1 goal, 1 assist, 2 saves off of 5 shots, and 7 there for Envy, but they didn't outshoot NRG. NRG actually outshot them by 1 goal. And I felt like NRG did have a couple of solid opportunities moving down the pitch. You saw counterattacks start to develop for NRG, but the difference is Envy always had a third man back near their box, back near their corners to be able to handle these hard high counterattack passes, grab the ball away, prevent some sustained pressure on defense, and it afforded Envy a victory here. I don't know what's going to happen in Game 5.
I think
we got to wait and see.
I think NRG just needs to clean it up just a bit. I think they are getting just slightly over aggressive at times, where that third man is kind of venturing out a bit further than he needs to, and they're having to make transitional defense saves. And eventually, the offense is just going to beat you to that ball. We saw the pass come off the ceiling, a couple of these quick infield passes. That's where the majority of the scores came from in that last round. And that's something that they're going to have to clean up. You can't allow opportunities where there's a high pass where you're going to be second to the ball and there's nobody in net.
Well, game 5 going to get underway. We head to Wasteland Day as Illusion missed Atomic trying to take the lead in this series. They have yet to do it. They've only been able to tie so far. And that'll be a shot on target. Garrett G stretches the whole NV defense and they split.
You know, from the angle I had on the camera I'm looking at, I didn't see that one going. I thought that was post all day. I think maybe Envy thought that as well, but that is not the case. That's a bullet just inside the left post.
Well, NRG, they are the first to post, so maybe that means they'll get another 3-0 win. Or 3-1 win, because somehow Envy always end up scoring a goal at the very end. But it's a flip from Justin as Mist will hop right on top of it. He'll pick up the demo as well. That's 2 demos. It'll open up the net for Atomic, but the spawn doesn't matter. Atomic bulldozes his way towards the net, and Envy tie the game.
Bulldozes his way through and bumps Squishy out. Atomic gets it, the double demo. That's going to open up a net every single time.
And the 2 big demos. And we saw them getting physical in the last game as well. They didn't get them a bunch, but in key situations to just relieve some pressure. And Atomic, with a little bit of boost he had, he actually made the most of it. The fact that he got that much power, Atomic! Powerful indeed!
Atomic staying on this, the read off that hard touch from Illusion, able to get down, hits it into Garrett just enough to catch the inside of that post, and they go up 2-1. A lot of action so far in the first minute of Game 5.
It was just kind of like a slingshot from Atomic on that initial pass. He had like less than 30 boost, I think, and as soon as he hits the wall and he has the ball, he's just like, it just ramps, and the ball just went insanely high. It was just perfect. It was perfect execution. It's like what he did wasn't exactly all that difficult, but it was just the timing of it. Like his timing was perfect. And to me, that is what was so impressive about it from Atomic. And now Justin with no boost will only be able to hop in front of the ball. Another shot saved. Illusion double tap in. Illusion drops a bomb.
Allowing Illusion to go up for this unchallenged. It looks like Garrett actually backflipped. And granted, he did try to recover and come off the ceiling, but just not enough time. I think he kind of backflipped there and ended up he wanted to go for that block, was unable to do so, and that mistake is punished.
Envy taking it to NRG right now. But there's plenty of time left. But when your car is constantly just scattered around the field like a bunch of scrap, it's real hard to get anything going. Envy's demos have been successful almost every time they've gone for them in the first 2 minutes of this game. And demos are risky business. Super, we saw Atomic going for them in previous games where he wasn't successful, and Envy ended up losing that game.
You're absolutely right. They're your friend, but they are also very much your enemy. That is a, double-edged sword, and you got to be careful. You can't commit to them so hard that if it's not working, you need to get out of that mindset and find what is working. You can't just stay in chase mode the whole time.
Another catch here from Garrett, but NRG has just been catch and dump, on the sidewall. Miss with a little bit of boost, actually sets up a shot opportunity. But Envy, they have control in midfield, and NRG, they're just going to get a long clear. That's going to give them a little bit of time. But now they need a challenge win somewhere here against Atomic. But Atomic will find Mist in open space. Squishy was there for the next save. And he'll actually wrap back around off the feint. Wants the pass and a wide open net. 4 goals. and another for Illusion.
Illusion just gonna come through like a thief in the night, takes it right off the nose of Squishy. Nobody back there as the NRG offense is pushed all the way downfield, all 3 players across the 50. Nobody's getting back for that ball anytime soon.
I'm just kind of... I am a little surprised it's happening to NRG 2 games in a row with how the series has gone, but I mean, credit to Envy, man. They have just done a great job cutting out passing lanes to where you force NRG to feel so desperate to get some consistent offense that they end up leaving the third man position wide open. You don't see that. You don't see an open net that often from NRG. And they're certainly feeling the pressure, but again, there's Illusion back to Mist. The connection has been solid all game, and it can't be stopped in game number 5.
Squishy out ahead for a second here, looking for a touch off that back wall, pops it out. Garrett should have him beat. He does. Illusion gonna break that one up though, off that back wall in the corner, and that one gets handed off to Atomic. Coming downfield, once again behind the defense, no one home to break it up, and that's another goal going to Envy. What is happening on the back line of NRG?
Now, they're trying to grow eyes behind their head because every time they get demoed, it's right behind them. Every single time an Envy player is rotating back, they're taking a demo, they're rotating close to the ball. NRG, they try to slow the play down, and that's exactly when they get annihilated. 5 goals for Envy. And, you know, you can say what you want about the time needed for Squishy to start meshing with this roster, for Garrett and Justin to get used with Squishy on this roster, as Squishy hits the longest goal, but it doesn't really matter at this point with 45 seconds left. I guess that is a little too early to call it, but you know, there is some build time for NRG Super, but with how they've looked in this tournament so far, you certainly still expect a little bit better than allowing 5, but it does happen. And they got time left in this series still. It's best of 7.
So what is it that they need to do to change it? Squishy with a nutty shot coming from the ceiling of the defense. Gonna jump down.
Look, this is Squishy's best Shaquille O'Neal. Boom! Dunk!
Oh!
That's not your traditional Rocket League dunk.
That's
That's
what
a
they need to do,
basketball
man. I
dunk.
was about to ask you what they need to do. More of that. You do that, nobody's getting there to block that. Nobody's seeing that coming ever. But
That's the danger. That's the danger of Squishy. Yeah.
what needs to change up? I really feel like something does need to change up in terms of how aggressively they are going to meet and challenge. Do you change your pacing up a little bit and maybe let Envy bring the ball down a little closer to you, have a few more guys back, and then look for those quick transitional passes, 1-2-3 or 1-2-1 style plays and get the ball down the field? Because right now, the style of just trying to keep huge offensive pressure up is leaving their back line open to demos, bumps, or just completely open, period. And they're going to need to figure out a way to have somebody back there.
Yeah, Envy just had them read. You got to look at what Envy are giving you on the field. NRG, in the games that they won, the difference is they let Envy bring them the ball. They knew Envy were just trying to rush down the field, get quick hit touches, not necessarily try to dribble the ball back when Atomic was in the Dominus, because they knew he was just going to do that kind of gimmick style of just going to get behind the ball and win every single 50 because I'm in a Dominus and you're not. But it wasn't working. And then as soon as he switches to Fennec, he starts dribbling. He starts having like Atomic's phenomenal control that we all know. And he becomes so much more unreadable as a player. When I'm watching on Garrett or Justin's cam and they're the next up, or Squishy, and they're the next up against Atomic, they either take a chance on which spot they think he's going to go with the ball, or he ends up flicking it when they think he's going to carry it. He ends up carrying it when he thinks they're going to flick it. And so it's just been really hard to get a read on it. I think if NRG, it comes down to, I don't know what the right answer is, just because every game gives you something a little bit different. Does NRG need to get more aggressive? If they have the boost to it, then yes. I think if they can start trading physicality against Envy, because in my opinion, it was the demos constantly from behind. NRG weren't expecting it every single time they were trying to slow the play down. So you gotta be able to keep your head on a swivel, maybe meet the physicality, and give exactly what Envy are giving you. It's gonna be tough. Envy, they're playing really well right now.
So the answer, maybe an option that I guess I didn't bring up, is it to bring that same level of physicality to the other end of the field and try and maybe break up the line a bit of Envy? Kind of go tick for tack, give them a little punch back, give some bumps and demos, because we haven't seen a ton of that out of NRG yet. That's really been the play of Envy. And then, as you said, that car swap, which gave them a little bit more control, and then Mist also had quite a few like kind of opportunities where he took the ball down the field and had like 2 to 3 secondary touches as he took it down the sidewall into the corner, quick pinch down, and they were creating these quick passing opportunities. That needs to get broken up.
Yeah, I think NRG, it's not their style to play overly physical or to constantly hunt on the line for demos. If an opportunity appears, they'll absolutely take it, but they're not going to try to force that kind of play. They definitely want to play as a unit. They want to pass the ball to each other. I think that's where NRG feel the most comfortable as a unit, especially with Squishy and how you've seen them play with Squishy. When when they're connecting on these passes, they are almost impossible to beat with how they've looked. But it's still early for NRG. And despite being down by 3 or 4 goals in the last minute, they still scored 2 in the last minute, and we're pushing so hard to keep trying to score. They do not give up, and they won't quit. And it starts with Justin here in Game 6. Oh. Production has told me that it's a test, and, I'm not looking at the production monitor. Super, I've done this once before, but this time I was not in control of anything. I'm just looking, I'm in-game, I'm looking at my in-game monitor, and I'm focused, and I keep forgetting.
I'm the other way around. I'm staring at you. I am staring at you right now. I have basically alt-tabbed and dragged this up over the game so I can see both for the time being. Because I've made this mistake.
We're going to take a moment of silence.
This is a moment of silence for you. Oh, I messed it up already, man.
Let me see your resident sleepers in chat.
Somebody please clip this moment here. I'll turn Jorby into an emote on my channel later.
But it looks like they like the server, so as soon as the lobby gets reset, we will get Game 6 underway. But yeah, I think NRG, I expect a closer game. I don't expect Envy to score 5. NRG are one of the best teams in the world at adapting mid-series to their opponent. Demos were a big proponent of Envy's victory in Game 5. I don't think that will be the case in Game 6.
This time, we actually are in. This is Game 6. Going into this kickoff, we got the 3-2-1 count coming, and here we go. Game number 6 of this best of 7. NRG currently down 1 in the series. They need a win here to take this into Game 7.
Well, Mist, keep it up here for Braxton. I just called him Braxton. Illusion. Mist will have another long clear. And this will put NRG on a tough spot. Justin able to stay onto the corner and find the next touch. Lucian quick back again. Ooh. Oh,
what?
Great win in midfield. I was surprised he won 100% of that, but Atomic also gets a good touch. Illusion seeing the defender on the wall, trying to play it for a good challenge for Envy. Atomic in front, has missed as well. This might be a chance for Envy, but Justin will have to carry out.
Lucian gonna pick this one up, gets it around Garrett, down to Atomic. Not good enough pass to be able to take a shot, but Atomic controls it, sets it up for Mist. Mist looking for the shot, high and wide, off the left side.
Missed, couldn't get there in time. It was a good initial touch there from Squishy. Now Garrett will take it, but NRG again, waiting for that next touch. They know Envy are forced into these situations where they have to kind of get a harder touch, and so they know exactly when to wait. The ball does get knocked back to their end.
Justin with a bit of a Bad read there, unable to get the touch on that. Atomic gonna come through and get the demo. Miss, gets it over Squishy, up off the top. Justin getting just enough of it to send it up and stop that shot on net.
Ooh. Now Envy are just sitting around in midfield waiting for these touches to come off the back wall. Miss slowing it down, a win-1 challenge, uses everything else he had to try to win against Garrett. Now he's got to rely on Illusion. Back over to Atomic, but the rotations on defense have been solid for NRG. But Envy's starting to grab some more boost. Here's Atomic, keeps it close, gets it over 1, but nobody from Envy willing to commit with Squishy right behind. And we've had a whole lot of about to be something in this game, and there's been absolutely nothing through one half of gameplay.
Yeah, it's been a lot of, we would love something to happen here, but there's been quite a bit of respect shown as well. Squishy really wasn't on that ball, and I think it should have been challenged by Envy a moment ago, and there's been a couple opportunities like that throughout the series on both sides, where they're just kind of letting the other team have the ball and have a little bit of space, but not enough to actually make anything happen.
NRG with Garrett having the first touch that will roll off the ceiling and force Envy still to play more defense. Garrett got a full tank of boost. He's got a double, but it's taken away. Atomic flew with him through the air to pick up the next touch. Envy still struggling for a clear. Here's another potential. It turns into nothing. Justin, he won't get a second touch. Ooh, Atomic kept it close, and he actually gets the ball clean, but it's taken away. Again, NRG. Close. Had the read was Garrett, but he couldn't get the goal. Justin wraps back around again. He's got Squishy on the wing, but on the ground it goes, and Envy get another clear. Hanging on by a thread, NVR. Another ball taken before it can touch the backboard. NRG got midfield on lock, but they can't find the back of the net.
Yeah, this offensive pressure right now is something that we expect out of NRG, and they're getting it done. And Justin, being that high-flying player that he is, doing these kind of rotations back and breaking it up in midfield to keep possession of this ball over and over again, which creates these opportunities, and Squishy sends one home to take the lead going into the final minute.
Squishy puts it right close to the net. Missed on his rotation back. Was still boosting back, and he had to jump immediately after Squishy received that pass. And a perfect touch missed. Typically pretty reliable. He had to try to make a tough save and couldn't do it.
Squishy with the save.
Much closer game 6.
Yeah, definitely much closer. This has been one of those kind of back and forth struggle matches just to get a ball in the net, where in the other matches we've kind of seen one or the other run away with it. This one has been a tooth and nail struggle battle all the way through.
Atomic. Another good carry around to the corner. So good at disguising how he's going to approach the ball, but they still can't get the clear. Garrett, he's next. Good powerful touch, almost had a double. I don't think he expected that ball to fall back to him.
No, I think he had the boost in the tank to get it. If he would have seen that coming, I think he might have had it.
It was certainly close, and as the game is close, Envy have yet to threaten NRG. Atomic back to Mist. Illusion was also really close, but no play develops here, and the ball will die, and NRG forced this the distance. We're going to game 7, baby.
We got a game 7 here in this NRG Envy matchup. Like I was saying, that was a tooth and nail kind of struggle battle. Neither team really being able to take just dominant control in terms of number of shots. 4 shots to 3 shots, and actually the shots go in favor of Envy. But NRG, the one that was able to convert with that shot from Squishy, that 1-0 is enough to take down game 6, and because of that, we're getting game 7.
And I am impressed when NRG look when they're winning games, they're on form. I love the way that Squishy has melded himself into this rotation and into this team. He is a threat on every area of the pitch, on defense, on offense, passing the ball, getting in front. The dude is so good, and NRG just seem to be a fit for him. I'm so excited to see more of this NRG team, but I'm even more excited that Envy are bringing it to him right now. They have looked solid all series long. They've traded blows by dominating one game after another, both of these teams, and it all comes down to Champions Field in the upper bracket. We're on the way.
Atomic with the early touch. That's going to be a soft one out. Squishy over to Justin. Justin trying to get up with it, trying to make something out of it. One touch, has a second one. I think he was looking for that pinch off the wall. Gets a touchdown to Garrett. The read, though, from Envy to get that rotation back around, and Mist breaks it up. That was a great pass.
Nice first touch from Aleutian, but it's hopped right on top by Garrett. Got the pass to Squishy, and Garrett bulldozes the last defender out. Clears the lane for Squishy.
Squishy up so quick for this one. That touch from Garrett was great. Straight down onto Atomic. I don't know if Atomic had that either way. It looked like Squishy did place it behind him, but just in case, Garrett's going to give him a little extra love.
30 seconds is all it takes. And Squishy has another goal on the board. Atomic puts it in! Far post from the corner.
Atomic with the quick clap back. 4:25. We're 1-1. We'll just call it 0-0 here in Game 7 on Champions Field. 4:25.
Envy will not let this game get out of hand like some of the other games have gone in this series. Justin, powerful touch, but right into Atomic eventually. And now NRG, how do they continue to approach on offense? They're starting to screen on the line for some more demos or bumps. Garrett waited for that touch, he'll get it. Squishy, he'll just try to keep that ball away from Envy on that. And now NRG are forced to retreat. With probably a slower counterattack than you would have wanted from Envy. Mist couldn't put it right directly on Atomic. And Mist is going to have to try again as NRG hop right on top of him in the blue half.
Squishy just gets up so quick. Him and Justin both. Garrett with a soft shot. That one's going to pop back out into the hands of Justin, though, and he'll send it home.
Just a little bit of a kiss from Squishy and Justin. Mwah, right into the net. Yeah, they talk about, we can't ever put Squishy and Justin on the same team. And it's because, they're just going to, if one person can't score it, then they're both going to go for it. And they both get it.
It's a win-win.
Ooh. I'd like the slowdown there from Garrett. Justin with no boost will win the challenge. And it won't be a good touch here for Mist. Well, it probably worked out better for Mist there, but instead Squishy's in front, almost had the dunk on Atomic. It's a little too far away from the ball.
Nobody with any boost able to come up from the NRG side there. Garrett with some great touches. That one's broken up and sent out. Justin coming through, gonna pick that one up, tries to get it around Aleutian, but that one is gonna go the way of Envy as Mist brings it down the field.
Right off the corner, Squishy plays it away from Aleutian. A good touch down off the corner, but with no boost, he flips it over Atomic. Missed on the rotation. They're feeling the heat now, NVR on defense. Next on the rotation, it'll be a dump to Justin. He still can't find any boost. That midfield spawn right after he left it.
Garrett not able to get there in time, onto the nose of Mist. He's going to try and get it around off the post. Squishy now able to get it past one, gets it over to the sidewall off of Aleutian. Garrett tries to bring it forward, unable to do so, and Justin going to try and take this one high and take it downfield, but Atomic and Mist are there to bring it back.
Ooh, and this shot again, but Atomic will pick up the rebound. Envy strike back. We're going blow for blow in Game 7.
Atomic going to be able to sneak this one in right there behind Garrett. Open net, just a little bit quicker to the ball.
Just over half the game gone. Envy, they've had to play a lot of defense, but now another shot denied by Justin. Ooh, and Aleutian. He'll get snuffed out as Justin moves the ball downfield next to Squishy. Squishy pass in front to Garrett, and nobody touches the ball. It was 3 whiffs, about as contagious as it gets, and Mist jumps back. Might not have been in the net, but he still had to get that touch.
That shot Garrett was going for, though, had that made contact, that was 100% a goal. He just didn't have enough speed to get to it. That was a very dangerous situation for Envy, and a lucky one, as Garrett just did not have the speed to get there.
Ooh, that'll still be a ball for Mist, but right there was Squishy. Atomic, it's another high ball. Every time Envy have tried to test this backboard of NRG, they have not been able to find success. This time, Illusion will pitch high, but nobody can come through as Atomic is just waiting for the next touch. And NRG are back moving down the field. Here they are in Envy's corner.
Coming
Another
out.
pass over to Atomic in front to Illusion, and it'll be light. Easy for Justin to carry out to the corner. Envy, can they keep things locked? Atomic, he's going to need to buy a little bit of time, but that challenge will actually give Illusion a good look at the ball.
Now we're going to get broken up by Garrett, out off to the side. Justin, unable to make that touch. He's going to grab by Illusion, drop to Garrett. Not going to be able to get a shot on target out of that one, and miss. Now just struggling and battling down the sideline, keeping possession of the ball as long as he can. Atomic's back to break this up. Nice little secondary touch. Don't know if it did much, but, you know, why not? It's there, take it.
He was under the ball. He's like, oh, he doesn't have it, but then he just air rolls back, pops the ball up. He's like, okay, he can't get another touch, and then he air rolls forward, gets the touch, puts it higher. Now he has a catch, but they can't break out. Regulation coming to a close. Will NRG end it here as time expires, or can Envy hang on? They've faced a lot of pressure so far. One counterattack could do it as well, but the ball heads toward the net. A double commit for one last desperate clear. Illusion races towards it, but Squishy will kill it. Game 7 OT.
You can't write, well, I mean, I guess you could write them this way, but you don't. They make it happen. Game 7 here between Energy and Envy. Oh my, I thought that one was in from miss. That was so close. I thought he was just gonna end it right out the gate.
Oh, the bit's open! There's Justin! NRG weather the storm, and they send Envy to the lower bracket.
Justin right there as he needs to be squishy with just enough of a touch to get it to roll out across the net. Energy in 7. Gonna take down Envy. They continue on through the upper bracket.
Now, the script doesn't always deliver, but when it does, it always tastes oh so good. And NRG versus Envy certainly gave me a match that, honestly, I expected maybe 5 or 6 games out of this with how NRG have looked. I thought Envy had a chance to take this series, but the way this series went, to get that Game 7, have it be that close, and have it go to OT, it's great.
Yeah, no, I expected it to go to like a Game 5, Game 6. Yesterday, I had a couple people ask me, and I did a little fake bracket. I had it 3-1 at the time. I had forgotten that it was a best of 7, but I had it 3-1 going the side of Energy, so I definitely thought that it was going to be a bit more dominant of a performance. But man, Envy changing up the pacing of their play in between each round. Each time, it seemed like they were just slightly different pacing. It seemed to be just enough to kind of throw Energy for a loop. It was actually insane play from Envy. I really have nothing bad to say on either side. Both teams played one heck of a game.
Well, in our other quarterfinal match that's going on the second stream, Mirage just took down Rogue in 7 games. So 2 of our quarterfinals matches going the distance, but Mirage beating Rogue with Corrupted GN, and Rogue didn't look bad earlier this week with Corrupted GN. So, but they will be sent down to the lower bracket. Envy will be there as well. This has been a fun quarterfinals for Codename Covert. I've certainly enjoyed it so far. All of the roster changes have been insane. Obviously, this being the most high-profile one, and it gave us a great series. Super.
I couldn't have asked for a better series. That one was one of the better series I've gotten to have the opportunity of casting. So I am extremely excited to continue to see how this goes. I'm also going to have to go back and watch that Rogue matchup and see what happened there and what was going on, because I definitely had Rogue picked on taking down that match. So that one I think is a bit of an upset. So I'm definitely gonna have to go back. If it went 7, that's got to be a good series. I got to go back and watch that one.
For sure, guys. We have so much Rocket League left for you in Codename Covert, and plenty of other Rocket League. I don't know what that means, but you can figure it out at home during the break, and give me your answers when we come back.
Thought another goal is all we needed. Taking second chances till we bleed. And when all the love had been depleted, we had but no choice to concede. As the stars were dancing in that line, past that we could never run. Oh, they were dancing way up high. Stars were dancing in that line. Future we will never run. Dirt on our feet was bone dry. It was bone dry.
Paralyze my heart. Don't wanna feel your touch like ice, tracing all my scars. Why is it hurt on the inside? It's unforgivable, but I forgive you every time. Hard to let it go, 'cause we're intertwined. I break you, you break me, but something about it makes us so. Baby, every piece keeps us together in the cold. I break you, you break me, holding our love in chains of gold. Frozen in my dream, I can't escape the thoughts of you. If I try to leave, when I'm with you I can't move. It's unforgivable, but I forgive you every time. Hard to let it go, 'cause we're intertwined. I break you, you break me, but something about it makes us whole. Baby, every piece keeps us together in the cold. I break you, you break me,
What's good, friends? Welcome to Codename Covert. It's your boy F Dot again. I see you looking at me, Daz. You thought you were introing, didn't you?
I love that.
You
I mean,
thought you were
I
going
was
to
doing
intro
it like
your
all day
own
today.
tournament.
I'm like, wait, hold on. Maybe F Dot might do it this time. Let's do it.
It's my host seat now. No, I'm just playing. I am. Thank you for letting me hang out here for Codename Covert. I mean, this has been a dope tournament. Coming up next, we've got Loco versus Affinity. But let's zoom out real quick. I mean, talk to me a little bit about Codename Covert. Obviously, 10 grand on the line, Psionic sponsored. But how did this all come together?
Yeah, so really, oh man, thinking about this, Codename Covert came about basically from, it all stems from Psionics, right? They wanted to support their community tournament, so they reached out to all of us, Left, Johnny, Lawler, myself, and said, hey, we want you guys to come up with something and create something. We'll fund it, we'll sponsor it, but we want you guys to show just do what you want, because you guys have been staples in the community for a long time. Obviously, Left has supported the community with all of the maps that he's been making. You have Lawler, who's been running the Brawl. You've had me, who's been running Skirmish for so long. And then, of course, Johnny with the show matches and everything else. So they wanted to give back to us, who have been giving so much to the community, which, none of us can be mad at. Right now, we have the esports button live right now. Is redirecting to Left Amir's channel, which is great. And it just shows this overall support from Psionics, but also the ability from them to let us be creative here. As you can see, or as some of you have seen over the past few days, we've had this incredible graphics package built in just specifically for this tournament. And that has been something that we've been able to showcase. And it's like breaking ground too, as well, for the Rocket League scene, because we've never really had something that's officially supported by Psionics that's been put on this level. So it's only the start of what I think is going to be a very beneficial future.
Yeah, cool to see all these teams coming out here for the community tournaments and stuff. And now we find ourselves in the lower bracket, believe it or not. Loco and Affinity have kind of, we're here. So Loco and Affinity, I mean, I think I've seen a little bit more out of Affinity than Loco. So let's start with the A team here. Jordan, Magic Bear, and Percy. We got a couple of chances to see them in the rival series. And then obviously with Fusion and all the tournaments that you were mentioning, we've seen bits and pieces of them here. What do you think? How have they done so far this weekend?
I think Affinity have been very up and down. We've seen them show signs of life, and we've seen them definitely come close to a lot of teams. But at the same time, I don't know. I feel like we expected more from them as an RLCS, or a team that's just promoted from the rival series into the RLCS. Whereas, you also have the other team that's Loco, who isn't in the rival series, who is just, a bubble team that's trying things out for like the upcoming next season. So for them, they're having the run of their lives. And a play here, a series here against Affinity is going to be huge for Loco. They weren't able to take down E United, who's been on the up and up as of recently, but they might even have a chance here against Affinity. We'll have to see how consistent this Affinity roster is once we get this series going.
See that I'm glad you landed there, because I was not really on you when you were like, Loco might be able to take down Infinity, but I'm here for the inconsistency comments, because I do think that is part of what kind of plagued Infinity in the early portions of their rival series days. If you look at the stats towards the later end, they just don't lose a game. So when they pick up steam, they're totally fine. I'm kind of concerned with these events individually, if they're able to pick up said steam. Loco is going to be a big part of that. Andy, Beastaponium, and Delta across the way. I mean, you were talking about this could be the chance of them to take that Affinity. How are they going to do that?
Yeah, for me, it does have to do with these players individually. Delta has been a player that's been the talk of the bubble scene for a pretty decent amount of time now. A lot of people were wondering what roster Delta would be able to join, and complemented with Andy, who did play in the rival series team for Stromboli for a bit, and a Beastabodium, who's definitely been a rising through the ranks especially in six mans.
He gets bonus points for his name, by the way. That's the name, Beastabonium.
That is a name. That is a name. But overall, I do think that these guys and their playstyles complement each other very well. But I do think that one thing that will be important here is how they mesh as a team, because Affinity is a team that peaks when they're able to perform and get their team plays going. And we haven't really necessarily seen too much from them as of recently. Like I said, we saw that last match play out, and
exactly,
it didn't look good from them.
Yeah, it was kind of troublesome there. I think really what I want to see here is Magic Bear looking for the defensive opportunities. That's really how this team has been successful up until this point. Jordan and Percy, they're not the 2v2 masterminds that we might see on some other teams, but they are more offensive minded. So I'm expecting to see a little bit more out of Affinity, Jordan, and Percy specifically in order to really get this one going. And so we're going to jump right into game number one, Loco versus Affinity here on the lower side of the bracket at Codename Covert. We're going to start off with Andy taking the ball directly to the goal, but Affinity is able to knock it on out. Beastabonium keeps it on his side. Magic Bear barely misses. Andy in a good position, trying to get rid of the boom from Percy, and they'll keep it on the orange side of the pitch. Delta here waiting in the middle. Chips one up, blocked by Percy.
So now we see Loco with a little bit of pressure here as they're trying to push things forward, and Delta will be able to clear to the side. Meanwhile, Affinity kind of playing a little bit on the defensive end, and already it's been opportunities on the back and forth, but these guys are definitely going to start clashing pretty soon.
Yeah, a little bit of a slow in the action. We're seeing some popcorn offense on the orange side of the pitch, but now a little bit more centered and just kind of stalling it on out. Magic Bear, who I mentioned, has had a defensive tournament this weekend, trying to get involved here as his team takes over the O side. Andy going to answer in transition. Jordan here to knock it away. Trying to keep it on Affinity's side is a Loco. Percy's here, and it'll knock it to the left and the right. Andy on shot. Nice block, and Percy's there for the 1-2.
So Loco starting off already with a lot of offensive pressure. Delta shot is off, but they're keeping Affinity in the back end here. Something that we didn't expect starting off so early on in the series, though. But Loco have been waiting. They've been ready to get into this matchup. And again, lower bracket here. Whoever loses this series is out.
Percy goes for one, and Andy's able to step in there. You know, you're the veteran here, so check me on this, but I'm actually going to disagree. Affinity, I feel like, are going to start more on the defensive side, and then when they have their opportunity, kind of transition into offense. So Loco kind of having the ball, so to speak, doesn't really surprise me. It's just up to Affinity not to, well, drop the ball. Percy almost dropped one in there on Loco as they do get their opportunity to take control, still scoreless after 2.5.
You know what, F. Dot? I will check you because you are absolutely right. But that being said, they do end up dropping the ball here. Beastabonium will pick up a goal off of a defensive mistake from Affinity.
Yeah, right here, just an easy pass, and player from the orange side just a little bit too quick on the mark, left the ground a little too fast, couldn't slow it down. And Loco slips one right by Affinity. Again, Loco on Affinity's side of the map. Magic Bear has been the one to defensively step up for Affinity in the past, but he needs help from the squad. This isn't ones, it's threes, baby. Magic Bear trying to put the backpack on. Jordan Percy unwilling to jump into the Jans board here. Midfield one more time and passing it back to Loco's side.
To double back as well. Hold on, Beastabonium! Give me a moment. He's just waking up this time. It's the assist from Andy. The play high. Beastabonium says, Jordan, I don't know if you see me, but I'm over the net and I'm hitting that one in. That's his second goal. 2 back-to-back as Loco start off with an early lead.
Oh, man. man, Affinity here. They start their games off on the defensive end and transition into the offense, but what happens when they don't have the defensive presence on the defensive end? They get scored above. 2-0, Daz. I mean, how do they wrestle back into this one?
They have to turn things up here. This is what I wanted to double back on. You were absolutely right in the point, which is why I'm so glad you're here. The fact that Affinity are starting things off slow and they are playing that defense. They're waiting to see how Local come out on offense just to see what they can do to respond. This is definitely going to be a very eye-opening game, though, for Affinity because they weren't necessarily prepared on defense from the level of mechanics and offense that Local are bringing to the table. It's going to be something that they're going to have to adapt to over the course of the series. But right now, Local have the edge because they're the team that no one has the information on. Remember, they're the team coming in from the quals, so there's no studying on this roster. They just have to go out and show up, and they continue to do so. Beastabonium almost picking up his third goal, but it'll be saved out for Percy.
This could be an opportunity for Affinity on transition. Andy tries to get involved. Beastabonium's there right in time. Jordan passes to Magic Bear, and Andy just tips it on out. Now Andy trying to take control. Percy there in the interim. And that's going to be a whole lot of nonsense. Messages coming on through, and the answer is no answer. Because there's folks here on defense. Affinity now shoves it out, and Delta's on goal.
And Magic Bear will take a shot, and he'll push one in. And now Affinity are back into the conversation from game one off the miss from Delta there. Needs to get the clear. Beastabonium playing the high ball, and Magic Bear sees that. So he says, I'll shoot it right under you.
27.3 on the clock here for Affinity to tie it up. Absolutely possible, but they've got to get going from the jump like this. Jordan lobs it up, and the teammate just sort of nudges it. Andy tries to take control. Magic Bear says no. Delta puts it back in the mid. Jordan tries to maintain. 20 seconds left to go. Delta on the left-hand side trying to deal, shoving it towards mid. Magic Bear misses the defensive stop. Andy's here, but that time Magic Bear's one too quick. Beastabonium says no way. And with 5 left, Daz, this is all but done.
So, clock ticking down. And like you said, it's all but done. There's only one last drive, and with that clear from Andy, no one can get there in time. And that'll be Loco squeaking by game number 1, but be wary there of the signs that Affinity was showing at the near end of that, as they definitely looked like they were going to have the edge. They had a lot of possession, but still, Loco's early goals have paid off big for them.
Absolutely, and that's kind of what I expect to see going forward. I mean, Loco, like you said, kind of understudied from the opposition, right? Not a lot of sample size to look at and go, this is what they like to do, this is what they don't like to do. So that means teams have to hit the ground running and take notes right now. So game 1, awesome. Y'all got 2 goals. And they have to they being Affinity, they have to internalize how those goals happen. I'm going to ask you, man, how did those 2 goals happen on the side of Loco?
It's from the slow start, like we had talked about earlier, with the fact that, Affinity are seeing, okay, what kind of offense do you have here? And we saw Beastabonium come out with 2 great goals. I mean, one definitely where he's right off the top of the backboard there. Not an easy shot to hit at all. And it seems like, they understand, okay, these guys are aggressive. They'll take whatever shots they can. They're going to play really fast coming to us. It's almost as if Affinity have been brought back to the rival series in a way to play against this Loco squad who is, for lack of better terms, Loco on the field on offense.
They certainly went crazy in the beginning of game 1. We'll see if they can continue that momentum here in game number 2. Loco and Affinity things off here, and will stay on the orange side of things. Loco with control. Percy's going to try and change that fact. Andy and Delta here to play D. The double commit not so bad. We can kind of hide our mistakes in the shadows of this corner.
So, Affinity trying to get things off on the right start as the pass comes through. Magic Bear can't get the shot. He gets the double tap, almost gets the dunk too, but Andy will clear it. And we see them, again, trying to start off this game a little bit different than last time. They're not necessarily playing, so they want to control the pace. They want to control that midfield and see if some good offensive pressure will make this Loco team crack.
I don't want to create talent where it's not, so maybe I'm wrong here, but it's almost as if Affinity just sat back and we're like, all right, Loco, play your game so we can take notes. Y'all even won the first game, but now Affinity are hitting the gas, no pun intended. A little bit of an air dribble here from Magic Bear, but Beastabonium lying in wait. 3 players clogging up the traffic, and Jordan can't get one in for Affinity just yet. Magic Bear over his head, but Percy here to send it to the other side.
It's a best of 7, F. So there is time to do just what you had said earlier with, let's study, let's analyze. A part of this team, this Affinity team being together so long is they've been playing against so many different styles of play. They know how to adapt to specific matchups. Meanwhile, I can't say the same for Loco because we haven't seen them together for that decent amount of time.
Wow.
So I think adaptability is one of the huge factors to pay attention to in Rocket League, and we see examples of that from time to time, but we'll see who's going to adapt here in Game 2.
Really like the passing lanes coming out here from Affinity. Delta able to save the own goal right there. Magic Bear's going to take down Andy right quick, and that opens up the net a little bit, but Percy has control in the corner. There's nothing that Affinity could really do with that amount of time, and so not gonna come up with anything on the power play. Beastabonium now shoving it back towards Orange. Cancel that. Andy to make sure it's on this side.
So now Jordan trying to pop this one up high. There's Beastabonium in the air, and it'll be Magic Bear with the touch, setting up Percy as they look to move downfield. Percy jumps off the ceiling, has the touch, but it's saved by Delta. And
Magic Bear had a perfect angle on the redirect, but just couldn't get there in time, Daz.
It looked, I mean, like I said, once he's in there, or once they're in those positions, you think that they will be just super speedy to the ball. But again, as we are scoreless, hitting that 2-minute mark, it seems as if both of these teams have played a much more cautious Game 2.
Little bit. Affinity started it off hot. Loco did a good job of kind of stopping that momentum. And now Affinity trying to re-find it. Beastabonium going to shove it on out of here. And all of a sudden, Affinity on the upper hand one more time. Jordan keeps it in control, but a little bit of game of ping pong here. Not really too many shots in the last minute, so to speak. Over high, Percy tries to redirect, and ain't nobody have control here, Taz. It's just kind of tossing it around.
Oh, and almost a shot there, too, from Andy. And Percy able to make a close save. But they have been tossing it around a little bit here, just slowly threatening, seeing what play is going to work here. And now you look at the situation, and it's Magic Bear. He's by himself, and he has to hold on. All of Loco was pushing downfield, and he does a good job of holding on to it. And now with the final minute remaining here, we're looking to see who has the edge. But we could enter a scoreless overtime between these two teams.
It's certainly possible. Just under a minute of play remaining in regular time. Andy now trying to maintain control. Jordan says no way. Beastabonium picks it up casually in the backfield and starts making the move towards the enemy goal. Again, kind of mishandled. And 30 seconds left. Andy going to take over. Percy trying desperately to keep it off his side. Jordan has to show up and provide coverage. And that's going to deny a goal one last time. Andy shoves it. Here's Magic Bear. Andy protects his own goal. And still scoreless with 10 to go, Daz. I think we're heading to OT.
Yeah, looking like it's going to go to OT. Delta with the flick over Magic Bear to midfield. Andy playing it off to the side as Loco are looking for a final play, but we do have overtime in Game 2. No one able to score, and things are 0-0 to see how Game 2 is going to go.
Delta with an odd angle. Magic Bear to protect. Beastabonium doing the same. Magic Bear takes out Beast after the save, but not a secondary shot on goal to take advantage of the opportunity. Blue side of the map as Orange doesn't even have control. In fact, blue side picks it back up. Percy tosses it up, Andy puts it on down, and we're center one more time.
So Beastabonium will play this one towards the side, and it looks like Magic Bear will drop that for Percy. Beastabonium, and the clear will come downfield as Delta will try to pop this one up. It gets sent straight down, and we're seeing so far things just kind of slow down as both teams are just, again, battling for control here. Magic Bear puts the shot high. Beastabonium will get the save. Jordan will take a chance at it, and it will be a small touch from Andy, but no one with possession here, as this has been back and forth with the first minute of OT.
Magic Bear messes up what could have been fantastic for Beastabonium. Loco does lead the series 1-0. Affinity looking to turn that into a tie. We have our best of 7 here on the lower side of Codename Covert. Overtime, just about 90 seconds. Percy trying to deal with what Andy's trying to put on down. Magic Bear's here, Percy from behind. And nobody's getting that one in anytime soon.
So Percy pushing that one forward, straight to Andy. Magic Bear, he'll get a save. Shot too slow there from Loco, but Beastabonium, similar shot! No way!
Oh,
Beastabonium! He
Just
does it
like
again!
that! Just like that! That angle was insane. Percy kind of looked like he went for the deny, but kind of hit the wrong angle or went a little too fast. What happened there, Daz?
It's not like, it's the fact that Beastabonium has been in the same position and been able to execute that shot every time. Like that requires a level of mechanics. But we haven't, I don't think I've seen anyone be able to consistently do that twice. Like when presented with that opportunity.
Well, I mean, that's something that he's clearly practiced. You know, one of the cool things about Rocket League is that you can find those repeated angles and drill them, right? And so that looks like something he's just done over and over and over again.
Look, listen, I love
You're
you.
speechless.
It's just that first of all, that's a clutch shot to make an overtime. Second, especially in the second game, and when you're presented with that. Now, we've seen a lot of things in competitive Rocket League, but I haven't seen mechanical plays done when given the same amount of space consistently over the course of time. Most players are very inconsistent. That's the only reason why I'm losing my mind over here, is because Loco have been able to win in overtime off of Beastabonium's executions. He's been the prime scorer for the team. He did it in game 1. He's doing it in game 2. If I see him on that back wall scoring the goal again in game number 3, I might get out of my seat and leave the desk. You might be here by yourself. I don't know. I just can't.
That'd be rough.
That would be rough. So I don't know. We've seen players do incredible things from time to time, but we haven't seen them do it in a back-to-back basis, which is incredible. And that is going to be very scary here for Affinity, because now they just dropped game 2.
See, that's the next evolution, though. Anytime you look at esports, you know, this is where esports is a little bit different than traditional sports because they're so emergent. First, you see crazy mechanical. First, you just see crazy talent where there's 1 or 2 players that are just above the rest of the pack, like Squishy and Turbo. Then you see a movement of the gameplay with this demo, emergent gameplay just too high. And now you see the refinement, consistency. Even with new squads getting involved, they kind of clean things up. Consistency is the next phase of Rocket League, and Delta is the next goal in this set. One more time, Loco finds themselves on the good side of the scoreboard.
And this one is just Delta, seeing that he has Jordan a 1v1, looking at where Jordan is positioned, and he just sends the shot through for them. And I mean, that one was just outsmarting the defense there. Jordan had to pick a side, and Delta didn't give him that much time to make that decision.
Another shot on goal here from Loco very quickly. This time Affinity in position to deny it. Percy going to shove it towards mid. Magic Bear and Jordan all the way behind. Double tap not able to be controlled. Loco shows up like a swarm. And all 3 players deny that shot. Demo on the ground as Percy deals with Delta. And now Percy has control. The shot from Magic Bear, tied at 1.
Beautiful shot from Magic. He says, Percy, send it right back. And I mean, bang! As he just puts it right past the defense with so much speed behind the ball, 84 miles per hour on that shot. Affinity said, don't count us out just yet. They pick up a goal.
Beautiful stuff. I mean, that's what we need to see more out of Affinity. Clean and clear passing lanes. Everyone on the team knew where that was going to go. Beastabonium controlling on Affinity's side. Shot from Delta, but Jordan Jordan says no way before it even happens. Now Infinity has control again. Double tap towards mid. Jordan waiting in wait, but not going to be found. Andy shoves it towards orange, but centered and controlled by Infinity once more.
So now here's Andy. Flip reset. He'll push it forward. Delta will put a shot through and it'll be saved. Beastabonium puts it high, but no one able to follow up. Andy will try to keep it in play, but oh wow, the read there from Andy to block that out. I mean, the reactions, especially to get that high in time to stop Jordan, are impressive. But they will slowly start to give some ground to Infinity as they go back and grab boost, and then they'll cut right back in.
Don't forget, Andy played in the same league as the Infinity Boys last time around, so he's familiar with some of their tricks and some of their styles. Jordan gets styled on by the blue team, denies one, but Delta says no way after the fact. Just like that, beautiful stuff from the team. And Loco finds themselves up 2-1.
And you know, Loco are getting creative here when they move downfield. It's throwing off Infinity. They can't get the solid clears in time. And they continue to build up off of the momentum, letting this creativity, letting the mechanics flow for Loco. Letting them go Loco has been the bread and butter of the team.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong. And what excites me about that one is that was teamwork. A lot of what we've seen here in some individual mechanical prowess, like with Beastabonium off the top side, that was a good pass. That was good backup from his team. Absolutely in control, Loco, right there.
So now Loco with a 1-goal lead here as they continue to try to keep Infinity on their own half. And Infinity are trying to battle their way back. They haven't had that much possession this game, and the offense has been high at times, but mostly not visible as the pressure for possession and the battle for possession that Loco have put on has been something that Infinity have yet to adapt to.
Almost a good setup here for Infinity. They're kind of caught playing Loco's game. Infinity look really good when they're able to play amongst themselves. Pass the ball, find these fakes, and then go for the shots. And Loco are playing mechanically individually. And Infinity kind of find themselves playing that game, and it's not working out. I need to see Infinity share the ball a little bit more.
Yeah, they haven't really been able to find each other in transition. The pass plays, like you said, when they do execute them, that's when the team seems the strongest, but they haven't been able to do that as well. Beastabonium will play it downfield, and Loco will end up having to give some space as they try to recover off the rotation and reset. But yeah, Infinity, if you look at how they move the ball and how they push it downfield, it's been, okay, let's just clear this to give us more space. But we haven't seen any pass plays. We haven't seen too many transitions. Here's one with Magic Bear to Percy, but the passing lane's cut out because it's so obvious that Beastabonium just comes through and says, we're not going to let you have that opportunity.
Half a minute to go. Loco up 1 goal, 2-1. To be precise. Ball on the orange side. Andy trying desperately to keep it here. Infinity just as desperate to keep it off their own turf. Finally shoves it out towards the blue goal. Magic Bear's here, and Percy's gonna at least somehow center it. Jordan's gonna keep it on the enemy side. Andy one more time shoves it on up. 9 seconds, totally doable, but Infinity need to make it happen here. Percy brings it up. Magic Bear takes it from the left side, pushes it towards mid, blocked by blue, hit the ground, and that's the end of game 3, Daz. Match point for the qualifiers, Loco, up against Infinity, a team ascending to the RLCS.
Yeah, you're right? Infinity, that newly found RLCS team, but Loco still with fight left here in the Covert bracket, and they just don't stop. They're looking to perform a sweep against Infinity, who just promoted into the RLCS. Do you understand what that means, F. Dot?
It's insane, but you know what? Pretend I don't. Break it down.
Well, for one, this almost solidifies the roster change. Like if they want to play in the rival series for them, this kind of solidifies that roster where they say, okay, like this is the squad we want to go with because we're just all meshing together really well, especially over the course. It hasn't been over the course of one day either. They've been playing since Monday. They only had one day off. It was Friday. They've been playing since Monday, battling against the top teams from the top down. And they've been continually being able to perform and rise to the occasion when they need to. And so it will be very interesting to see if that roster does develop over time. But this has got to be a confidence booster, if anything, for this squad.
Absolutely. I mean, you go up against teams like Energy and Flight, and listen, you're going to be beat. And that's what happened to Loco. That's why they're down here on the lower bracket. But this is much more, I mean, even Affinity, right? Top team in the rival series ascending to the RLCS. This is still supposed to be an uphill battle for Loco, and they're coming in like they own the playground. Affinity, get off the jungle gym. This is Loco's court.
So Loco looking to end in 4 and end their day on a high note and make Affinity not feel that good. They'll be losing a lot of Affinity to really say how that would go.
Yeah, they'll be feeling not good.
Yeah. So the way this series is right now, Loco with a 3-0 lead, but a thing that we have seen as a trend sometimes is that teams get a little too comfortable with that, and we could see Affinity take advantage. But so far, first minute gone by, game 4, no one on the board.
Magic Bear gonna not really shoot it, just kind of lob it. A little bit of a casual conversation between contestants here in our 4th match. Jordan looking to take control in the mid. Blue team says no. Pass to Percy, not intended, but he'll grab it. Magic Bear actually with a decent position here. Taken over by Jordan. Andy racing to defend, and he'll get it. Nice use of the boost there. Pass cross court, off the wall, into the shot. Magic Bear puts it in.
Magic Bear coming through here, and look at Percy playing this out, but the effort for Magic Bear and finding the angle on that Dominus has been, that's a great angle for Affinity, and it's kind of what they need here to try to reset the momentum as they get the first goal in game 4.
Again, we asked, know your game. I don't care if you're playing chess, checkers, or Rocket League. Know your style and how you win the game. Affinity look to share the ball, they redirect off the wall, and they score just like that. The individual mechanics, I ain't saying you don't have it, but it's not coming today. Trust your teammates and go for the passes.
And they're trying to see if they can find that trust as well, as the ball's been moving downfield. Magic Bear will try to get that past Andy, and Percy will look to try to make a push here, but Beastabonium sees Delta. We're seeing Loco play a little bit more spread out as the passes haven't been working for them, but oh, there's Jordan looking for a chance, but it'll be blocked.
Beastabonium. Absolutely not, he says. Jordan looking for a second rebuttal. Percy a little too high, and Loco, like moth to a flame, show up. Beastabonium again with an important save. Now with the clear out. Percy on the right side of his own goal, shoves it out. Bad, dangerous, no! Andy ties it up just like that.
And Percy's in a tough spot. He has to clear this the right way, otherwise his team gives up a lot of space there. And Andy was waiting for the opportunity. Big goal here for Loco as they do equalize things at the halfway point of this game 4.
Yeah, that was a rough one for Affinity. Just, oh man. Loco just in the right spot though. Andy knowing how that was going to go, predicting the angles, and able to find that one. So beautiful stuff here. Another redirect. Nice job kind of saving that one. Andy comes a little bit hot, and he'll be able to kind of go ahead and deny that one. One more time, shout out to J-Ski and friends for the graphics. Codename Covert wouldn't look the same without you. So incredible stuff here from the boys. Just under 2 in game number 4.
The way we've seen things from Loco
Not
are
allowed.
starting to fall apart.
Not allowed. Des, I mean, this, I'm the layman here. This looked too easy. What happened?
Well, first you have Delta, who's going for a save. When we see that Magic Bear's pinch, it's much easier for him if he just rotates front post and tries to grab it, because the pinch is going to be too fast anyways for someone to make an immediate shot unless they're right on him. So Delta,
Right.
It's a big risk reward there for him. and obviously it doesn't pay off. I've seen players at the bottom level go for similar touches like that. T-Bates from CRL, that just a big shout out to him yesterday because he did the same thing in one of his matches and he got upset at it. But one of these things is you got to be patient. You got to understand the situation that's going on around you, because if you don't, then you give up. Like you said, that net was wide open.
Yeah. A little lost in the shuffle there. Affinity trailing in this series, trying to keep their tournament dreams alive. We're down here in the lower bracket, so this is it, folks. If Affinity lose out here, they're going home. And the orange team ain't looking for that. Percy trying to stay offensive. Beats Devonium again. Something between 4 and 5 saves just right quick. And Jordan, yeah, just barely misses.
So infield pass from Delta to Andy, and it'll be Percy that gets to clear downfield. Delta wants to try at it. He's fast, but no boost there. So it will be sent off to the side. 20 seconds remaining, and it looks like Loco just might not have it in them to close this game out. They're trying, but look at the passing lanes. Cut off is from Magic Bear. Jordan looking for a double tap, but it'll be Andy with the clear. This might be their best chance. With Percy turned around, they have to force the issue. But it will get away from them. It'll get away from Percy. It'll get away from all of Loco. And Affinity, they'll stay alive with a win here in Game 4.
Uh-oh. That's my official... That's what I'm saying here is uh-oh. Affinity... you know what? I'm going to pull that one back because Affinity does take this one 2-0 very clearly. But their opportunities were few and far between. I know we see a lot of shots on goal, but I think a lot of those shots were kind of just haphazard kind of lobs in the general direction of the goal. And then when we actually look at the game, every single shot that didn't go in is blocked by Beast Devonium. I realize how dumb that sounds when I say it, but realistically, Beast Devonium was there almost every single time. As soon as they got scored on, he was there. Now, maybe too little too late, but for the next games, they have 3 games to burn. You can mess this one up and readjust later.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, but it's a double-edged sword at the same time here, F. Where if they don't readjust, and next thing you know, they continue to lose. Now they're in a panic mode because they can't find an answer to Affinity. Their entire vibe is thrown off, and Affinity is just going to keep on using that momentum, and they could completely pull off a reverse sweep here if Local aren't careful. So they got to lock things down. I mean, you don't, although you have games to give, you don't want to give those games.
Not at all. Not at all. And I'm much more worried in a best of 3. I'm a little bit concerned in a best of 5. In a best of 7, use your tools. Use your tools. We say in Magic, use your life total as a resource. We say in all games to use what you have. It doesn't matter if you win by an inch or a mile. Winning is winning. Shouts to Vin Diesel. And so that's what I'm looking here from Loco. Take notes and then do that. Andy over everyone. 1-0 to Loco.
Andy jumps up with 49 boost, and that's all he needs. He doesn't even need all that to speed past the defense. A quick shot from him, a great awareness on the play, and Loco get on the board first here.
Jordan shoves it over to blue. Magic Bear here. Affinity now finally look like they're trying to set up their offense, which is always a good thing if you're rooting for Affinity. Loco's job is to disrupt that, and they've been doing a great job of doing so. A little bit of Andy, a little bit of Delta, but mainly Beast Devonium just clogging up the passing lanes, preventing Affinity from really looking to do what they want to do. Nice kind of headbutt there, and Andy slows it on down, and we're on Affinity's side of the court.
Affinity still threatening, looking for a way to get downfield, but they got to be more creative here. Jordan has the right idea, playing close, looking for a challenge to try to see if he can get more than one member of Loco to commit, which buys the rest of his team some more time. They can't afford to just boom this ball away and let go of that possession, because Loco have been known to make quick bursts of offense, and it can become threatening at a snap, so you don't want to give them too many opportunities like that.
Yeah, Loco have adjusted their play. They started this set rather offensively, Daz, and now I see just defensive prowess. Andy and Beastabonium are almost always in net. Affinity are trying to set up their offense, and what happens is if they actually do get it figured out, they either get blocked or boomed away. Loco is doing a great job of not really playing their own game, just preventing Affinity from doing what they want to do, and that's proving to be more successful.
And it seems as though Affinity are having trouble being successful this game on offense. They've taken 3 shots so far, and none have found the net. 2 of them have been blocked out by Andy. And they're looking to make another one, but Jordan with the shot chance off target. There's a bump on the play. Magic Bear just can't beat Andy. Hold on, there's a transition. Delta, the shot will go in! And just when you think Affinity have it locked in, Loco turn it right around.
I'm not saying it's a dagger, but it's at the very least a little sharp pointy knife. 2 up here with 2:40 to go, man. And that was Affinity's ball to handle and barely cleared out. And that wasn't an accidental transition goal from Loco. That was well positioned, well crafted, and well done. We find ourselves up 2-0 for the blue team. Magic Bear trying to change that, stolen away by Andy. There's a demo real quick. And it's a 3-on-2. Blue team can't take control. Magic Bear shoves it. Beastabonium not there.
Oh!
Who's got the double tap? No! Off the bottom, off the top. The secondary opportunity won't be good either. And the tertiary one still nah.
There's
Loco
Jordan!
in control. And right after the fact, Jordan comes through and puts it in.
He turns the sharp pointy knife into a butter knife now, saying that, okay, we still are in this one. The speed and the pressure have come out for Affinity, and that's where you see the magic happen from them. They were able to stuff out Loco, but they need one more goal. 2 minutes remaining here as they are down in the series. They're out of lives, and they're looking for a way to stay in this lower bracket.
Yo, they're here. Affinity's here, man. I hear them coming. We'll see if they can seal the deal here, but I've enjoyed these last 2 games for them specifically. I think it's been a nice battle back, and it's a sign of what Affinity is going to be able to bring here in the larger scene, Codename, Covert, and beyond. And so, Affinity kind of waking up here. The question is it too little too late? Beastabonium maintaining control after a rather chaotic mid-session with about 90 left to go, Daz.
See Affinity with the possession on offense, but they're starting to slow down, starting to lose steam a little bit. A little awkward play there. And Loco want to try to turn it around, but they still haven't been able to really get their offense locked in. But they don't need to get the offense locked in after that. They just need to kill the clock. We're approaching the final minute of gameplay here, and they still have that 1-goal lead.
Exactly. Like I said before, Loco is just kind of getting in the middle of what Affinity wants to do, and that's all you need to do when you're in the lead. Beastabonium bringing it to here. Delta will have an angle, but Magic Bear shows up just a little bit too soon. Easy clear here, and this is the opportunity Affinity need. They have all the space in the world. Magic Bear gets demoed, and just like that, it's taken away. Guys, we got half a minute here, and 1 goal away from keeping their tournament dreams alive. Affinity gonna look for it, but we're still on their side. Beastabonium controls. Delta denies, and Affinity still can't find anything. This has to be it.
Every
Jordan
time.
sends it towards mid.
I was going to say, every time Loco touches the ball, it's just 1 more second off the clock. Another shot comes through. Delta wants to follow up. He has the flip reset. Again, another touch coming through, slowing down this push. The pass, cut off. Another
Last
clear,
chance.
cut off. Everything is being cut off because Loco, they just want it more. They want to move on in this lower bracket. Affinity, they can't let the ball hit the ground. Jordan pops it up high, and who's in the air? Magic Bear. It comes straight down to Jordan, and he just can't get it. And Loco pull off the upset here against Affinity as they continue on in the lower bracket.
Upset is right. I mean, listen, call a spade a spade. The upper card here is Affinity. If I go and I just read you the superlatives, right? I mean, this is Affinity is a team that played in the rival series and has ascended to the RLCS because of their success. They're a team where Magic Bear has one MVP down there. We've seen these guys do well, and Loco come in and nearly wipe the floor with them. I'm not going to do these boys a disrespect. They did win the game. No disrespect he's from here. But it was only one game, my friend, and a best of 7. 4 go the direction of Loco, and we had a vote before, and I think there was a very small percentage. I think I remember seeing sub 20% of people on the side of Loco. 60%, my mistake. 30% of folks thought that this was going to happen, so insane, man.
Like you said, insane, but I mean... I have to give congrats to Loco here.
Absolutely.
Because they have played in every single day, and they will play in every single day of Codename Covert. They have made it to the final day here. They're done for the day. They'll be playing tomorrow against the loser of our last match of the day, NRG and Mirage. But I mean, what a run! What an incredible run from them. They've definitely earned their place here as a noted roster.
Absolutely. And whenever you're doing sort of one-shot exhibition tournaments like this, you got to take in, you got to realize the quality of the victory. Listen, this is esports. A lot of times the worst team might actually sneak out a win, right? And that's not what I think happened here, even with all of Affinity's superlatives. Like, we watched Loco come out and just throw whatever was at the wall. Then we watched Loco assess what was going on with the other team. They got in the middle of those passing lanes and they played more defense. They were playing 2 men on goal most of the time, and that's how they won their game, because they realized that across the way, that Affinity were looking for those passing opportunities. No dice, and the game goes to Loco.
So again, Loco lock in their spot on the final day here for Codename Covert, but this day isn't over yet. We still have 3 more series to go. I believe our next one will be Envy versus Rogue, another elimination match, and that's going to be a hype one to watch. So you won't want to go anywhere. We're going to take a short break to set that up, but this has been Codename Covert on twitch.tv/Dasper.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Codename Covert. If you're just tuning in, it's me, Jorby, with Dazarin, the host, the organizer, the man with the plan. Daz, how you doing?
I'm doing good, Jorby. How are you?
I'm fantastic. I'm ready to watch Rogue Envy because all the matches today have been insane. And Loco coming out of nowhere and deciding that they're a good team. And then all the other games today, man. It's been a lot of fun. NRG Envy was fun. It's a good day.
It has been a good day. It has been a good day. And now we're here with, I mean, this is a really interesting elimination match between Rogue and Envy, right? You have Rogue who, both of these teams went to game 7 in their previous matchup. Envy played against 7 against the NRG squad. And this is with them boasting Illusion on their roster. Meanwhile, Rogue are having Corrupted G. They had quite the day yesterday in groups. And they look like a top team, but they also dropped out to Mirage in a 7-game series as well. So it has been both teams who have been playing some really impressive Rocket League, but just managed to fall short for one game.
Yeah, and I mean for Rogue, Corrupted G's coming in just to stand in for Turinturo, but I thought that they kind of surprised, but the biggest surprise that I'm seeing from other people, fans, was Kronovi is surprising a lot of people this week, and it's obvious that Kronovi is putting in a lot of work overall to keep up with all of these mechanical gods, and he's starting to get up there himself. And Kronovi is a guy that will, if he puts his mind to it and he grinds, no one's stopping him from getting to the goal that he wants. So I'm scared for any Rogue team with a hungry Kronovi.
Yeah, like you said, Kronovi does look hungry for Rogue, and then also at the same time, you have the players on his team. I mean, First Killer has just been more than impressive. Corrupted G's been standing out. When they don't have Corrupted G, they have Turinturo. Again, they still look like the team to beat here. They've been improving consistently over the offseason, something that is, if you look at where they were placed in the RLCS season to where they are now, it's just been a stark improvement for them, a huge contrast in how they were playing then. So definitely seems like they're on the up and up. Same can kind of be said for Envy. We've seen Envy play really well with Illusion. We've also seen them not play as well. They've had a solid day today, but both teams have been waiting on this matchup here. So, going into this one, I still want to give the edge to Rogue. I'm feeling that Rogue factor, Jordan. I gotta go with
the Rogue Heat got to you.
They did.
The Rogue Heat gets to their fans quite often, and it usually ends in pain. So I'm just going to give you a forewarning there.
I wasn't expecting you to say that one.
Well, you see, Rogue fans are used to Game 5s and Game 7s not going their way. So I'm sure they weren't so surprised, but yet still disappointed when they lost Game 7 in the upper bracket. But Corrupted G, I thought, has looked pretty good throughout this tournament. And I don't know. I like Envy here. I think that Illusion / Braxton, I thought he really turned it up halfway through that series against NRG. But it was just, too little too late for Envy. Atomic had, as soon as he switched to Fennec, was a completely different player. And Mist is Mist. Sometimes Mist will whiff one, but most of the time he's really reliable. And I like them. I like them in this match.
Yeah, I like how Envy looks in this match as well. I do think for them, they do have those. It's really interesting to see how the roster has continued to be playing consistently despite the fact of so many inconsistencies like the actual roster themselves. But one of the things that I've noticed, if we're just talking about the roster with Illusion, I think that roster either has really high, it's one or two ways. They're either one of the top teams in NA and can play up against a team that's like the new NRG with Squishy, or they just have days where they completely fall flat. Today's looking like a day where they can play against NRG. We've seen that earlier, but Rogue are also looking that way as well. That being said, they lost a 7 to Mirage, and now Mirage and NRG are two totally different teams here. So although both games went to 7, you got to be a little bit worried for Rogue because Envy definitely had what I would think is a harder matchup.
Yeah, and I mean, honestly, you got to give just the teensiest bit of slack whenever it comes to team, when you see an RLCS versus rival series matchup or any kind of mismatch like that, there's always potential for an upset or a closer game than you're used to because the game speed is usually a little different. Playing against NRG, like you said, is not the same as playing against Mirage, and that's exactly the problem, right? You're used to playing it a certain way if you're Rogue, but then you kind of have to adapt to, it's a bit of a different playstyle. It's a bunch of minor decisions that are being made, but it's the culmination of those decisions that make the game, it's different to read than you might be used to at the RLCS level. We see it in Europe when you watched Sandrock at first, when they first stormed onto the scene during the European Invitational and took down Vitality, Dignitas, but then lost to a team like Singularity. They got smacked by Singularity. So like that's kind of, it feels random, but it's just the pace of play is different. The teams you play against are different at those two levels.
Yeah, the pace, like you said, the pace of play is different, and it's a different matchup to have to deal with. So going into this one though, I don't really think you ever gave us your prediction, Jorby. Who are you going with for this?
I feel like if I pick Envy, then Rogue are just going to pop off somehow. But I feel like if I pick Rogue, to come back to bite me with how Envy played against NRG. I know chat is feeling Rogue, but Rogue has a very fervent fan base. They probably win most polls that they were a part of, even if it was a lopsided matchup. I'm going to go with Envy, Des. I'm going to go with Envy. I'm going against the grain because I just will. I think that Envy looked good against NRG. I like this team when Atomic is on like he was in the back half of that series. He's so tough to beat. He's so tough to take the ball away from.
Once again, we disagree, Jorby.
Always.
Once again.
Will there ever be a broadcast where we truly, really agree, Daz? And if we did ever agree, is it true then? Is it real?
Do you remember the one time we actually agreed and you still thought I was disagreeing with you?
Yes. Yeah. I'm so used to that. You can't be taking my side. No way.
It happens. It happens. But one of the good things, though, is that this matchup is actually that close at the end of the day. It does seem like both of these teams have been really, playing their hearts out today. And I do expect both of them to kind of leave things down. I don't know. It's just something about what we saw from Rogue the past 2 days ago when they played in their groups that kind of stuck with me, because again, they took down G2 in a pretty convincing fashion. I feel like they would fare well against another RLCS team, but it's better seen than said, as we will
usually,
we'll see.
We'll look with all four of our eyes, and I believe this is the game lobby, right? We're good for this one. I'm not going to start casting a game.
Yeah, this
with
is
my
the
face
game.
on the
This
screen.
is the game.
We're here. Lower bracket. Envy versus Rogue. Corrupted G standing in for this tournament, and Rogue almost start off with the first goal of the game, but Kronovi's shot taken away as he takes a demo out and will force Atomic to go the distance on his side. And Envy stop Rogue for a second, but they are still playing on the orange half.
Yep, and you can see Envy slowly making their way through Atomic, and Mist will try to rotate to the right spot as he just came back from the demo. Kronovi's taking the opportunity to steal boost here, and it could lead to something for Rogue, but the cutouts there. Back to a Braxton as Illusion's looking for the flick, trying to get that one through. Kronovi's with the save. Atomic takes a shot at it, and it's blocked out. They double commit for the save, but anything they can do to stop the pressure from Envy is great for Rogue to start this off.
Kronovi dumped all of his stats into goal line defense. He had one a little bit earlier too. There's a shot, but saved, forced two up from Envy. Missed, he's gonna get taken out of the play. Sailing towards the net, the ball will be taken out, but Corrupted G's next to be challenged by Illusion.
Looking for a skill threatening here, as so far it's been pretty tame. At the beginning of this game, there's been chances in front, and we saw a great offensive push from Envy. But we haven't really seen that type of threatening offense yet for Rogue. They're trying different things out, and we're seeing what works for them. Meanwhile, Atomic takes a shot, and Kronovi will be there to cut it away.
Ooh, and the challenge in front will give Atomic a chance at the ball. He baited the defender at the top, and Mist will collect off of Atomic's hard work. It's an Envy lead.
Mist coming through here and waiting for the right moment. First killer got caught up, got stuck by the post, and Mist saw an opportunity. And he won't waste it. Envy strike first here in the series.
And Atomic on that carry. I was talking about it with Supersonic in Envy's last series against NRG. He's so good at disguising what he's going to do with the ball. And so it can be so frustrating on defense when you think you finally got him figured out and he still wraps the ball around you. Kronovi, next up, he beat Mist to the ball, but nobody from Rogue will be able to follow up. And that'll be a dead play for Rogue.
Now look at Illusion sitting here in this corner, and you have Atomic and the rest of Envy, how they push through, and they're really good at making those plays off the corner. They have had some pass plays, and the reaction time for them has been very good. But look at Kronovi! Oh my goodness, he's a bulldozer! He knocks out 2 for first killer to score that goal.
Kronovi exits the Octane, enters the Merc. See you later! Bump, demo goal! That is an explosive start for Rogue. Exactly what the doctor ordered.
Kronovi got in front and said toodaloo as he completely...
See you later.
See you later. Oh no. He completely knocked out Envy on that one, man. A great way for Rogue to get back into this one, and it's just showing that, you know, Rogue are willing to turn things up and get aggressive if they need to.
Your first killer will take this ball away, but waiting for it up high. Kronovi will end up coming up with the ball. That's a good touch up in front. Kronovi, does he have a goal? No. It'll be taken away. But Rogue again with some space, and you see a route immediately hopped again by Atomic. Illusion pass was received from Mist. Envy starting to grab some decent control here in Rogue territory. Slowing it down was Atomic in front. Corrupted G can't get a solid touch onto the ball. Another wrap looking for a shot. Kronovi did exactly what he needed to with no boost. And Rogue get the clear they want.
They get the clear, they get some space, they get to reset and get some boost. And they're looking for a pass. Oh, Corrupted G to Kronovi. The pass was great, the shot was good, but the defense was there. So
this feels like I was just gonna say, this feels like a throwback match with Corrupted G and Kronovi dishing out passes to each other. Corrupted G making some tough challenges, having to be speedy in midfield. No wonder Rogue have been doing as well as they have, and despite a 7-game struggle in their last set against Mirage, right now against Envy, they're holding strong.
They are holding strong, and it's forcing Envy to work too as well, because again, like one of the most unexpected things is, oh! The top corner shot is a little unexpected. Lucian finds the angle.
At about 109 kilometers per hour in your face. That was great placement and power from Braxton. We're just going to call him Braxton from now on because apparently, you know, Braxton is an upgrade from Lucian. He's been popping off. Oh. I believed in first killer there.
You know you're popping off when you got to use your real name instead of your game name.
That is that like the speedy card, just the blank Octane? That's
right.
The equivalent.
Yeah.
Just put the first name out there.
It's that one. It's missed. Another one. This one off the pass. He finds the top left. We've seen top right, and look at bang. Top left. Corrupted G. Didn't expect it there. Flew right over him.
And guess who dished it to him again? Braxton. Lucian involved in every single phase of the offense. But here's a surprising stat that I didn't realize until right now. Mist has 6 saves. A double savior medal coming in for Mist. 25 seconds remaining. Shot is denied. Atomic gets the clear. Envy. It is a strong start. In game 1, Atomic slips past another Rogue defender, and this is just wasting so much time. One more touch from Mist will do it, despite the save from first killer. Time will expire, and Daz, I think we're in for one heck of a series.
Looks like we are, as Envy will take game number 1. But that was a very back and forth game. It just didn't really seem like we saw Rogue necessarily on the back end. I mean, like even just like looking at those shot numbers, Kronovi with 7 shots and then First Killer with 5. You could tell that the offense was definitely free flowing there from Rogue. But Envy, at the end of the day, they were the ones that executed. You could take as many shots as you want to, but it's about hitting that target. And the shot placements was on for Envy as well as the shot opportunities. They earned that game win.
Yeah, they really did. And Mist ended up with 7 saves at the very end. And that was kind of the point I was making about Mist over the last 2 series today, is that he is just a reliable third man, always able to take the ball off the backboard, the back wall, in the corners. He's a great defender, and exactly what Envy need to push them up to that next level. Envy are still trying to get the curse of Ghost off of their back, of expectations they can never meet. And I think this iteration of this team, it's a struggle because there are so many good teams now, but I think they're figuring it out. And as we get game 2 underway, Rogue aren't going to be a slouch. They're going to have to fight for every single game here if Envy want to take it.
Like you said, not a slouch. And the work from them is definitely going to be something that is tough for them, especially in this particular series too. We've seen both of these teams really come out to open this up, even in their prior series. So with game number 2 under the way, Rogue are looking to try to equalize this series. Meanwhile, Envy trying to build up off the momentum, but this one's still just as tight as the last one.
And it will be Kronovi getting that ball out. And now another shot on target. A First Killer comes down off the wall, but he's got no boost. He does find his teammate and slow down Envy a little bit, but a gap opens up on the defense. And now coming forth are Envy. They blow 2 cars up, smash to smithereens. First goal to Envy.
And in the beginning of this, Envy just seemed to be knocking at the door of Rogue, and finally they decided to demo their way through. A wide open net opportunity for Atomic to score.
Well, now, that's 3 unanswered, I think, for Envy. Rogue really struggling to find the offense that they were having a good... the play's developing and all of my words die as he comes off the ceiling.
Plays developing.
But they had some good offense. Yeah.
I was going to say the play's developing and the brain cells were developing at the same time. But look at...
the brain cells stopped developing a long time ago.
I don't know how to feel about that. I thought about it. I was like,
you don't have to feel.
Okay. All right. Moving. Oh, I saw Atomic get launched in space. What?
He did get. I thought Braxton was gonna put that shot on. He finally did, and forced 2 from Rogue to commit. And that'll end up giving back to Mist. Mist looking for the read. First Killer dumps it straight back to Envy, and it rolls into the net, taunting Rogue the whole way.
Another goal here for Rogue, who have seemed to lose their footing there. It's off the clear from First Killer right into Braxton. They'll follow that one through with, again, the second goal here for Envy as they continue to keep up with this momentum. Oh, I say that it is the third right off of the kickoff. And we just keep the streak going.
Yeah, totally planned. Goal off the kickoff. That's just unfortunate for Rogue. You go for the cheat up on the kickoff, and 9 times out of 10, the ball pops off the top of the other guy's car, and you can at least make a play. But not that time.
Yeah, you can tell Corrupted G made sure he wasn't messing up that kickoff. He's like, all right, let's just play this here. I don't need that to be in my net.
It doesn't matter what he needs. It's all about what Envy wants, which is a 4th goal right now as Braxton, well, he'll lose it. I just like the name Braxton. I mean, I'm calling it from now on.
So even if he changes his name back to Lucian, you're still going to call him Braxton?
No, that's just weird.
Okay.
But Mist. Take it back to the back wall. First Killer was able to make the challenge, but Rogue really struggled to just hang on to the ball, and that's what's happening to him right there, where Corrupted G tried to find the read on the side, but he's just too late. Now Atomic hits it over 1, and that'll be a good touch from Corrupted G. Kronovi coming back around will have the save. First Killer took a long wrap up I mean, Envy are just closing down the passing lanes. Rogue keep thinking they have more space than they actually do. And it's another ball cleared to the back wall.
You know, Rogue have been pretty solid on defense, but the offense has been quiet. We haven't seen too much of First Killer on the offense as well here. Although he's sitting with the top points on the team here with a lot of saves, that offensive presence from Rogue, that threat of this squad has been almost non-existent. They've been limited to 4 shots. Meanwhile, Envy have had 9 over the course of this game as they have just smothered Rogue in their own half and continue to apply pressure.
And Kronovi's shot will be turned away as well, and with the way Envy have just been positioned, they're always ready for a challenge, and so it just forces Rogue to have to try to dump the ball or hit the ball with power when they might want to control. It's just tough when Envy have kept the gaps sealed tight. And off the backboard, Corrupted G will pick up a demo, but Kronovi takes his time on the shot. First Killer will pick up the goal. I don't know why he got it, but he stole Kronovi's points.
Oh, he touched it at the last second. Wow.
The old fucking back, well, excuse me, back wheel touch. Either way.
It's unfortunate.
Can they come back?
No,
Okay.
I don't think so. I think this one's done with. I don't think Envy drops 2 goals here. I think that for the way that play was set up for Rogue, it worked out well. Corrupted G definitely got the demo, but the demo did obviously open up the play. But I do think that the defense here from Envy's about to tighten up here. We've already wasted about 30 seconds, so there's only 30 seconds left, and you see Rogue playing out of their own half. It looks like they just can't really get the offense going necessarily. And on the other side of the field, Envy, the clears have been well. They've been able to hold on to offense, and we see yet almost another close chance as the time ticks down.
And Kronovi doing what he can with the time remaining. There's just not much left for Rogue here. And they're going to end up eating this loss 3-1. And Kronovi can't even get a pick-me-up goal at the end. He hits the post, it bounces off. And Envy, they look in form. They look about where we left off with them against NRG.
They do look informed, and Rogue kind of looked the same when they were playing against Mirage, but at the same time, they were so much more threatening in the match against Mirage. But again, that just shows the difference between these two teams and their previous matchups too. Different vibe going against Envy. Rogue are forced to rise to the occasion. Now, they had a good groups here where they ended up taking down G2, and Envy actually didn't do as well in groups, but they're showing up today. And what matters here for Rogue is really seeing those standout performances. Need to see more involvement from Corrupted G because he was a huge factor in how they played the other day.
I mean, even in the first game, even in this first game, like the first half of the first game, he was making some really tough touches in midfield, like high balls where he had to launch off the ground quick. Like he had to make quick reads really fast, and he was making every single one. I'm like, man, Corrupted G's balling right now. And then he just kind of went quiet. So, you know, he absolutely needs to wake up for Rogue because all 3 players on Envy are clicking, and Rogue are gonna need their full strength if they're gonna take down Envy.
Yeah, you brought that out exactly. Rogue are going to need to have, you know, that full kind of team chemistry coming into this, because for going against Envy, it's about just as similar as going against G2, right? Where they need to be playing at their peak. They need to be working together as a team, striding downfield. Now they have 2 more games to give here before, you know, things really get, well, actually they have a game before things go into the danger zone, but this is the prime time to see Rogue wake up. Is right here, game number 3 in the middle of the series. It would be in their best odds to do so. Most teams that go down 3-0 in a best of 7 don't necessarily perform the reverse sweep. It's possible. I won't count Rogue out just yet. But
and we are no, I was just gonna say we are getting the players back into the lobby. We had to make a new one, and we're currently testing out a lobby, making sure the players are okay with it, and we will be back with the series. Envy trying to get a 3rd win in a row. I was high on this Envy team when they had Illusion, Atomic, and Mist before, I know they were trying out Reynolds as well, and Reynolds is a fantastic player, but I just think that these three really link up well with each other. Both Illusion and Mist do a great job kind of, I'm not going to say play around Atomic, because that makes it sound like, Atomic is playing his own game. No, Atomic is very aware of where his teammates are on the field. He's just so good at creating plays out of nothing. And Envy play really well around that.
Yeah, they have been playing around Atomic, being able to set those things up. And then you have Mist, who has just been kind of a foundation for the team when they need him to be, where he's able to move downfield. He's able to make stops on defense. He's able to go and just even score on offense. He's been all over the pitch, just helping Envy out. So it all works out very well together. When you have Atomic who's able to set up plays, it makes Mist's job that much easier. So the team comes together in ways that are very interesting, especially with especially with, like, again, they play with Reynolds, they've looked good. They play with Braxton, they're looking great here.
Yeah. Like I said, they're still chasing, the cleanse to get that curse off of their back of just being that middle of the road RLCS team. I feel like we consistently say with these players, like, okay, now they're going to be a top 4 team. Okay, now they're going to be a top 4 team. Honestly, Rogue have kind of been in that conversation as well, so both of these teams probably understand that feeling of just consistently not being able to meet expectation. And as we get this game underway, Envy, so clean. How do Rogue adjust? We talked about Corrupted G, him needing to step up in this game. Novi,
I was going to say, it starts with First Killer 2 here in this particular one as well. As, he's definitely been touted as the mechanical player, the offense of Rogue. Corrupted G can step up, but they have to follow as well here. And you can kind of see the signs of life with that as Corrupted G opened up the play. But look at this, a slip from Kronovi. Last man back, and Mist has an open net.
He just carried it the whole way. He just, like you said, slipped right through Kronovi. A risky challenge, and especially from Kronovi, maybe just thought he had Mist beat on that play. I didn't get a chance to switch to his cam, but Kronovi doesn't take a lot of risks, usually. That one really bit him.
So, tightening up the rotation, tightening up the defense is something that will benefit pretty heavily here for this Rogue squad.
Ooh, nice stop by Illusion. Kronovi was waiting. If that was any more power. Oh, Corrupted G, a great touch. That's a tough angle. He put it right on his undercarriage. He doesn't flip. And, oh my gosh. Atomic, if you would have owned gold there, I don't know what I would have thought. I probably would have just laughed. That's all. He didn't, though. We're good. We're living, Daz.
They're living, and they're sitting comfortable here with the 1-goal lead as well. As look at the pass plays coming through from them, able to get there in time between Mist and Atomic, just very speedy. Meanwhile, you have Braxton keeping this in play, and then let's pay attention to how Rogue just try to clear this out. Corrupted G playing this close to him is great because First Killer can follow it up, and now they've gotten past 2 members of the defense, and then it turns into a breakaway. Now Rogue playing this ball more close to them is allowing for a lot of good transitions here. They could sneak past the Envy defense if they're not careful.
Envy's careful. Envy has to be careful because all 3 of them were in the corner there, but Rogue actually had to pull off for a little bit, so it allowed Envy to reset on the defensive rotation. But still, it's Rogue ball, and they are forcing Envy to go end-to-end on their own territory, but a giant flick from Atomic comes straight down and right into Kronovi's bumpers. That is wide. Thought for a second that shot might have had paint.
He didn't have paint, but Kronovi is trying to find a double tap, and it'll be knocked away from him. Seeing the transition in the offense from Rogue, I feel like the word to describe it has been slow. And slow to the point where they just haven't been able to necessarily set up plays that catch Envy off guard. Envy have had time to react to everything Rogue are doing, which, when you have a player like First Killer, you think that speed will pay off, and it does there. The shot unexpected as Rogue will tie this up.
And it's Corrupted G hunting on the line. He takes Mist out. It forces both Atomic and Braxton to have to make a quick turn jump at the ball on the goal line. And First Killer, enough power to put it in. We got a ball game with 1:38 left. Rogue win the kickoff. A shot taken away by Mist just in time. Corrupted wanted to dump the First Killer, but Rogue are taken out. Envy back on defense.
So, Envy moving downfield. Things equalized here as Rogue are trying to keep this series as close as possible. They're trying to turn it around in their favor, and this would be the prime time to do so, to see if they can adjust to Envy's speed. And I feel like that they have been able to adjust. Again, low scoring game 3 between these two. And Rogue are starting to turn things up with how they're able to move downfield.
It will be another long clear, and nobody's able to challenge this from Rogue. Now they're forced to play some crazy defense. Here comes Envy off the backboard again. The shot will never come. It's taken away, and First Killer will take advantage of a whiff. Pops it over for Corrupted G. Shots on an empty net, and Rogue have a 2-1 lead.
And this one is just an example of Braxton being the last man back, going for the challenge, similar to Kronovi, and things getting played right past them. And again, like I said, wide open net for Corrupted G. Not going to miss those. And we see Rogue here turn things around. They apply the pressure, and Envy will need to score in the next 30.
We wanted to see Corrupted G get a little bit more involved, and we have seen him. You know, he's not lighting up the scoreboard, but he does have a goal to his name. He had the dump off earlier. He got the demo to force Envy defense to hurry up. Corrupted G doing his part in this series so far, or in this game so far. Now Rogue are wasting time in the orange half, but here comes a quick counterattack. Kronovi trying to slow it down for First Killer. Envy back up again. Atomic setting up for Braxton. The ball will be saved by Kronovi, and no shot comes. Does he get it? He got the catch. Flip it out to the side, but cannot keep it going. And Rogue come right back. They do not go down 3-0 in the series.
Again, that was a needed one from Rogue. And look, still not even leading on the offensive score chart. They were really just kind of playing defense for the most part, but they were able to get good counterattacks. The first half of that game was mainly based on Envy in terms of just that offensive control, keeping the pace up. They had the 1-goal lead. They wanted to clear, 1, knock down time on the clock, but 2, also make it hard for Rogue to do anything in terms of breaking out. And Rogue, for a while there, it looked like they were going to drop that game, I won't lie, but once they were able to bring things back off of a couple of plays that they had, then you start to see, okay, they know what they need to do. They know they need to wake up here in this matchup. They're doing what they can, getting these team plays to move past or move downfield. And we're seeing them actually start to load into the series. I'm really interested to see what happens in this next game.
And I do feel like both teams are doing a good job of shutting down a lot of team plays. And that's why I think you're seeing more of these goals that almost develop out of nowhere, or, you know, it's a wide angle shot that ends up going in, or they have to rely on a demo to open up some space. But neither team is getting ground easily on defense. Envy, they start off the game with possession. Atomic flips it up, but it was good by Kronovi. Still, the ball heads towards their box. Next up is a pass from Atomic, looking for Braxton, but couldn't find him. Ooh, the miss from Atomic. Oh, will result in a save from Braxton. Now Atomic picks up the next save off the shot. Envy feeling some early pressure. Nice catch here from Braxton. It's pulled out to the side. Envy looking for control, but we're trading back and forth in midfield.
Like I said, back and forth trades here in the start of this one. With Atomic coming through with the speed, swapping over to on the Fennec as well. And it has seemed to be just so much space given now. Look at Corrupted G in the air, getting a little double tap off the back wall. He's starting to get a little bit more comfortable with moving that ball downfield. And that could be a game changer here for Rogue if he's able to really get a lot of space and setting up plays.
Kronovi next up here for Rogue on the rotation in the corner. He'll at least, no, he'll dump off the ball to Mist, actually. It's Corrupted G forced to make a play off the back wall. Rogue. No one's really been able to have consistent pressure in the first 2 minutes. It's really been a trade. Corrupted G takes the shot away. Bailing first killer out from having to make a tough play, and another good challenge. But Envy grabbing control of that midfield. And with miss-winning challenges like that, Rogue, they're having to use a lot of boost to open up space. But why win challenges when you can just blow the opposition apart? It's a goal for Rogue.
And as soon as Corrupted G's done in the midfield, he turns off his camera and identifies where Braxton is and says, I have my target. Opens up the wide and open net for Rogue, and they'll sail through with a goal.
Corrupted G seems to be content to just get those demos. That's another demo goal. That one a lot cleaner in terms of how easy the net was to hit that time. But this is another massive clear for first killer. Envy are forced back to their corner, and they're having to always play against one attacker against Rogue, having to make a play. And it's always so difficult to move past that first attacker because everyone else is setting up on Rogue, waiting for you to lose that challenge. Or, you know, the ball's gonna kick out towards the middle. Either way, Rogue are the ones who have option advantage.
Look at this.
And they're still maintaining control. Yeah.
Look at how this series has gone, where it was the Envy show, and how things are slowly starting to change here and just shift in Rogue's favor. 5 shots to 1 right now, as they have the lead in possession, they have the lead in the game, in shooting, and it's just been, I mean, a different energy after the Game 3 win. They've been able to completely turn things around here, and Envy are the ones that are going to have to really put on the pressure here, and they've had a tough time in doing so. Corrupted G, I mean, nerves of steel, dodges a demo and makes it good.
Another hard challenge in the corner, missed cutting off play in midfield. He'll also steal the boost away for his efforts, as Atomic is the next on point. Kronovi finds first killer, and they move downfield finally. But for how long can Rogue go? Well, a double commit in midfield certainly isn't going to help you out too much, but they still get the ball, and first killer still has a shot. Envy. You cannot go down by 2 with this amount of time left. Kronovi, next touch for him. He will gain some fortune here. Combine powers with Corrupted G to send that ball to first killer off of the save. Missed again on the counterattack. Envy still looking for this goal, but Braxton can't hang on to the ball. Atomic forced to flip back. Now Kronovi moving forward. Ended up being a dump right into mist.
Try to play it into the corner. Rogue still sitting with a 1-goal lead, as again controlling the pace of play here on Utopia, and it just hasn't been any proactive offense from Envy. They've been trying their best to break things out, but the fact that Rogue, I mean, the speed from them, they're not giving room here to Envy. They're cutting things out. Look at Corrupted G just playing so fast, and a shot comes on from first, almost there in time. Kronovi, a chance, and they'll be saved out, and Corrupted G will just try to kill the rest of the clock here as Rogue are looking to equalize. There'll be a 1 more play downfield for Envy, but with this touch, wait, no, chance, missed in the air. That's a high ball.
And
it's still up.
Oh, he's got the win. Wait, Kronovi back to first killer. Maybe not what you wanted to do, but Corrupted G's there. He's got you even though he had no boost. No problem for Rogue. Easy tie series.
Tie series, Rogue.
Close one.
You can't say easy and close one in the same sentence.
Sure I can.
Yeah, I mean, you can. Don't stop it. That's for sure. But
unfortunately,
we're back level here, as we just saw a dominating. I won't say dominating. It was a 1-goal game, but possession-wise, it was definitely more in favor of Rogue there, and Envy just couldn't score anything. All their offensive chances were either blocked or off target, and they had a hard time having that simple control of the pace that we have known them to have earlier on in the series. It just seemed like that offense that they had just ran out of steam and just wasn't there.
I felt like first killer was such a force on both ends of the field, and just taking the ball away from Envy, he stopped a couple of crucial counterattacks, or at least slowed some down. And when First Killer is just roaming around the field, taking all the boost, cutting rotation because his team wants him to, and just hitting the ball away from you, it can be so frustrating because you feel like, okay, now we're going to go. And then First Killer comes screening across off cam to take the ball away from you. Envy, they're going to have to find a way to shut him down. But he's going to start with a high ball. That'll be caught by Atomic. Atomic and First Killer, no strangers to each other. They've played together for a very long time. They find themselves on opposite teams in this game. The First Killer will get a little help from his teammate there on the attempted clear out. Rogue having a tough time trying to get this ball cleared out. Corrupted G will have a little bit of space. Chronovi able to do much with it. Both teams still battling for controlling midfield, but First Killer almost sniping the ball behind Braxton. Another shot gonna be in! Chronovi! When does he play? Every dang day!
Look at this one. You need to hit this if you're Crow. A big momentum booster for Rogue right under the bar. It rolls in. And they start off on the hot foot here.
Rogue have stormed back into this series. The first 2 games flat-footed. And the next 3, sky high. Chronovi pop it up in front, winning 1 challenge, but can't win the second 1v1. Corrupted G next on the rotation for Rogue. Trying to open up a gap on Envy's defense, looking for some early insurance. I'm sure they would love to not have to sweat for 4 straight minutes holding a 1-goal lead.
Getting past that is going to be a huge point here. They have to maintain that offensive control, which is something that they are doing. The rotations have been very good for Rogue, and they've been able to shut down Envy. But Envy, on the other hand, need to force the issue here. They've been very quiet on offense, and they need to see if they can break through this Rogue defense. And right now, they're knocking on the door, but that door is just not opening.
They're going to try again, but Atomic will be taken out of the play. He'll give a little bit of space to Rogue, but he couldn't hang on to the ball. Corrupted G, I feel like, is on low boost about 98% of the time. Somehow is always able to just get to the touch. He can't get to that one. And as soon as he does get boost, he gets demoed.
And almost gets scored on. Chronovi comes up again for Rogue. That's his second goal.
The post said, Chronovi, this is your ball. Bounces straight back into him. We take those.
I like a wave dash from Crow to get there in time, too. He had missed coming through to try to make a save from Envy. So definitely the extra effort and a good read on the play from Crow. Now Rogue sitting with a 2-goal lead here as they look to strike back. It's Envy. And First Killer won't be able to get it through. Miss, high ball, looking for the read as well. And Envy are tired of this. They
can't even get a shot.
They can't. I'd be mad too, especially with that going in. What's happening?
No! Oh, First Killer! Oh my gosh, Envy thought they were reading Sun Tzu, but First Killer, he's reading Dr. Seuss. He's like, oh, watch me go for the touch here. But he doesn't ever get the touch, and Envy just splatters all over their goal line. Oh my gosh. Even when First Killer misses, he still scores. Unfortunate for Envy.
That's probably the luck of having the ability of First Killer. Everybody thinks that you're going to do something. Regardless, they all think you're going to hit the ball. And they think you're going to hit it in a way, so they try to cover for those options. But no one ever thinks you're going to miss. So there's that one chance you do miss, and it still pays off. And that's exactly what ends up happening here. Now, Envy down by 3 with 2 minutes remaining. Nothing is going their way this game. And it just seems like what they really have, at some point, it's just going to get to a point where they're going to have to shake this game off for the first innings.
First Killer sends out another ball. And Atomic, all he can do is just flick it away and then pray that his teammates can make the play on defense. This is a good progression from Envy, but that's about as close as they've gotten, Daz. It's like they get the good pass high in the corner. Everything goes right up until they actually have to set up a shot. And Rogue just closed the door. Here's Mist. Finally, Envy break through. It took some physical play in front of the goal line, but there's life.
Yeah, and missed too. He had like no boost. That one was really thanks to Atomic for getting the demo. Otherwise, that ball was getting away from Mist. He didn't have too much control over it, or he didn't have too many options really. So big shout out to Envy there. That's a team play to at least bring the deficit down to 2, but still a lot of work and not a lot of time.
And every clear from this point on from Rogue is just more time off the clock against Envy. Rogue threatening to win 3 straight games after going down 2-0 in the series. And First Killer taking out Atomic will prevent any clear from coming from Envy. Corrupted G also just trying to jump right on top of Atomic, where Envy implemented demos to a greater extent against NRG. Rogue are giving it right back to them, and they have all series long. Kronovi winning this next touch, tries to get it by Mist, but it's no good. And again, more time off the clock, and Envy can barely get past the attacking third.
Now, Envy, the options are running out. What seemed to be a strong start has been Rogue coming out of the shadows, so to speak. I mean, it went down 2-0 this series, and it's just been the Rogue show ever since.
I mean, every single challenge is going their way. Look at that pass from Corrupted G back to Kronovi. First Killer couldn't punch it in, but that has been the Rogue squad Envy has had to play against. And it has been a struggle. Rogue 1 game away from taking out Envy in Codename Covert.
So, wow, the turnaround here from Rogue has been pretty wild, as they had just completely took things in their favor that game. Didn't even need a lot of goal or a lot of shots, but it was tied up, so to speak. But Envy, I'm more surprised on the fall off here than Rogue. I knew Rogue was going to start to step up, but for Envy, it just, again, not that many options, limited in terms of goals scored, and what is happening here from your perspective, Jorby? For me, I understand the Rogue are speeding things up, but does Envy just not have a read on the plays?
Well, I feel like Rogue are just playing solid defense, and it was First Killer especially. He had 3 saves in that game, and a lot of those came from high balls where Envy's setting up a good play where they get a high pass over towards the corner and they go for a pass to a teammate in the middle to set up a shot, or they go for a rebound play, but the rebound is picked up every single time by somebody on Rogue, and then every touch is just difficult for Envy to get to. Their positioning, we're never ready for a Rogue touch after Rogue touch after Rogue touch on defense. Like, Envy would get 3 solid hard touches to get to Rogue's end of the field, but then Rogue would just hard clear it right back. They could never get set up in Rogue's territory at all that game.
It did seem like that too. For me, holding on to that offense and holding on to the ball, keeping it at least in the midfield line, has been something that just was not in Envy's playbook at all, or if it was, they just couldn't execute it. And I feel like it had to do a little bit of off-ball plays. It had to do with just, again, the rotations not working out as well as they had wanted it to. We didn't see too many pass plays. A lot of them were cut off too, because Rogue did a great job that game of just being more in front of things. And I do think that if we talk about that just a little bit more, Rogue saying, okay, we're not going to wait on things. We want to force the issue here. We want to put our foot forward and take control of things. This is I love Corrupted G, but this is the fastest I've seen him on the field in a long time. He has just definitely turned up the speed.
I feel like, you put First Killer on your team and you just required to play faster. Like, at first, the first time we saw Kronovi, Turinturo, and First Killer play together, it was just First Killer and Turin just flying all over the field, taking boost away, and then just passing the ball between each other. And Crow looked a little slow, but now Crow, he's like, all right, I caught up. Just took me a little bit. I'm used to this now. And he sped up. So, if Corrupted G had some extended time, maybe he'd start looking even faster. Maybe.
Yeah, I do think I do see that too as well. And even then, though, Rogue are starting to look like the team that has those three players that when involved and when they're on, it does seem it seems like they're a what is the word I'm looking for to describe Rogue? Think of like a puzzle piece, but not really a puzzle piece, kind of like a Lego set, but they have to have all the pieces in order for the set to work.
Oh, so like
the building blocks, the foundation. You know what I mean?
The
like
building blocks.
You have Corrupted G,
Yeah.
who's
Exodia.
yeah, kind of. Except it's always like 5 cards. You know what I mean?
Right, but one player can hold like 2 of those cards.
Yeah.
First killer probably has 3 of them.
That's true. But I feel like that's Rogue necessarily, to where like everyone needs to at least be consistent on some level of the pitch. And then you have that one player who breaks out. One game it might be First Killer, another game it might be Corrupted G. But if one of those players isn't on, for example, earlier on in the series, we saw Kronovi. I believe it was game 1 or 2. I think it was game 2 especially, where Crow just didn't look like he was in the field on the defensive end. And we saw open net goals getting scored and things of that nature. And that's when they looked like things were really rough from them. But as they slowly started to build in and figure things out, then that's when Rogue started to show up. And now we see them in this series, and they're ready to go.
Well, I don't want to point this out to Rogue fans, but I'm going to. Rogue are on match point, and you all know what that means. That means it's time for Rogue fans to sweat at home. Grab your towels, grab your buckets. You're going to need them because you're going to be sweating Braxton putting in the first goal for Envy.
First goal coming in, and it's on the Envy side. Look at Corrupted G completely completely being thrown off the touch from Mist. And it's just set right in front, and Envy take an early lead.
So Envy finally get a chance to dictate the pace. Now you gotta hold Rogue off for a while. Maybe you can add to your goal total. Atomic looked like he was rolling across for a bump on the first killer, but couldn't get him. It'll be another high ball here. Corrupted G actually shoveled that ball out of the corner. And now first killer and Kronovi a little too close, maybe miscommunication about how the approach was supposed to go there, but Kronovi had the catch. He tried to do the old catch under into a flick, I believe. Just could not get a handle on it. And Envy forced to play some more defense here against Rogue. They slowly start to take control. Corrupted G, the third man, by Rogue plenty of time as Mist carries this ball out, but is challenged in midfield.
With these challenges in midfield, this is where Rogue can completely start to turn things around. There's the play from Corrupted G into Atomic. He gets a demo too on Mist, so getting that possession away was crucial here to set up the offense. Another demo, net wide open, and Corrupted G will equalize.
Another demo indeed. Kronovi getting that first touch. Corrupted G puts that shot right on target. This time it was first killer taking out the last man on Envy. And man, Rogue just gets so aggressive out of nowhere, Daz. And I feel like when you watch first killer, like as soon as he makes his challenge, if he can't make a play on the ball, he's just swiveling his camera around, checking all the boost pads on the offensive half. Can he go take boost from somebody? He's going to. And then if he grabs the boost, I swear he must be saying in comms, he's like, all right, I'm turning, I'm taking this. And next thing you know is Envy, all your boost is gone. And Corrupted G and Kronovi are also in your face. It just comes out of nowhere for this team. Explosive for Rogue, but Envy, another off the ceiling. The shot, it's off the crossbar. Another one. Can he get the shot? Atomic. He squares up against one. Can barely fend off Kronovi, but the ball's in the corner, and Envy are struggling for a goal.
So now off the corner, and Envy still trying to force one through, but they still haven't been able to break in. Rogue, after tying this one up, have locked things down, and they want to continue to do so. Meanwhile, Envy trying to force that offense and set things up, but now they have to play some defense as we see Rogue with a little bit of offensive possession, trying to get in front of things and make it look awkward for Envy. Definitely been a slower midfield transition, but Envy do get it through.
Ooh, and they have a pass out from the challenge, and Braxton picks up the goal. Kronovi got a piece of it, but it wasn't enough.
I felt like there was enough time for the defense to react here, but Corrupted G just a little bit too late. He was all the way on the back wall to come up for that one. And we saw Braxton open, well, not open that look, but a pretty clear look. And he puts the placement perfect.
Well, again, on the cheat up, it'll be missed winning it. And Envy, now they're trying to get right on top of this ball as Atomic steals that ball away from Corrupted G. And now Braxton trying to fight off Corrupted G for the ball. Envy getting super aggressive on these touches. Atomic taking a player out. That's some space for Braxton. First flip, second touch. Goal! Envy, 3 goals!
Big goal from Envy, and all 3 goals have been scored by Braxton. The follow-up into the shot. The dodge from Gabe was just too late. And Envy, off of Braxton's multiple goals, have started to wake up as they look to respond to Rogue and potentially force a Game 7.
Envy getting aggressive in this game, and it has paid dividends. High bounce, and Atomic wasn't in position for that particular bounce. First killer will get the carry downfield. Corrupted G setting up Kronovi. Shot gonna be high, taken away by Braxton. Another shot. Oh, it's own goal, forced by first killer. Rogue climbing back.
The execution from Rogue is huge on the play. Kronovi, the shot almost in, but first killer's placement and positioning there to have the read and to put the shot back on. Just too much offense from Rogue, from Envy to handle. They're down by 1.
Rogue trying to flip the script here on Envy in this game.
Kronovi.
Here's Kronovi off the first touch, but Braxton gets there in time. Next up is Corrupted G. Kronovi off the back wall, went for the read, couldn't get it. Corrupted G, he stops the counterattack for about only a second. Oh, but that touch will be for Braxton. Keeping Envy locked over here, they needed that, but you see Mist is just waiting in midfield as now they'll take the approach on Kronovi. And we just gotta settle in, waste time against Rogue here in the blue half, and they will have a victory and force Game 7. Braxton fighting against Corrupted G. Next up, it's Mist. The shot just high. Now first killer rolls it and slips it out. Mist next on the rotation. Envy trying to put this out of reach.
No,
Mist
no,
off
what,
the crossbar and bounces out, but Braxton says no way. Envy take insurance.
Insurance goal paying off at a big time in the game. 18 seconds left. Corrupted G does his best to make the save, but the ball gets away from him, and Braxton seals the deal on what could pretty much be the Game 7. Yeah, you know, I'd say pretty much these kickoffs a while here. Corrupted G's trying to make a final second play here. Maybe can push this through, but you know, you have Kronovi in front. That's going to get away from him, and yeah, that's going to be Game 7 here. Unbelievable. All day, Envy and Rogue have been in Game 7 situations. And of course, it'd just be fitting to put them both in one when they go head-to-head.
Why not? Why not? If you play Rogue, guess what? You're playing 7 games. Hey, Rogue fans, I told you this was going to happen. And you know what's going to happen now, Daz? For maximum sweatiness, it's going to be 0-0, tons of shot opportunities, and then at the very end, we'll say missed. No, not missed. I'm not going to pick a player. I was going to say someone misses a goal at 0 seconds to go to overtime. Because that's just the way these things go. If Rogue aren't in maximum sweat, are they really Rogue? Nope.
That's a good point. Corrupted G was definitely he had first off, he led in points, he led in shots for Rogue there, so definitely doing a good job. First killer leading saves, only by 1 save difference though, but most of Rogue was playing pretty well as a team here. As we get Game 7 started, I mean, this one, I've never seen a series just be this close or like be able to go either way, because it looked like Rogue had all the momentum. They looked like they were just going to go on a run there against Envy, but Envy finally had to put the brakes on it to force Game 7. So now it's really going to come down to this team play and execution. One more game left here in the lower, not in the lower bracket, but in the lower round 1 match. And these teams, I mean, Rogue and Envy, fighting to stay alive.
Envy got super aggressive in Game 6. They smothered Rogue on offense. And now it all comes down to Champions Field in the lower bracket. Cronovi, his shot will be wide and turned to the side. Now, can Envy keep up that aggression, or will they have to mix it up? What a pass, but the shot is no good! So close from Cronovi. That's a nice catch from Corrupted G. First killer. Well, I don't know if I'd advise that kind of play. Cronovi back to make the save.
Full save from Cronovi. He had to be there fast because Envy had a strong push after they realized Corrupted G was going for the bump and nettle and missed. So it's a 2v1 play, but the shot was just off. Now it's going the other way again, but this time there's 2 of them, but it doesn't matter. Braxton strikes first for Envy.
Who's Illusion? Braxton's my teammate. Miss doles it out. Corrupted G can't get there. It's over in the first minute. And Rogue gonna have to find a way to reset. Envy just continued to roll. After Game 6, Atomic. Oh gosh, dude, Atomic is sick. Just the way he can control the ball.
I was gonna say, I was
saving the one-on-one.
I was scared. I was scared. I saw first killer with the ball in the hood, and I'm like, this could be very bad. But actually, very surprising. He didn't execute on that one. Flick wasn't what he wanted, and things have to reset for Rogue. But Envy has, I mean, they have Braxton here, who has just been, I mean, he's been the shooter over the course of the series. He has been executing multiple times. He's in the air again, looking for the double. Illusion! Oh my God, he found it, but it's off!
Oh, I believed in it. As soon as I saw the touch, the angle was there, but he just missed it. Oh, Envy are feeling it right now. First killer, forced up to delay the attack here from Envy. Doing what he can, but it's out. Now a high ball for Cronovi. Both him and first killer there, but it's taken away again. I think first killer, he's getting a little jumpy. I've seen double commits on offense a couple of times from him. He's got to settle down for Rogue. They want to come back. This demo will help to slow down a little bit for Rogue.
Slow things down, but they're still trying to keep the pace here. Corrupted G looking for a look. First killer going for some demos. Where's Cronovi? He doesn't want to commit. Both his teammates are in the orange net, so it's okay for him to stay back at this time. Time ticking, not too dangerous though for Rogue just yet. We're still approaching the halfway point in Game 7, but they have the possession here. They need to force things through and make a push. They're trying to get aggressive on offense, but it hasn't led to an opening opportunity, and that's what they're fighting for.
Cronovi trying to get a win in the corner. Corrupted G calculated pass off of Cronovi's hood, but the shot saved by none other than Braxton on the flick attempted, broken up by Cronovi. Now missed. He wanted to dump down over to Atomic. Now Atomic has a little bit of space. With no boost, you understand the option. Missed shot blocked. Oh my gosh. These passes so quick, that power on the shot as well, but Rogue there for the challenge.
First killer there to meet it too as well. Been a pretty even matchup, but still, Envy hold on to the lead as they try to make it into the final day. Codename Covert, they're still looking for another chance here, and Rogue are fighting, but the longer they take, the more time is against them. Envy are keeping this ball on their half, and Rogue are struggling to break through.
Yeah, time has flown by in this game, and that's a net. If Atomic can find it, it's on the crossbar. It bounces in front of the line. Somehow stays out of the net. Rogue, they're able to keep things 1-0, but they still have to score. Here they come back against the backboard of Envy, and it's going to be a nice catch from Braxton and a better follow-up from Atomic to waste more time off the clock.
First killer picks up the boost, and he's there fast. He's going to be missed here, holding on to it, and he's going to try to take some time, but the flick comes through. There's another demo. The bumps coming out from Rogue to try to throw off Envy have been huge in terms of slowing them down, but the rotations from Rogue are off because of the overcommitments with the bumps. They're looking for a pass play in transition. Will first get there in time. He won't. Crow will try to set up Corrupted G, but the ball in midfield, and it'll be Braxton who's going to waste even more time on the clock.
That would be fitting if Braxton were the one to end it right there, but first killer,
Codename!
Codename! Target for Rogue!
Huge play for Rogue in transition. It starts with Corrupted G, but first killer sees Crow. He turns and he gets the redirecting time. Rogue with 35 seconds left. Tie up game 7.
We had one Game 7 overtime today between NRG and Envy. Could we have another? Oh man, I thought right there, first killer was about to drive the knife through the heart. But Envy, they survived the kickoff. Now a 2v1 the other way, but the ball was too far ahead. First killer and Kronovi in front, barely saved by Mist. He's got to get back to this. Corrupted G was there, but couldn't find the touch. Now the turnaround. Back for Braxton. Can't do it. Kronovi makes the next touch. Mist on the catch. He's got a winger, but he takes the shot. Envy with 8 seconds left. Look to take down Rogue.
The turnaround. Rogue get caught off in the transition. Mist sees the opportunity and throws the shot. Just under the bar, but just over Corrupted G. Huge goal in the final seconds of game 7.
All down to the kickoff for Rogue. They just tied this game up. Kronovi got bumped in the corner, and now they're gonna have to go the distance in the air. First killer used all of his boost. The ball touches the ground, and Envy survive Rogue.
And I mean, what a way to do it too as well. That series was incredible. Down to the wire, finals game, they were down going into game 6, bring it back. Braxton comes alive, does it again to start this game 7 off. They continue to hold on. Even when Rogue tie it up, they make a play in the final few seconds, and Mist shows why he's one of the most consistent players on the pitch with that goal scored. So, I mean, congrats to Envy. They obviously make it to the next day, but Jorby, what a way they did it.
Woo. You know, Daz, I think that, that was fun.
Yeah.
And Codename Covert, you got Johnny Boy to write this script, didn't you?
You know, there was a reason why.
This isn't a Gibbs script.
Yeah.
Like Gibbs script would have G2, and they're not here. So, that's why Gibbs is the inferior script writer. I said it.
My hands are up. I will not take credit to whoever wrote the script, but whoever did. I mean, these guys, they know how to write a play. I mean, Shakespeare with the pen.
Shakespeare with the pen. I love it. Where does that put us? We go to our semis next, right? We got the two upper quarterfinal matches, the semifinals up next. What do you think about Envy making this lower bracket run?
So
it's go for it. Sorry.
Yeah, no, I mean, this is definitely big for Envy too over the win for Rogue. But Rogue, although they lose there, they don't. I wouldn't say that it was a day for them, right? 2 game 7s. Like, it was a day.
Yeah.
So I know that although they're feeling defeated, Corrupted G has a stand-in G. Excellent over the course of this tournament. Way better than most people thought that he would do coming in. So I don't think Rogue should be beating themselves up too much here. But you're speaking on Envy though. They'll play the loser of E United and Space Station Gaming. So that being said, I do think Envy still have a chance to make it if they continue to push into the run. I think that their run isn't done. I think that they stay. Who knows? They might make it to losers round 3, and then seeing whoever's in losers round 3, they could also make it to losers finals. And if they just get on a run today, if they play anything like they played in the last 2 games this series, I don't think anyone's going to be able to stop them.
We'll find out about Envy's journey through Codename Covert, but Space Station and E United are up next for our first semifinal match. We'll be back after 10 minutes. Get up, take a bathroom break, grab some snacks. We'll see you after the break.
Welcome back to Codename Covert, where we have a very high standard of professionalism on our broadcast. We always make sure that we're always doing the right thing, make this a family show. So, in fact, I have gone and gotten a swear jar. So, Jorby, I got you covered. Got the first one right here. Just take care of this right now. You know what? Actually, just in case you feel like going again tomorrow, we got you taken care of, and we'll
You
continue
just prepay
that
one
throughout the
for
day.
him?
Yeah, I'm gonna prepay for him. You know what? Actually, just in case, like tomorrow, if he wants to go all Scarface on us, we'll just, throw it all in there. Why not? There you go. Swear jar loaded, ready to go. Welcome
Prepaid.
back, everybody. Oh,
Okay.
how you doing, Supersonic? Been a while.
Yeah, it's been a minute, man. I just, your antics never cease to amaze me, and I love them, and I appreciate you so much for them.
At least that makes somebody out there. So hey, we've got the upper bracket coming up here. We saw some outstanding matches up in the upper half of the bracket earlier today. Now we get to see the upper semifinals. We're going to send two teams to just one win away from the grand finals. After all of this, as we take a look at that bracket, and you see down there an epic match between NRG and Envy. Rogue and Mirage also went the distance at the same time. You just saw Envy go 7 games yet again with Rogue. Man, it has been a long day for some of these teams, and now you're going to see E United and Space Station and Supersonic. These are two orgs that are very familiar with each other. Great social media banter. Two teams that seem to be pretty evenly matched this week so far.
Yeah, this is two teams that have shown up time and time again. The banter is always appreciated. I always love the good banter, and both of these teams, as you just said, great on the social media side, but they're both great on the pitch as well. And I think that we're in for quite the battle here between these two teams. This is another one that I could see going the distance or getting late into it, getting to game 6, game 7. So I'm excited to see how this one goes down.
Yeah, if you're betting on game 6 or game 7, the way this tournament's gone so far today, it's a pretty safe bet. I don't think we've had a single sweep, if memory serves correctly, and I would be shocked if we have one
but
at all.
now I'm going to go check.
Yeah, I think a lot of people might be expecting NRG to sweep a little bit later on. After this, they'll have the last match of the day, but do not sleep on Mirage either. Don't sleep on either of these two teams because, as we mentioned, they are very, very, very good at what they do. Ajax has been phenomenal all week. Hoxer, I think, has more assists than anybody else in the whole tournament. And when these two teams are on Supersonic, it is a treat to watch.
Absolutely. And I will confirm for you after checking, there was no sweeps.
Exactly.
The closest to that would be the 4-1 Loco over Affinity in the lowers, and Space Station, the 4-1 over Affinity earlier. So actually both 4-1s, unfortunately, coming in on the wrong side of those 4-1s was Affinity as they got knocked out. But I'm expecting this one to go the distance. I really do think that we're going to get a game 6, game 7 out of this. I expect these teams to go back and forth. And really the thing that I think is going to get it there is going to be, I think the majority of people would probably lean Space Station heavy on this. And actually, now that I can see the bar in front of me, 78% to 22%, they're definitely leaning that way. But we saw what E United could do earlier by changing up their speed of play each match, where they didn't play the exact same game plan or exact same speed, and what it did to their opponent. And we'll see if that has any effect here on Space Station, or if Space Station is going to be able to figure that out.
I'm surprised. We've seen chat has been pretty one-sided on a lot of these votes. The matches have not been so one-sided. So I'm curious to see what E United brings to the table. They are the underdogs in this matchup. Don't get me wrong. Space Station, I think everybody's expecting an NRG Space Station upper final and probably grand final. But you got to play the games for a reason. And as good as Arsenal and especially Sypical are, again, E United, a well-oiled machine. The teamwork that we've seen from them has been fantastic. Man, I think Space Station does win this. Go ahead and add me to the list, but I don't think it's a runaway.
I would be there as well with you. I did my one sacrifice the body, which turned into a win for me yesterday with Jorby when I decided to just pick opposite of him for no other reason than to pick opposite. I don't think I'm going to do that here. I think Space Station's going to edge this one out, but I do believe it is going to be that battle to the end. I don't think it's going to be a walk-away game for them.
Well, let's see. 5 minutes on the clock. Game number 1 between Space Station and E United. This is going to bounce right out to Sypical. He'll have some time to collect. Hoxer and Ajax waiting, and it's Hoxer who comes in and makes the first stop. You can expect a lot of opportunities, I think, on both sides of the field. E United, not a team that slows down very often, and we know how explosive Space Station can be. It's going to be AXB, though, as Hoxer took an awkward angle up for that ball. This is a good center attempt, but Memory will knock it away.
Yeah, so far, both teams just kind of feeling each other out. Did see United overextend a little bit there and make that play to have to come back and save that ball coming across the net. But neither team really hitting their stride yet. We've seen both these teams fly across the field today, and I expect them to start getting into their rhythm here pretty quick.
Sypical cut off by Ajax, so AXB will try, and Hoxer has a line here, but he couldn't get around for a shot on, and Arsenal will collect this and carry away. Ajax got that away from Memory. That means Memory will still be downfield. He can go for this, and he pushed the shot wide with no resistance whatsoever.
Oh, that was a close one. Memory just off the mark there. Nobody else really available to follow it up. Probably wants another attempt at that one. AXB here going to break up another long bomb from Memory. No real threat on the net yet.
Missed opportunity for E United that, yes, as you mentioned, they were definitely going to want back. In a matchup like this, you cannot afford to give those away. Hoxer trying to drop one down to Memory, but Sypical is right there. What they really needed was Feastabanium, apparently. He went off today with a couple of fantastic goals.
Those back wall shots from him were insane earlier. I didn't get to catch the whole series, but I did manage to catch both of those goals. And he was definitely going off.
This would be Memory taking over for Hoxer, and AXB skips one right out there for Arsenal to play forward, but he loses possession. Here comes E United again. Ajax trying to get in Sypical's way, but it will be cleared off by the Space Station defense. Hoxer towards the target. AXB is there again. I don't expect this ball to touch the ground very often. Arsenal will try to carry this through. Hoxer's right there to meet him. Another center attempt out of the corner. And that got away from Memory. Took an awkward hop against him. Ajax all the way back, and he avoids the demo by Arsenal.
Yeah, so far it's happened to Memory a couple times there where it just gets behind him or just in front of him. He's just off on his positioning, giving Space Station some opportunities to kind of fake him out and get the touch either behind or in front of him. He needs to pace himself just a little bit better when he's coming down that sidewall to challenge for the ball.
There's a big shot on from Memory just above the crossbar. Another missed opportunity for E United. They have been close, but they have not found pay dirt. Memory not going to be able to adjust his car. He couldn't get up to the ceiling. This will be cleared away again by Space Station. Ajax doesn't have a lot to work with, so Hoxer has to go up the back wall to clear this away. Now Memory to the Space Station backboard, and Sypical collects it right there. They're not just giving the ball away to the opposition on either side. It is calculated defense on both halves of the field.
It's calculated defense, and they need to figure out the offense. The offense side is where the issue is right now. AXB with a nice little touch to pop it back and get it out of his half, but there's been no real threat on the net on either side. Neither team has been able to find that offensive pressure or flow yet and be able to create any opportunities for themselves. The majority of these shots have been coming from the midfield.
E United have come dangerously close to giving up open nets in transition, but they've just barely been able to get back. Now can they capitalize? Ajax stuffed by Sypical. Hoxer's already up for this, and he makes sure Sypical has no chance. Around the boards this will go. Not much going on for E United, though. They're not crashing forward. Arsenal now against Memory, and he slammed on the brakes. Well done by Memory. Arsenal was trying to get a dunk on him there. Now Ajax looking for the bump on Sypical. No. Follow-up from Hoxer's denied by AXB with 10 seconds left. Memory now trying to play hero all by himself. He's run out of boots. Hoxer's over there too. Sypical does get by them. No time left on the clock, and we're looking towards overtime in game one with still nobody scoring unless Space Station has one more trick up their sleeve, and they do not. We'd have to imagine eventually this ball's got to touch down, right? Or maybe not. Ajax, beautiful set for Hoxer, and he's almost forced it through, and now finally we go to OT.
So if you told me at the beginning of this we were going to go into an OT 0-0 with these two teams going at it here in game one, I wouldn't take that bet. The odds would have to be so astronomical for me to bet on that, to do like the dollar bet to catch 1,000. I just wouldn't see it happening. And so far, neither of these teams has been able to get their offense going. Somebody's going to have to figure it out here. Sypical with a slow play trying to set something up. Gets bumped, though, from behind. And Arsenal with a pass down for AXB. That one's going to be high and off the backboard.
Missed opportunities, name of the game in game number one. Ajax drops one off to the side. AXB back to Arsenal. Double on the way. Needed a triple, and Hoxer makes sure he doesn't get it. Space Station have had time to set up these plays. You have to imagine that could burn E United sooner or later. Tough angle for Sypical. And he had the defense of E United a little awkward. They got away with it though. As Memory got bumped away. AXB tried to snipe the corner, instead it goes well wide.
Little demo coming in from Memory. Just letting him know that he's here and around, and he's going to come out to try and break this one up from Sypical. Jackson, though. Jackson going to bump that one out.
Off to the races is Memory against AXB and Sypical. Took out AXB. Got that over Sip. Hoxer drops down, needed one more, and AXB is right there. Now Sypical in transition. Look out, it's Memory with the save.
Thought he was going to land right on that ball for a second there. AXB up against Hoxer. That one's going to get knocked out finally by Memory, but Space Station still in control of this ball, trying to find the offensive pressure that they want to get going. They have had a couple passing plays start to form, but nobody's been able to be there to make the finish. Passes have been getting broken up, but they seem to be speeding up here on the side of Space Station Gaming.
15, make it 16 shots between these two teams. Nobody has scored. Arsenal dropping one off for Sypical as Space Station try to slow things down a little bit. Get set up on the offensive end. It is Arsenal who's got AXB awaiting. Sypical rotating around as well. It's like the layup drill with the Harlem Globetrotters. This is swatted away by Hoxer. Pepper that backboard over and over and over again. Somebody's going to burn too much boost. Somebody's going to make a bad play. It hasn't happened yet, and maybe Space Station has to go back to the drawing board. They are back on the attack, though, after a critical miss at midfield. E United in a little bit of trouble, and Sypical makes them pay.
Sypical finally finds home. He finds the pay dirt, sends that one in to close it out. 2 minutes, 44 seconds into OT, but Sypical, time and time again throughout that match, you'll see it here in a second in the post game, was taking all the shots. He was the guy putting the pressure on the net. It didn't feel like that match was a ton of pressure really from either team, but when you look at the stats, there was a bunch of shots, just none of them super threatening. Eventually, Sypical did get one in there. You take enough shots, eventually you're gonna hit.
Yeah, you can't just keep hitting either the post or defenders until the end of time. And you see so many shots that were not saved in that game, and I think that's the key, especially for E United. They had so many opportunities go wayward, either off the post, off the crossbar, a little bit further away. Those are shots they absolutely have to convert on. They didn't in game one. As a result, they lose 1-0, and they're going to look back, I think, at that game and wonder, man, what might have been, huh?
Yeah, that shot was probably the hardest one for them to have to stomach. There was that shot from Memory early on wide. There's definitely an opportunity to sink that one in, and we're in a completely different situation. That match would have ended without ever going to OT had it been. It completely changes the script going in. Now their back's against the wall, and they're going to have to try and show up here in game number 2.
You can't go around changing the script after Johnny Boy spent so much time writing it for us. Here's Ajax, forcing one through AXB. Hoxer, his drive, stopped right in front by Arsenal. And now here comes Sypical. Memory is up too. Sypical got the dunk. And Arsenal is blocked off by Ajax.
Sypical with a 1v1 there against Ajax for a second. Hawks are going to drop it back out to him off the corner. AXB going to pick this up and take this one out easily. Maybe not as easy as I thought.
Yeah, that was dangerous. Sypical had to scramble back towards his own net, and you could see Hoxer had the angle. Now AXB up against Hoxer, back the other way. Sypical could not center that ball to Arsenal, and Arsenal was coming on behind him. Little surprised that that ball just didn't go right out to mid. Instead, it went to the side, slowed things down even more, and Space Station probably missed an opportunity there. Of course, both these teams, they've had so much time off. Sypical, though, will finally score here, and hey, it took, about 7 minutes sooner than it did in Game 1 as Sypical opens it up for Space Station. This just kind of came out of nowhere.
And of course, if it's going to be somebody on that team, it's going to be Sypical. He's been somebody that shows up time and time again. The man has no need to prove himself, but he apparently feels the need. He shows up every single time he plays, and I love watching it.
Can you believe that once upon a time there were people that thought he wasn't even one of the 50 best players in the RLCS? Wow. What a difference a couple of years makes. Here's Arsenal, decidedly one of the best in the RLCS, but he can't convert there. Sypical out to AXB. What a pass, but the shot's gone high. He's going to try to bully Memory in the net, but he doesn't have any support. That ball was cleared away. Memory will get this out to the corner again. The heat has been cranked up by Space Station, but the lead still remains 1 as E United does just enough on the defensive end. They are looking a little timid on defense. That demo on Memory is certainly not going to help.
Yeah, this speed changeup that I talked about that we saw in the match earlier with E United really hasn't come into play yet. I haven't seen it. We're still early in the second match, but the offensive pressure has to speed up. They're not getting the plays going. They're not getting any passing plays. They need to create something that's going to break up that defensive line just like that, and Hoxer's going to come in and finish it off. Never mind, they know exactly what they're doing. I'm just talking about it ahead of time, just trying to predict the future.
Normally, it's Hoxer coming out of the corner with that ball, finding someone like Ajax or Memory, but this time Hoxer, Johnny on the spot, all tied up right before halftime, and a good momentum boost, good mental boost as well for E United. They get back into this, and they prove to themselves that, yes, indeed, we can actually score about 20 shots later.
And that's a big thing, though. It's something that, we talk about time and time again. Until you get that first goal, there's just this kind of feeling about everything. And once you finally get that one and relieve that pressure off yourself, you can start kind of getting comfortable in playing. And when you're sitting comfortable, you're playing better. Sypical gonna be able to pick this one up with ease off the back wall. Nobody home or within range to make a touch on that ball. Defensive breakdown on the side of E United here.
Yeah, Ajax, he was very indecisive. You could see he was trying to avoid contact. Then it's like, okay, I'm going to go to the back wall. And then he just immediately cut back towards the net. And just that indecisiveness right there. Whether he made the right decision in the end or not, it didn't matter because he took too long to make it. And ultimately gives up the go-ahead goal for now. Looking to make up for it, though. And he does as he falls right into the ball coming off the bar.
What a shot here. I mean, a little bit of luck, a little bit of planning. Ajax going to catch that one as it comes down off the bar. Tries to put it top shelf. Bottom shelf works as well. It doesn't matter as long as it makes it across.
No matter how hard Space Station tries to pull away from E United, they just can't. Arsenal, indirect for himself, can't follow it up, so Hoxer will have a drive that's guided away by AXB. Now Arsenal trying to engage in a 1v1 with Memory. Doesn't work out in his favor. Ajax back deep into the corner. He'll have support, but he'll also have Arsenal chasing him down. Speaking of, Arsenal put on the brakes and let Ajax go by. That resulted in all finding AXB, and that is masterful from SSG.
Yeah, Arsenal going to bring this one down. Let's Ajax go by. Ajax going to catch that ball, hits it over to AXB, and fortunately for Memory, he is just a second too slow, and that ball is going to get sent in behind him. So now 3-2 again, and we're starting to see both teams get comfortable on offense as both of them start breaking down on defense.
Well, look out, Ajax coming on, and AXB there just in the nick of time, and he's going to get some help from Sipical as well. Now Sip can take this, but he didn't get the touch he was looking for, and that puts Space Station in an awkward spot. AXB doing all he can to stay with the play, and he got help from Arsenal. Bit of a double commit, but it worked out, because I think he definitely needed that help, and somebody's got to get in front of Memory, and that someone is AXB.
That was a scary one there for a second. Memory trying to get his nose on that and just fall on the ball and punch it through. Unable to do so, but those are always one of those ones you don't know where it's gonna go. Memory almost denied by Arsenal, but the ball finds home. I didn't even see exactly what happened off this bounce. It started moving too quick. What a save attempt. Sipical knocks it in.
Sipical, well, look, he scored all but one of the goals for Space Station, and he had one, unfortunately, go in off of him for E United. And here we are, all tied up again. We go into the final minute. Arsenal will try to play this himself, but he went past the ball, so Memory will take over. Ajax taken out of the play, so that only leaves Hoxer. He's in an awkward spot trying to back up and track that play. And AXB can try to clear the zone. He'll need help from Arsenal, who's lost possession. E United might have a chance here as Hoxer try to track. Got that around AXB. Now Arsenal. AXB going after Memory. Oh, they had a chance! And Sipical will score! He made up for it with his fourth!
He had to. He had to do it, right? He's like, guys, I'm sorry. My bad. I'll get it back. Don't worry about it. He does just that. Punches one in on that right side. Such a tight shot to get in there. And we are down to the final 13 seconds. Space Station Gaming in the lead, up 4-3.
4 goals in the series from Sipical, and we've only played about 12 minutes of Rocket League. Memory trying to get downfield. Instead, he's stuck in his own corner. Space Station downs it, and they pull away with another 1-goal victory, up 2-0 now in the series. But this one, a much more back-and-forth affair, and they had to constantly battle E United to come out on top.
Yeah, it was a slugfest all the way through. Space Station does end up kind of eking that one out there and squeaking that last shot in Sipical.
Those numbers can't be right? Did you see that? E United, no saves?
What?
Space Station had 7 shots, they scored 4. No saves. That's insane.
So was it either on target and in? We just didn't.
I don't
feels
think
weird.
I've ever seen that. I mean, I've seen some crazy things. I don't think I've ever seen that. Wow. Hey,
yeah, I'm not. You know what? I'm not
new
sure
all the time.
I'm gonna say if you feel that you haven't seen it, I'm gonna say that based on my time here, I definitely haven't seen it. That is a new one for me. So E United on that side maybe just needs a little bit better defensive rotation, because if you put up goose eggs, I promise you, if you put up goose eggs enough in those situations, the other team is going to score on you. You've got to be able to get in front of that ball. I'm going to have to watch that match back again after we get off and see what happened. Maybe the game just didn't credit it, but I don't. It's hard for me to believe that they didn't make a single touch on the defensive line with that number of shots on net.
I mean, to be clear, I have seen games where the losing team has no saves. I have queued ranked with Dazarin plenty of times. He plays no defense, so I get it. But yeah, that is, hey, it's a lot of pressure coming out from Space Station Gaming, and a well-deserved 2-0 lead. We're going to make sure we get the players back in and ready to go, so we'll have just a little bit of extra time here between games 2 and 3. And I think that's going to benefit E United a little bit as well, because they get to kind of recover after very much a back-and-forth, pretty emotional game where they felt like at times, hey, we finally got a chance to compete here. We can match up with Space Station. And in the end, SSG expands their lead in the series.
Yeah, and this is a situation that this extra time may do just that for E United, to go ahead and regroup and get back into this one, because You lose a game here in 3, I don't see there being a chance of them reverse sweeping at that point. I just don't believe that is what the storyline is going to play out in front of us. So to me, this is the most important match. This is a must win for EU United. If they don't take down this match, I don't see them having a chance to take down this series.
Yeah, you very rarely see 4 goal comebacks. You very rarely, almost never see 4 game comebacks. So this is as close to a must-win as it could get for United. You look at the numbers in this series, ignoring the bizarre lack of saves in that previous game. You get 4 goals from Sipical, 5 if you want to count the one that ricocheted in off him. You get a goal and an assist from AXB, 3 helpers from Arsenal to lead everybody as well. And then on the other side, everybody has scored for EU United. It's a goal and 2 assists for Ajax, goal and assist for Memory, and then Hoxer. Again, we're used to seeing him rack up assist after assist. He just has a goal to his credit for EU United. Definitely want to get him more involved, I think, in the passing game, setting his teammates up.
Yeah, like you said before, when we were in the match, you're used to seeing Hoxer being that guy coming through the corner and setting those shots up for his team, and we do need to see that. We also saw the opportunity. Memory, unfortunately, did have that missed shot, but the infield passes were there. Those opportunities were there. So maybe they can work that in. Maybe Hoxer can work something off the sidewalls, but I agree with you. Hoxer needs to be more involved and be that guy that's directing traffic and setting up those plays for his team.
So as we look back at what we've seen so far in this tournament, going even back to the group stage, remember, these are 2 teams that were undefeated in their respective groups. EU United going 3-0. They had that incredible reverse sweep against the Pittsburgh Knights, where they went down 0-2 after an overtime loss. And then they come back with 15 minutes of shutout Rocket League, and then Space Station, again, part of a very difficult group in their own right. They managed to just about cruise through there as well. Seemed only inevitable that these 2 teams would face up. It's been a great rivalry to watch, not only with the orgs themselves, but with the players on and off the field. And now we're finally getting closer to seeing this series continue here. Again, for those of you just joining us, 2-0 right now to Space Station Gaming in a best of 7 upper bracket semifinals in Codename Covert. Our second to last match of the day, we have NRG and Mirage coming up after this, as we're just trying to get the lobby rebuilt here, get the players back in and ready to go.
Yeah, eventually we are going to get a server. That is what we're looking for. It has to happen, right? The odds, maybe. We should have a server here in a moment, guys. We're just going back into one more test here. I'm going to say 3rd time's a charm, and that this is going to be the one that works. I'm putting my money on it.
I'm going to make no predictions.
You're going to make no predictions. I'm just going to make one. I'm either going to hold this W or I'm going to own that L. Well, one of the 2.
Well, while we're at it, why don't I just add another to the swear jar here for Jorby, just in case. I know,
I thought I messed up for a second there. You busted out the swear jar.
No. I know he likes to indulge, so we're gonna take care of him. I got a little extra time here. He's gonna be bleeding my wallet dry sooner or later. But yeah. So again, for those of you just joining us, Space Station up 2-0 over EU United, and it has been the Sipical show. I think is a fair statement, as it so often is when he plays.
He's the one that scores on either side. He doesn't care. He just wants to put the ball in the net.
Yeah, no, you could put him on double goal and he'll hit all 4 nets. It's just, that's the kind of player he is. He has a nose for the goal, and he has, I guess you could say, an affinity for finding the back of the net. And he is one of the best in this whole tournament, and it's no surprise at all that he has popped off, at least in these 2 games.
No, I'm not surprised at all. I love watching him play. He's got so much skill. The accuracy when he goes up for his shots is really what I like watching. You get that right camera angle and watching him come in just so confidently, and you can tell before he even makes contact with the ball that it's a goal. Like, it's clean. You know where he's putting it. You know there's no chance anybody's getting there to defend it. And watching those types of goals are some of my favorite ones. They're just satisfying on a level of like watching one of those videos where they're just doing something where it's like perfectly cut or perfect circle draw, or it has that level of like calming effect on me. Except for the screaming part, because we're supposed to do that,
Yeah, right. Well, I mean, what do you think here for EU United trying to get back into this series? Obviously, we talked about Hoxer getting back to his roots, doing what he does best, setting the table for someone like Ajax, who, again, has been phenomenal all week long. What else do they do? What else can they do to try and get Hoxer back in a position where he's comfortable and able to contribute the way that we know him to?
I think the pacing just needs to change up a little bit. They need to figure something out there because the pacing doesn't seem right. They're getting there either at the same time, they're getting just rough challenges. They're not really giving themselves situations where they're able to freely take the ball down the sidewall. So either pump the brakes a little bit and let them hit into you and go and I lose the bet. I lose.
Yeah.
I'm holding. I own this L. Mm-hmm. It broke my train of thought. I don't even remember what I was saying anymore. I'm just so disappointed in myself. I should have just followed in your footsteps there, Stacks. I should have avoided it. I should have.
If more people listened to me, the world would be a much, much better place.
I'm not going to commit that far into it because for the rest of the talent,
be my guy.
I am your guy in most cases, but I can't set the rest of the people that have to cast with you throughout the tournament up in a situation where you just get to be right all the time. I can't do that to them, Stacks. I love you, but I can't.
But that's when things are at their best, when I'm always right.
I don't know that everyone would agree with that. Sounds like production is 100% on board with that. I'm going to assume that not everybody is.
Yeah. I mean, we're getting to the point now where, like, I don't know, can I find some Monopoly money to put into... Oh, you know what? Yeah, we can sell the Hot Wheels. That'd be great. Just... because I got to find more stuff to put in the jar for Jorby. You know, I've already given away all of my salary for this tournament. So, yeah, it's getting to be dire straits here as we try to get game number 3 underway between Space Station and E United. It looks like we may be ready to go. I'm going to make a prediction, all right? You know, like how Lawler predicted that Cloud9 was leaving the scene? I'm going to make a prediction. We're going to get ready to start this game in a moment.
I don't know that I buy it. I don't know.
What do you mean you don't buy it? Come on, how can you possibly disagree? We're right here.
We are. I'm just choosing to disagree at the moment. I'm feeling feisty. I'm just trying to start some fights.
Being difficult.
That's another way of saying it. That's accurate.
This is unhealthy.
You
should see someone.
I should.
All right, so, hey, E United, Space Station, Game 3 about to get underway. I promise. As soon as Sipical presses the ready button, you know. Of all people.
I'm not the last one.
Why is Sipical the one that wants to wait longer?
I'm not the last one. I'm usually the last one in these lobbies that does it.
Why is Sipical the one that wants to wait longer? He scored 4 goals. He's red hot.
Production's the one that's always telling me, they're like, hey, can you please ready up? And I'm just sitting here staring at you, talking to you, having a grand time. And this time it wasn't me, so I feel good about it.
Yeah, I know. You're going to sleep listening to the sound of my voice. I have that effect on people. So
I need you to give me a call every night and just like read me bedtime stories.
Is there like a Cameo service for that? Just read bedtime stories to people?
I don't know. Maybe that's a new idea. Maybe we can launch a business off that.
All right, here we go. Game 3. Space Station up 2-0 in the series. Twitch chat praising the players now that they have been saved from whatever that was over the past 5 minutes. Probably longer. Ajax going to drop one down to Sipical. He's got plenty of boost to go up for this. So too does Hoxer as he meets him right there. Curious to see how these two teams start off this game, though. Do they revert back to game 1 where, you know, not a whole lot was happening, or do we continue to see the offensive firepower that we saw in game 2? There's a good opportunity for Space Station. Turned away, though. Now Hoxer back the other way. Ajax off a demo against Arsenal. This will go off to the side out of harm's way.
It's one of those things where I'm almost hoping that we don't get game 1 or game 2 out of E United. I'd like to see them find a middle ground, or maybe a point where they go ahead and change pace mid-match. Lull them into a false sense of security. Get them used to you going one speed and then click on or click off, whichever you need to do to just change that up and throw their pacing off. Make sure you're in control of that and setting the standard that the game is going by.
Like the optimism. Got him right where they want him. Oh, that shot from Hoxer has got to be on target. He beat the defense, but did not beat the post. Ajax prevented from following that play up as well. He got bumped into the side wall. Hoxer will take this away, coming down from the ceiling, but nowhere near the play.
Yeah, that left goal post of all the matches I've casted so far has been the most consistent defender there is.
Hard to beat Old Ironsides in a game of bingo. Here is Hoxer, though. Little confusion with Ajax, and maybe that slight, like, half-second hesitation gave up the opportunity for E United.
There's been a couple of
Ajax
those so
collects
far.
here, though. Well, there's Hoxer. This time he beats the defense and bounces one right in.
I was about to say there's been a couple moments like that so far where they've kind of double committed or somebody's taken the ball from the other one with probably miscommunication issues so far in the opening 2 minutes of this match. But as we talk about the issues, they iron themselves right out, put one down the middle, and they're going to go up 1-0. That's got to feel good to have the series or the match lead where they've been kind of fighting from behind so far, and they're just going to keep opening it up here. Make it a little awkward for AXB as he has to make a soft touch, and Memory's able to slow himself down just enough, sees that he's awkward, puts an easy ball in, up 2-0, insurance goal here early, 3 minutes on the clock.
After the second man got neither the ball nor Hoxer on that kickoff, that was always going to be a goal. He made things awkward enough so that the next man could come in. Next man, Memory, easy goal, 2-0 to E United. Exactly what they needed after that extended break between games. They come back and a chance to kind of reignite themselves, and this is what they did against the Pittsburgh Knights. Remember, Knights took game 2. They had a little bit of an extra break between games 2 and 3. E United came back. They didn't let the Knights score for 15 minutes. Won the series, eventually went 3-0 in the group. So, now the challenge for Space Station, prevent that from happening again. Hoxer, gonna have Memory, who has to loop around and will not be able to help out on the play. Arsenal makes the stop and he can play this further down and let his teammates get in position. Not much time to waste either, as Hoxer got around Sipical and AXB. It's only Ajax, he's got a lead blocker, he doesn't need him, and Ajax makes sure that Hoxer doesn't steal it.
Hoxer just sitting there waiting. I'd want to hear the comms right there of what's going on in the moment. Hoxer tries to take it away from him, but is unable to do so. 3-0. E United flipping this series on its head at the moment. You'd think it was going the way of Space Station Gaming for Game 3 based on Games 1 and 2, but man, E United coming alive here in match number 3.
I wonder if Hoxer was just farming assists there. Do we have to launch an investigation? Or does it just not matter? Here's Hoxer coming on, blocked by Sipical. We'll have, we'll have Daz look into it. I mean, might as well have him do something.
We might as well.
Yeah. Not like he's doing any work during this tournament. Here's Sipical.
None.
Dropping one down for Arsenal. 90 seconds left. Space Station's got to get on the board right about now because E United threatening to run away with Game 3. And what a huge momentum shift it would be. Memory thought about coming up, but he realized Arsenal had this play. He'll back up all the way, and I like that play from Memory. Make them go the length of the field to beat you. Problem is, Sipical has no problem doing so.
The chaos on the line here. Arsenal off the corner. Sipical looks for the shot. Blocked, hit, blocked, off the bar, down, and Sipical gonna catch it right on the goal line. Puts it through.
3-1. Can Space Station answer very quickly? Get another one. Make this real interesting in Game 3. Hoxer jammed in his corner, and then Ajax pinches with him downfield. Brilliant play, and that should just about do it.
Nobody's going to be home for that. Ajax off the top of Hoxer. Hoxer farming another easy assist there. Just feed it to Ajax. Let him put it downfield.
Yep, luck, right? There it is, 4-1. E United back in the driver's seat in Game 3. It would take a monumental effort, given all that's happened in this game, for Space Station to answer back yet again. It looks like E United is going to take a game in this series and make things real interesting for Space Station now. Because again, you talk about the extended break between games. it can kind of feel like a new series, I think, as a player, when you have all that time off in a series.
It gives you a second to get your head on right and kind of forget about what's gone on previously in the match. Get a moment of breathing space. A demo comes through, and that little flick from Sipical's gonna go in.
Yeah, I don't know how much this goal really matters in the grand scheme of things, but he's got 6 in this series. I mean, he's almost keeping up with E United by himself. They've scored as a team 7. That's just incredible. Here's AXB. Looking to add one more. I think he has a slip, and he forced it through, going all the way to the ground, and they're not done yet.
You know, we said it wasn't going to matter much, but it has the potential to start mattering a whole lot here as AXB sends this one home. Only down 1, 8 seconds, which we both know is way more than you need to get this to happen.
7 and change as they kick it off. Ball is centered. Sipical, did he do it? No! Follow up is in! Space Station comes back from the dead to force overtime!
I was saying E United went and got their head on straight and that they were able to do so. Right now, it is getting wrenched right back around. They don't know which way is which at the moment as SSG comes blazing back to tie it up and send Game 3 into OT. Sipical here off the start, going to lift one up to himself and try to go under
He's going to do it
Hoxer.
again. He's going to do it again! Oh my goodness! Sipical! Wow!
What a play. 8 seconds into OT. I thought that round was all E United all day. The comeback from Space Station in that final minute is insane.
Wow. That is... We've seen some strange things in this series, haven't we? My goodness.
I'm not talking that up as strange. We just saw something amazing happen. That comeback was nuts.
Yeah. Look, hey, for those of us, it's our job to find words to describe things like that. There aren't any. That is just... All you can do is watch it and shake your head like, how does that happen? Remember, they scored again to expand the lead back to 3. This was a game you could not possibly lose. Space Station found a way to steal that game from them. And now, E United, in less than 60 seconds, has to come back onto the field when they should be at least 2-1 in this series, down 3-0.
Down 3-0, I feel like that was the must-win. Is that the final kind of blow that takes all the wind out of you? Is E United still in this? Is the heart there? Do they have that to overcome the adversity and the overwhelming odds against them now? This now would be the ultimate comeback if there was a reverse sweep. And if they're going to do it, they need to get something going, and they need it going right now.
Memory dealing with some interference in his own net, but his teammates are there to bail him out. Hoxer floating one down to Memory, and Sipical comes in to swat that away from out of nowhere. And now he's going to take this all by himself. He had a little help downfield, but Arsenal could not clear the way. My goodness, how do you answer back if you're E United after all that? You know what? If I had the answer, if I had the answer, I'd be the highest paid coach in the game right now. Memory got a chance here. He's thrown that one high, and here goes Arsenal. And all Hoxer could do is watch him clear it.
A couple opportunities here have been just a little high. Memory definitely wants another one from this series that he's going to want another look at.
Arsenal rolls this one out. AXB going to try to get a piece of Memory on his way downfield. Instead, he'll branch off to the corner and let Ajax take over. But for how long will United keep possession? Ajax turned off this play as Memory was going to take it. Ajax has not had a lot of boost throughout this series. He has a little bit now, but only a little. Sipical with AXB running interference, and Memory just got there. Finally, Memory returns the favor to Space Station after they've thwarted him from all different angles. Now Sipical back to AXB, down and away, but the onslaught continues from Space Station. Now Ajax back the other way, nobody's home, and Ajax happened to be downfield, and that's exactly what E United needed.
That's 100% what they needed. You need that opening goal, but this time you got to keep it up and you got to hold down the lead. E United needs to tighten things up on the defensive end. They can't allow Space Station to get warm here and get things going, because as we just saw, once Space Station gets going, they are impossible to stop.
Well, no lead is safe from the rallying Space Station squad. This will be Ajax over to Memory. Not going to be able to center this ball, so Arsenal will take over. He got by Hoxer, got to beat Ajax. Instead, tried to dish it off to AXB, and Ajax did not bite on the bait.
Bit of a double commit there coming out of E United, and those are the things that end up creating opportunities for Space Station to get back in this. Luckily, this time it works out in their favor. They're going to be okay, but cannot have those opportunities given to them. Memory going to be able to get there at the last second. That ball just barely off target.
Every time Sipical throws one towards the net, you just expect it to go in. That one missed by a fairly significant margin, but you still expected it off the hood of his car to go. AXB knocked into the wall, so Ajax can take this play to the back wall. Sipical trying to control, and he got a piece of that shot from Memory. Tough angle for Ajax to get any power behind that shot, and he didn't put it on. They're holding on right now with less than 2 minutes left. You just have to wonder, when's the other shoe gonna fall for Space Station? This is popped up high, and Ajax is up very quickly for it. That's that proactive defense that they're gonna need to keep Space Station at bay. Cannot give them time and space, especially not Sipical. Arsenal for AXB, it is trouble. Sipical does it again! Number 8 in the series.
They have got to find an answer for this guy. Sipical is just picking them apart on these shots. He's getting around the defender almost every single time, and if not, he's creating a ton of chaos on the line. He is the issue that they just have not found an answer for. E United trying to mount something, some sort of comeback here, but Space Station just refusing to go away.
Arsenal up the ladder for this, and he does win the challenge, and he's quickly down into the zone. He took out Ajax. AXB has Sipical waiting to take the lead, and they do!
Oh, got nothing, man. I mean, name a more consistent, anyone to Sipical is working right now. It doesn't matter. Put the ball out in front of him. Sipical's gonna put that ball in the net.
This is incredible. Seeing a player like, I mean, what was it in the spring series, right? It was Cash that won series. Just took the series over. That's what we're seeing here from Sipical. Except we're used to it, and it's happening again. United's going to see this guy in their nightmares.
What do you call it? Like a daydream nightmare? Because that's currently what they're experiencing. Sipical is just harassing them.
I mean, this is a nightmare they can't wake up from, and they're not even sleeping. Here's Hoxer. Cut off by AXB. Arsenal gonna set it up for Sipical, and he got a piece of Memory, so Arsenal's gonna get the goal because Sipical faked them all out.
Yeah, at this point, you have to respect the fact that Sipical's there. He ends up getting the bump. Memory just a bit off on his read, and that ball's just gonna continue on its way. Goal going to the side of Arsenal. 20 seconds left. 3-1 in favor of SSG. Something has to happen now for E United if they want to stay alive and not have to go down to losers.
Wow. Just wow. Look, this is a Space Station win, and I know it's a team game, but this was the Sipical show. All 4 games, including just an incredible comeback in Game 3 that surely broke the spirits of E United, and a 4-0 sweep has SSG 1 win away from the grand finals, but they are certainly going to be in the upper bracket on day 2 of Codename Covert. Wow.
And that's a long pause because my audio cut out. Now I'm back, so here I am. Just number of saves here on Space Station side, non-existent because the number of shots that E United was even allowed to take, only 4 to 12. They outshot them 3 to 1. At that point, when you have somebody like Civical on the other side and you're letting him shoot that much, it is going to be an issue for you. Other teams, take note. You have got to find an answer for Civical if you want to take down this tournament.
I gotta just see what this would look like. What would this look like? Like, Civical #1 fan, could we, like, hang that right there? I think it'd be a really good look. Man.
Sure, why not? I mean, decorate your room however you please.
Yeah, right? Hey, you know what? The Civical, if you weren't a fan of Civical before, then you're probably an E United fan. But he was just outstanding. I mean, again, the numbers, he only had 1 assist. But what was it? 3, 6, 9 goals.
Only 9?
Only 9. Yeah, only 9. What did E United have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. He outscored E United.
He scored one of theirs.
Yeah, and he scored one of theirs. You're right. Yeah, one of E United's went in off of him.
So what is it? 10 to 7 then? 10 to 6?
Yeah, sure.
What was
10 to 7. Sure.
10 to 7. So
Yeah.
10 to 7 in favor of Civical.
Yeah.
When they're doing so well that Civical's giving back goals and still overall out shooting, that is a problem. That is not the series that I thought that we were going to watch. I was feeling really good about us getting possibly to a Game 6. Game 7 I thought was going to be a bit of a stretch, but I thought we were at least going to Game 6 here. And no, we're just going to go out 4. Quick. Space Station doesn't want to be here. They want to take off. They want to be done for the day, get some rest, come back tomorrow, and they're going to get just that as they clean this up in 4.
Hey, you know who else appreciated that? All the NRG fans who want to see their team play. They've been waiting long enough. They don't have to wait any longer. It is NRG and Mirage. The winner has to deal with Civical tomorrow. Good luck. We'll have that NRG Mirage match coming up right after this. It's our final matchup on day 1 of the Codename Covert playoffs, coming your way next.
Hello and welcome. We're back and slightly further away from the camera, or at least one of us is. Anyway, Stacks, how you doing, man?
I'm doing fantastic, F-Dot. It is great to have you back on here, my friend.
Yeah, I'm amped. I don't know how I did it, but I convinced these guys that I was a caster, not just a host. And so we're doing this as well. Me and you have similar styles, so it's fun kind of jiving along as we did the last time. But here we are, winners semis. Last time I jumped on the mic with Daz, we were down in the lower bracket, but these are the big boys. We've got Energy versus Mirage here, Stacks. And I'm just going to give you the floor. Talk to me about this matchup, what you're expecting.
Expect the unexpected. I think that's been the theme of this whole week. I mean, what we saw from Sypical against United a moment ago, especially in Game 3, was unexpected to say the least. This Mirage team's going to have their hands full, though. As good as these guys have been in their arena, the bubble scene, the rival series, they've been okay to very good. They're up against NRG. And it's just a different story when you're up against Justin, Garrett, and Squishy. You're up against 3 world-class, some of the absolute best in the world, some of the best we've ever seen play the game, and they're there for a reason. So, while, again, these are all professionals, and you would expect that they can hang with them on the right day, it's David versus Goliath on a whole new level.
Sure. And I think it's important when we talk about David versus Goliath, when we talk about mismatches, it's important to note where the floor is realistically. And as we wait for our players to get ready into the lobby, let me kind of bring up that floor, because I think that Mirage is one of the better teams, even though it'll be an uphill battle versus Energy. And so as we look at this, Mirage beat out Rogue. They were a team that was really hot coming into this weekend. They looked strong, maybe even stronger than usual. And Mirage just kind of came through and beat them down. And that's an RCS team. So the idea that Mirage can kind of handle this isn't really out of the ordinary. It's just the fact that Energy is a little bit higher than I think the rest of the crowd. And, vote in chat, !Energy, !Mig for Mirage. So with that in mind, I mean, Stacks, my idea here is how Mirage is going to handle Energy. And so, simple question, how would you boil down Energy's approach to the game?
How would you break down NRG?
With Squishy.
Yeah, with Squishy, right? I mean, they're a team that I think you look at what Loco was able to do against them very early on in the series during group play. Attack them early. Understand that, you know what? They expect to be the best team here. They expect to be there at the end. They might even be looking past a team like Mirage because, they've got Space Station and they've seen what SSG is capable of in this tournament. So, I think if you can bring the fight to them, don't just look at it as, oh boy, we got NRG across the field. We're gonna be shaking in our boots.
That's
like you just got to go in there with no fear whatsoever. You got nothing to lose. If you get swept, it's like, okay, well, I mean, it's NRG. We're supposed to get swept. You take a couple games, maybe a little bit of doubt starts to creep into your mind, and it wouldn't surprise me at all if Mirage comes out, they score the first goal or two, and if they can, then, give them a chance. Sure. But that's a big if.
Yeah. That is going to be a large uphill battle, and really what I want to see here from Mirage. I mean, Jay Freshness, Luke, and the boys. This is a squad that they're going to have to look for holes in Energy's situation. And I think you brought up one of them, and I'm going to bring the other. So Squishy Muffin's new to the team, questions about synergy and communication. Obviously, they look fine. So really, there's not too much concern there. And then the other one is maybe they're looking above or beyond Mirage. And that's more a question. You know these guys, and I'm not going to ask you to tell me that they're not going to do their homework. But realistically, I mean, is this something that Energy have they fallen into the trap of being too results minded, looking further into the tournament ever?
I don't think so, because again, we mentioned that they're professionals, and maybe in the group stage, I don't think Loco got NRG's best shot. for instance.
Sure.
Mirage is getting NRGs. Okay, maybe not like their absolute best shot, like it's, the RLCS day 3 of the finals, but they're getting NRG's full respect. And I think NRG is going to set out to make a statement here in this, their final match of the day. And I don't expect it to be very pretty.
We'll see. I'm rooting for a little bit of something, but I think all signs are pointing to the 4-0. It ain't over till somebody sings. So we'll see how this one works out. We're just getting the game underway. Players trying to jump into the lobby. Bear with us as we get things started and everything lined up here. But looking towards the future here, I mean, Space Station Gaming, let's look to the past. SSG, I mean, if I didn't mention them, it would be sacrilege. These guys look fantastic last time around. And obviously the question I want to ask is, who would they rather face? But the answer is Mirage. So looking at Energy versus Mirage, Energy versus, Space Station versus Mirage, Space Station versus Energy, ignoring the overall talent level, is there a different matchup that we might expect them to want? Or do you think they're just rooting for Mirage here?
Oh, no, they're definitely hoping that Mirage can spring the upset, because you get in a bracket like this, if you can avoid NRG, you avoid NRG. Without losing to do so, obviously, as some teams have successfully avoided NRG. Two of them are no longer, one of them is no longer in the tournament. So, no, I think that this NRG team is something to be feared in this bracket, and we're going to get an up-close and personal look at them one more time to close out the opening day of the playoffs, and it's Luke getting one almost by Squishy there. So a near miss, as Mirage does indeed bring the fight right to the big dogs.
This is a little bit what we expected already. Kind of quick. Garrett G going to take control, shoves one toward blue team able to get in between. And still around the middle zone. Justin going to pick up what Squishy gives him. No real shots on goal yet here, Stacks, but Mirage nor Energy really seem in control.
No, the only opportunity coming from Mirage, but that's about to change. Squishy coming on, and ZPS gets in the way, but it's always the second or third opportunity. Garrett's got his flip, going to try to do it all himself, and instead ZPS has to come in and put a stop to it.
Justin looking for something. We're on Garrett's side. He'll control it. Squishy misses the shot for Freshness, who sends it high, and Justin's going to look for control one more time. Midfield denied by ZP, but Squishy sends it off to the good side one more time, looking for teammates. Freshness is here, and Garrett G goes for the shot. Freshness in between.
Luke up there. Squishy beat him to the punch. Freshness will try to lob one in, and Garrett up there so quickly. He's going to find Justin rushing down the field, and he'll put on the brake to try and cut off Luke's angle downfield. Now ZPS straight out of the sides, and Freshness is going to have to take over as Mirage tries to breach the center line. They have one more touch needed by Luker, but he couldn't stay with the play, and this will go all the way across as the teams switch fields, and it'll be ZPS. He got a shot off, but it's well high, and Justin has all the time in the world to collect.
Rough touches here from Mirage. Looks like everything they're getting is kind of in the right zone, but perhaps a little bit too strong, a little bit too soft, on the money, but not bringing it home. So we need to see a little bit more control orientation, I think, from this squad. A little high here from Justin. Team on the scene. Squishy sends it to the left-hand side. Garrett G redirects towards the mid. Nobody there but an enemy teammate, so Luker. Find it. Half control. Justin interrupted by Freshness, and Garrett G one more time. Cross field to Justin. Garrett G backs it, but off the mark, sends it back towards the team.
The tricky part about defending against this NRG team as Luke comes out from the ceiling of the goal to stop an otherwise fantastic shot and great sequence from NRG. And we saw it demonstrated there. They don't just take the first shot. They're willing to make that extra pass, and that throws the defense off enough. You expect the shot to come on, they'll go to the backboard, they'll utilize all different kinds of options, and now Freshness stuck in no man's land against Garrett, and he still makes the save.
Nice moves there. Really important stuff from Freshness. Garrett had the opportunity, Justin, a little bit slow there. So Mirage will clump around the ball. Squishy sends it forward. Luker lying in wait. Garrett thought about it. Won't go for it. Squishy now redirects to Garrett. Heading in the wrong direction, however. Justin tries to help it out of the backfield. Garrett sends it past the midcourt. And it's controlled one more time by Mirage. Garrett again on the wrong side. Squishy can't redirect.
The decision making has to be on point for Mirage as they get hemmed in their own zone time and time again. Squishy going up for this. Instead, it's taken away by Freshness. They got a chance now. Mirage as Freshness wins that ball. ZPS got over one. Garrett coming on. Can't stop him. And Freshness scores for Mirage.
Just a little bit too much. Garrett gets involved, and you see Justin going for it. Just a little bit too quick, a little bit off the mark. I mean, why did Energy miss that one, Sex?
There's just that one touch made right out in front by ZPS that threw off the defense. A little slow getting to the challenge. Nobody able to rotate back. And it's the perfect storm for Mirage, and it comes late in the game as well. So NRG not going to have the time that they'd like to have to try and answer back. They might have to throw caution to the wind sooner rather than later here. ZPS, plenty of time, and he just burns a few more ticks off the clock.
Hoping to throw something to the wind as Energy. They need something in their sails right now. Freshness heading towards the goal. Justin's there. 30 seconds on the clock. Raj, the undercard, leads us by one. Luker looking for another, but generally just kind of playing it safe here. Doesn't even want to take the shot on goal in case it gives the ball to the opposition. No. Justin with a second look, but Luker says no way.
Oh, they almost paid for it too. They played really conservatively, almost like they were playing not to lose. They still got to hang on in the closing seconds. Garrett gets bumped by Luke, but Justin can keep this in the air. And we know how long NRG can keep the ball up. They're going to have to work the length of the field. Garrett over away from Justin, and they let that one get away. And Mirage not going to complain one bit. They take game one.
Great stuff there from Mirage. Very different from what we expected here, and I liked how Mirage transitioned into that last minute of play. Man, I mean, listen, they understand that they're going up against, as you put it, the Goliath. Put one in, you put it in late. Trust me, I think if Mirage could have gotten a goal earlier, they would. But if you get the goal in those late moments, you then adjust accordingly, and they just stalled it out for like 60 plus, and that was exactly what they needed. 1-0 is still a win.
It is indeed, and you know what? They will certainly take it. I mean, again, the shots relatively even. Mirage only with the 2, but they only gave up 5 shots on target for NRG, and I think if you're NRG, you just kind of go back to the drawing board like, okay, well, it's game 1 in a 7-game series maximum, and they've been down against teams that on paper they should be able to handle plenty of times before. It happened in this tournament when Loco took game 1 against them. So certainly no cause for panic, though I would imagine in chat there are, the 90 some odd percent that picked NRG are starting to go, guys?
Like you said, it's a best of 7. You got a lot of time to really figure this one out. Should Energy have looked better? The answer is absolutely yes. But I don't think anybody's concerned or worried. Sometimes that's just the way she goes.
Well, let's see how she goes in game 2. It is Luke up against Squishy. He'll win that challenge. He has no boost. That's no problem because Garrett's there to support. And all eyes on NRG to see how they bounce back after a close, very hard-fought game number 1. Justin had to slam on the brakes because that pass a little bit behind its intended target, and then Luke with a challenge that almost found its way in, if not for the efforts of Garrett. Now, Freshness to ZPS. Joe Freshness set him up. ZPS knocks it down. It's an early strike for Mirage.
And that's one of the prettier goals that we're going to see in this set, I think. Looking at the way this one has worked out, I expect a lot of just rough and tumble nonsense. The redirect off of the bounce off the wall, well played, Freshness in the right spot. Something that, honestly, neither team has really been doing so far.
Garrett gonna control this by himself. Luke is right there to meet him. Now Squishy doesn't have a lot of support. Justin, I think, got hit by Luke, but still managed to play this ball. And it ends up downfield off the hood of Garrett G. Saved away, and this will careen all the way across. Difficult read for anybody to make, but it's Garrett who gets there first. Justin has Squishy coming in behind him, and he turns off the last moment, realizing even Squishy was not going to convert that angle.
Nice try there from Squishy. Luker's going to snatch it out of the hands of Garrett G, who then sends it right on back to the teammate. Freshness says no way. Garrett G again tries to redo what Mirage just handed them. They're off the wall, but it do not matter. Justin does it himself. Goal for energy.
Yeah, Garrett just going through there, and the defense had to respect it. As soon as that ball was missed, Justin was always going to be able to come in and clean up the mess, and he did. Defense had no chance. NRG, it took them, 6 minutes and a half almost, and they finally get their first goal of the series. Could be the first of many if they get going, but now Luke, he had a chance, but he could not control himself for a double. CPS will try, though. He's off the mark as well, and he also had Luke in the net trying to interfere. So important that Freshness slowed things down as much as he did.
Luker steps in between. A combination off the ceiling and the teammate was a nice look, but Luker kind of shows up and puts an end to that one. A lot of individual prowess coming out from Energy, and I think that's going to be how they win this one, Stacks. It's going to be fancy plays like how Justin just scored and what we almost just saw before Luker jumping in there. I think we're going to see the individuals kind of pop off here. Garrett G, assisted by Mirage, but we won't call that one.
75 miles per hour coming off the side, and we talk about NRG not always just chucking the ball at the net. They utilize their options. Because they do that, it almost sets you up. You don't expect them to finally just throw one at the net. And lo and behold, it happens here. It caught them off guard. Mirage not able to react in time. NRG, just like that, has the lead in game 2.
Kind of what we expected, a little bit more normal, so to speak. Energy, top of the crop and acting like it here. Luker going to turn things around. Justin's waiting in the wings. Able to take that one out. Demo for demo, though. It's a 2-on-2. Justin keeps it slow, waiting for his teammate. Gets it. Freshness going to send one off the wall.
Oh, no
Double
way.
tap. Not
no
on the money.
way. Oh, it bounced too high for Luke.
Dirty.
Oh, that is heartbreak for Joe Freshness. Now Joe, down the middle. Luke was going for this as well. Could not get there in time. Freshness will lob another one in. Luke redirect, and Justin saw it all the way. Phenomenal defense. Garrett with a full tank of boost, but did not get the challenge.
I like Freshness there, just kind of taking it out of the hands of Energy. Justin, though, going to bring it. And where's the teammate in the mid? Where's the teammate in the mid? Not going to be there. Squishy sends it off to Garrett. Needs to redirect backwards. Nice attempt. Just barely off the mark. Squishy gets fancy. Interrupted by Freshness. And Justin going to control in the mid.
Luke is going to get challenged by Garrett. He did manage to have that ball find Joe, but now it will be Justin. One more touch needed. He got it. Garrett's there. Squishy's coming in as well. Off the inside of the post, and Garrett could not get one more touch on it.
Oh, Justin knocks it down, and a demo right in front of the goal. Going to deny the opportunity. Roll in, just barely off the mark. Left side will be the denier, and Justin looking for a shot here, assisted by a teammate. Luker gets there first.
Well, Mirage have had their opportunities. Plenty of demos to go around. Physical play has thrown off the comfort of NRG just a little bit. And I think an unexpected ball that went behind the defender. I think Justin on the back wall, he's expecting this to go ahead of him. Once it's behind him, he doesn't have a chance. Nobody picks up the slack, and Freshness has everything to shoot at.
Kind of rough there. I mean, that just looked like a clump by Energy. They got to focus and try this one out because there's about 30 seconds left on the clock here, Stacks. We're tied at 2. Energy letting one go down versus Mirage ain't that big of a deal. 2 in the hole. All of a sudden, the sets are looking differently. I don't think Energy was sweating in game number 1. But game number 2, I think feels a little bit different right now.
They got to spread a little bit more as Luker ramps up the pressure. What a redirect.
Woo! All right, man. I mean, this is what I'm talking about. Like I said, energy can let one go. 2, I think, starts to be a problem. And if they're comms, if you've played competitive before, it's usually calmer than you expect. This is where these guys are getting excited. 10 left on the clock. Energy looking to tie. Squishy with the ball. Sends it to Justin. 2 high and 2 to the left. Justin one more time. Redirects. Squishy laying in wait to the mid. Justin at the buzzer. Puts it in. We're going to overtime.
Wow. Look at the force behind that pass from Squishy. I mean, first of all, great job getting the ball over to him in the first place. And then the strike down to Justin. Just a laser right by the defense. And indeed, we have overtime in game 2. Wow.
Gotta say, that's what I expected. Teams like Energy have an extra gear. Can't find it there, just barely off the mark. Energy have put themselves in that gear stacks, and they're here to play.
And Garrett should have ended it right there off the kickoff. Instead of call on Justin. No. Squishy will try his luck. Met in the corner by ZPS. They got to get this ball out of there, and they do. Will be Joe who takes over. Freshness. Tough spot with Justin waiting for him at mid. Squishy is there ahead of Luke. Justin flanking at mid, and he came up too far and could not get a touch on. I think he was in between waiting for a pass and going for a demo.
Ooh, Justin just barely gets his touch, a little annoyed by Luker. Oh,
no
inside and out. Luker with the save, and the second chance opportunity won't happen either. ZPS sends it towards orange goal. A little too high. It's at 1 o'clock.
Or if they'd scored that trip downfield, Mirage, it would have felt like divine intervention might be at play. Still might be. Garrett over towards Squishy. Squishy has Justin coming on, and Freshness meets him right up at the ceiling. Justin again from the ceiling. Nothing doing there. ZPS snuffs it out. Now this will fall to Squishy in another drive. Stopped by Luker. Mirage hanging on by a thread here in overtime. They have got to clear the zone because Boost is really starting to become a concern.
What a really good shot from Energy on that last attempt, but Luker just repeatedly finds himself in between the nonsense. Squishy here. And gets taken away by ZPS, but Justin waiting there. And the top shot not going to be there as Freshness again impacts the ball.
It'll be Squishy trying to get this to the side. Not a lot to work with, but he'll still come down from the ceiling, and Freshness right there to meet him. Garrett, around 1. Got to beat ZPS, he does, but Luke is there with yet another clear. Freshness has to rotate around to get that corner boost. That slowed him down enough? No, it didn't. Justin still could not beat him on the back wall. And back and forth they go. This is a little better from Mirage. They get a brief breather before they can finally start downfield.
Whoa!
ZPS almost beat him. Freshness will try. No, that's denied as well.
2 denials in a row from Energy. Certainly dealing with the offense here from Mirage. Justin going to take over and put his team on the offensive side. Garrett keeps it on this side of the pitch, and Luke looking to change that. Squishy takes over and is immediately demoed by Fresh. All of a sudden, another shot on orange stacks, but looks like it's much ado about nothing. Justin in control.
They had an opportunity there. He had a man coming right downfield after the big demo. Didn't quite work out for Mirage. They only missed by a fraction of a car length. Now Garrett, what a clear. And Squishy was up for it quickly, so too was the defensive Mirage. ZPS met by Garrett. And now this will bounce out for ZPS. That's all he can do. 1 touch, 2 delay. A lot of power on the shot from Freshness. Justin still got there, and ZPS was expecting Luke to turn, but he wisely went back. I think he made the right choice.
Just shy of 4 minutes of extra time here, folks. In our second game of winners semis. Squishy going to keep control of the ball here, and Garrett Gonna knock it off the wall. Good angle for Justin, but can't get the extra. And so it'll stay to the left side of the goal, not going in. Set up. There's Justin. There's the goal. And there's game 2.
Watch this pre-jump. You expect the shot coming on. ZPS jumped in game 1 for that shot that never came. And it's Justin off the feed from Squishy. That's how deadly NRG is. They had to respect the shot. Instead, they went with the pass, and NRG. Boy, that was an adventure. But they take game 2. Yes, just game 2 to tie the series.
You know, Stacks, they take game 2, and I'm leaning on you for more of the analysis, but just from my eyeballs there, that was too long of a game for Energy. Mirage are hanging in there a little bit too well. I mean, for all the for everything that everybody expects to happen here, that game 2 was way too close. I wrote off game 1. Like I said, you are allowed those losses, but these wins, if I'm an Energy fan, I'm...
Well, you know what? Yeah, if you're an NRG fan, yeah, you're nervous a little bit because this series, look, you're not walking all over the rival series, guys, right? And that's going to be a cause for concern for them. But at the same time, let's take a look at how well Mirage is playing because they're not backing down at all. They're not looking across the field and seeing NRG. They're looking across the field. They're seeing Orange Team, and they're bringing it right at them. They're not, I mean, they're playing with the respect they need to against a team like NRG, but they're not panicking, and they're not giving up dumb goals because of that panic.
Absolutely. And I mean, once you get to the rival series, I think you kind of lock in your that mentality. You can't be looking at nameplates anymore. You got to be looking at dinner plates. And so watching the way these guys have been working out here, this is kind of what I expected from Mirage. More successful, but the attitude is what I expected. Coming into game number 3, I want to see more continued defense from Mirage.
Oh, 2 shots that ring just a little bit high. Not defended at all by NRG because they couldn't, but it works out all the same. Now Justin trying to slow things down, give his teammates time to come back into the zone. ZPS doing all he can, but here's Justin. Could not quite get all 4 tires on the ground, and that will kill off the attack for NRG temporarily. ZPS coming on, met by Garrett, and it will be Justin to take over, though he overshot his target, and Mirage can hang around on the offensive end for just a couple beats longer.
They weren't ready for it, though. They were in transition mode already, which is normally a good thing. Looks kind of wonky here, but they were doing the right things, getting the fundamentals correct, which is how you beat a team like Energy. Squishy sets up Justin, saved by ZPS, and we're back in the mid.
That's a great setup, too, by Squishy, and very innovative player, very creative, able to go backwards and set that up, and then it turns into this as the Mirage was never able to clear the zone. Another shot that just barely missed the mark, and then Squishy, a battering ram in front of the net.
Whoa. Not much to say about that one. Just a clump of folks right there in the goal. So Energy with the 1-goal lead. The first time that they have led at all. So a nice look here. Justin going to keep it out of his own goal. And Luke tries to reset here, sends it to Freshness, could redirect for the mid, and orange jerseys everywhere, a pop shot, and helped by the enemy. Luke sticks with it, and it's tied at 1.
Yeah, it's Mirage that's tying NRG up in the defensive end. I mean, everybody's jumping around, and you know, when you have these kind of chaotic situations in front of the net, it's difficult to get a read on everything that's going on and still communicate. And I think NRG just, their comms let him down there, and it's going to work out for Mirage, at least this time. I wouldn't rely on those kind of goals to win this series, but at least it got him back into this game.
You see that note on the line for 3 seconds before somebody was able to go ahead and shove it on in. Luke just too high there. Could have been goal number 2 for Mirage, boys, but not going to be the case. Justin on the mark, or at least I thought. A little bit wide, and Freshness able to take over.
Freshness, oh, he had one more touch in him, but it's going to be Squishy intercepting. Banked on, off the back wall. Luke didn't read it, but neither did Justin, as that sails all the way to the corner.
Squishy keeps it off his side of the field, and Justin going to keep it there. Mid return one more time. And right over Freshness. Squishy just kind of lobs it in there.
This is just it's what you expect out of Squishy. Joe Freshness is watching him the whole way. He's got him lined up. Cheeky little touch. Freshness has no chance. 2-1 NRG, just like that. And then Squishy knocks Luke out of the play. That allows Garrett to come downfield. Sure, he hits a demo for it, but now Justin's going to come on, and here comes NRG trying to get a stranglehold here on Game 3 and take charge in the series. That's a clever touch, though, and it leads to a block by Squishy.
Squishy sends it back towards the teammate. Garrett picks it up on the right side. Center shot off the mark. Luke pops it up. Help there in the middle. No real concern for either team. Garrett now in control, in a good position. Pops it up. Squishy can't find the angle. Sends it down and to the left. Freshness able to pick it up. And Mirage have possession. Scratch that. Justin puts it off the back wall. Garrett's here. Sends it back towards mid. Himself looking for the touch, but it's shoved out by Mirage.
Luke with the second touch he was looking for, but it didn't really accomplish much for Mirage. They are trying to get creative. They're trying to match NRG's just natural ability, and good luck. Here's Freshness. Blocked by Justin. That's awkward for Luke. And him and CPS both in the same general area. That shot off the near post, and Freshness must have had it read the whole way. He did not react at all.
Not at all. That was wild. There was some English on that. Almost found the goal, but not quite. 1 minute remaining. Energy up 2-1. Squishy trying to make that a third, but Luke says no way. Justin here for the secondary opportunity. Luke says no way. Honestly, Freshness looked for the third opportunity, but the Sports said no way.
Well, Freshness got around Garrett, tried to bully his way through Justin, and instead ball pinched off the backboard. There's Squishy!
There
and
it
he
is.
might have just put Game 3 away.
There it is. There it is. Right? Third time's the charm. If you recall, the third one came from Freshness. That's the wrong team. So third time's the charm. Energy returns, and they get that third goal. Half a minute to go. Mirage down 2. Stacked. Simply put.
Look, we saw a team down in the final 8 seconds by 2 goals, and they came back and won that game. So
I know a team can do it. Can Mirage do it versus Energy?
Probably not. But that is why we love to see it. Here we go, off the side. Luke met by Justin, and he's just going to drop this down. He's got a teammate coming on. Here come the fun police. Move along, nothing to see here.
That's, another one. This one's all but over, so let's look towards the third game in the series, or excuse me, the fourth game in the series. Mirage, what went wrong for them here? That's the question I'm largely asking myself, and I think I answered it when we started this set. I said, energy, synergy, when you're this good, you understand the kind of basics of playing Rocket League. But I do expect the individual prowess to really kind of make itself known, and that's what I saw for energy here. There was one out of those 4 goals. There was one goal that was a passing opportunity. The others was just kind of Squishy doing it.
Yeah, and he does that quite a bit too. He gets a hat trick in Game 3, and for NRG, look, I think what makes them the better of the two in particular in this series, because there are a few things that make them the better of the two teams here, but it's not just enough to see ball, hit ball, and make reads and communicate. There's a mental aspect to this too, where you've seen it all before, and you've seen teams try different things to beat you over and over and over again. It's not going to work throughout an entire series. And so Mirage has to keep getting creative, because the same tricks aren't going to work time and time again. Whereas with NRG, they have all those tricks up their sleeve, and Mirage has to have an answer for all of them. And I don't think they can make those adjustments on the fly like NRG can.
That's what I'm saying here, is that I think that, there's an answer for every trick, but Squishy Muffins as a whole might not have an answer. Like, they might not have an answer to what Squishy just did in the last match. They might not have an answer to what Energy is kind of bringing them here. like I said, game one, I didn't expect a Mirage win, but I did expect it to be a little bit less energy lopsided. Then we get into game two, and we kind of see it work. And game three is the energy that I think people expected. So as we jump into game four here, Stacks, I mean, are you expecting more of the same, or is there an extra gear for Mirage to shift into?
I'm expecting more of the same. I think when you get a series like this against a top level team like NRG, what you're going to have so often is the team that's trying to spring the upset, they've got to win like a low scoring, grinded out affair. And NRG, they want to be in a track meet. They want to be in one of those games where, like, they don't care. They'll give up 3 goals because they know they're going to score 4 or 5. You know, just when the pace of play picks up, that's when NRG is at their best. It's just got to be, Mirage has to try and keep NRG frustrated and confused. They got to try and just jam things up along the goal line. And that's just strictly easier said than done.
Yes, much easier said than done. Players getting their gear ready and jumping into the lobby. But so if I'm coaching Mirage, I mean, really, it's not as simple as just shut down Squishy Muffin's forehead. Like, what are you trying to tell the players? Because I saw good defense in the earlier sets, and now it's just kind of crumbling. Is this a moment where it's just like, hey, wake up, guys, and do what you were doing before? Or is it something where you have to find something new to do?
It's a case where communication has to be on point. You gotta, you can't take a play off, because if you're a little bit slow getting back in rotation, or if you're a little lackadaisical going for the midfield boost, or just on your way back, if you ever give up on a play at all, I mean, you're just further and further behind. You fall behind by a few fractions of a second. That turns into whole seconds as the sequence continues. And it's those incremental advantages that NRG always takes advantage of, especially against teams like Mirage and just anybody on that level. And then they just run you into the ground.
NRG trying to run away with this one. Best of 7. So even with an NRG victory, we still get more Rocket League. I'm looking more at Mirage this time around. I've been looking at NRG, kind of waiting for that other shoe to drop, and now it has. And I want to see Mirage now respond. This is the signs of the set, baby. We're here in game number 4. This is supposed to be the bounce back for the team down 2-1. So they have to look at what happened last time around, and that's how you stop it. CPS out of nowhere with the save, freshness on the backup, didn't even need it.
You got to cut off as many angles, as many options as you can. Mirage is doing that in the first 30 seconds here. Can they continue? Well, Justin helped him out there. He missed a shot high. And now Freshness can start this downfield.
Garrett's going to keep it on the opposing end of the field. And 2 teammates around mid trying to keep it in control. Justin slows it down. Squishy slowly sends it towards an open net. CPS going to use all the boost in the world, and it doesn't matter what the boost you have. Garrett G scores it, and NRG starts us off hot.
Yeah, after Squishy just stayed along the side there, the defense had to keep an eye on him. They had to keep an eye on Garrett coming through. And finally, Garrett had just enough of a window to pick his spot, got around the defense. That's the wonder of NRG, and it worked out to perfection there.
Got to ask you a question there. Is that them? Was that a misplay by Mirage, or were they just slow on the transition?
I think they just misread what NRG was going to do, because they again, you've got 3 lethal weapons all around the field. They can do so much from every angle, and you have to worry, like, hey, is Squishy actually going to jump for this, even though nobody in their right mind will? Okay, well, I guess we gotta prepare for that, and you just have to make a choice sooner or later. And turns out a lot of teams tend to guess wrong against NRG. Who knew?
What I'm seeing out of NRG is a more controlled touches. That last goal was a result of Justin hitting exactly how they want to. Every angle, every transition. Look at the control here from this squad. Justin to Garrett, back to Justin. Pure control.
You remember your first hours playing the game, and you see a ball come off that corner, and you wonder, how on earth can I possibly read that? And meanwhile, Justin, several thousand hours later, is just like, yeah, I read that. And he reads this too. Put it in a perfect spot. It's off the kickoff. And as difficult as it is to score anything against NRG, you can't give them kickoff goals. It just makes it nigh on impossible to bounce back.
2 minutes down and more than that on the goal scored column. ZPS gonna look for control here. Orange will say not today. And just bouncing around. Luke kind of had the first opportunity for him and his team, but Squishy immediately sends it out onto the opposing side of the pitch.
Luke taking his time. Justin just a little token pressure. I mean, he's just driving around. If he lucks into a demo, great. He's just there to be a pest as Mirage tried to get downfield. It slowed him down. Squishy with a bump, and he almost dropped it down for a perfect pass. Now Luke back the other way. Mirage got a score here, and they do not, because they just couldn't get a shot off, and eventually NRG stalled him enough, and Squishy made the stop.
Luke sends it towards the enemy goal. Garrett G is leading. Ain't no thing. Luke still has control. And Orange will remind him who's in charge. 2 minutes left on the clock. Luke again trying to make anything happen. Freshness sends it towards a teammate, but again, Orange sends it outwards. One shot. ZPS with the second tap sends it towards the left side. Off the top, ZPS looking for it. Justin gets there first, and again we find ourselves on the blue side of the map. Garrett misses the touch, and so does Squishy.
Well, this is an opportunity at least for Mirage, and you know what? You'll take them any way you can get them. The defense for NRG, not expecting that touch to get away from Squishy. This goes all the way downfield. Luke gives them some life, but it's only some. They still got a long road ahead with 1:43 to go.
And that's energy playing. They can play full offense as aggressively as they are because they have, the life points to spare, so to speak. Shot on goal. Garrett G readjusts. Energy one more time. Trying to make this one happen. On Energy side of the map. And ZPS half shot. Luke, a real shot. No teammates there. No teammates there. Luke finally off his ZPS. Still can't get it in.
Good deflection by Squishy as well. That gummed things up just a little bit. ZPS, all he can do is throw it across. Freshness is not going to be able to get to this. Nobody will. Finally, ZPS is there. Quickly to the backboard. Justin tried to read it, and what a save by Garrett.
60 on the clock. That was one of the nicest looks Mirage has gotten on goal all day, and Energy still was able to maintain composure and keep with it. Jay Freshness tries for the single. Won't be able to grab that one. Justin shows up, and Mirage trailing by 2. 30 to go, Stacks. This looks like Energy's.
It does indeed, especially if this goes in. Luke has to rush all the way back with only 30 to go. This is not where Mirage wants to be to try and bring it all the way back. ZPS, nothing on the shot at all. Nothing netward. It's all off to the side. Justin got over Luke. Then they get it around ZPS. Squishy gonna throw it down off the backboard. And more time coming off the clock, and only a matter of time before NRG gets one more if they want it. That'll go off to the corner. Time's gonna run out in game 4, and NRG is gonna be one win away from a date with Space Station tomorrow.
And that's something they've done before.
Yeah.
Energy here, match point versus a team that looked a lot better in the early moments of this set. Game number 1, they claimed. Game number 2 looked good. And then game number 3, well, y'all just watched game number 4.
It was a game. Yes.
Yeah. And that's concerning to me because I think that the same things that might have helped Mirage win game number 1 would have helped them at least make these games a little closer, because what I saw was Squishy just kind of take over after game number 1, and that wasn't what happened here. We saw more of a team play, more sharing the ball, and that's what Mirage could have, should have, would have stopped like they did in game number 1, but they just didn't stay with it. It's rough because it looks like the tools, how they won game 1 should have been how they won game 4, but landslide in the other direction.
Yeah, it is. You said it's not over till somebody starts singing. They have raised the curtain and wheeled the mic stand out onto the stage. 3-1.
Ain't that the truth?
3-1 to NRG. And they almost strike first in Game 5. This is little ugly. It'll be ZPS who does take over right in front of Luke. Luke has to use all his boost to stay with this play because Justin was coming on quick. Squishy avoided, I think, 2 demo attempts. Still got the ball into possession. Now Justin, just a token shot, easily dealt with by ZPS, but it's the follow-up from Garrett that you have to worry about, and NRG does indeed strike first.
Oh my goodness, Garrett knew this was happening. Garrett knew this was happening every step of the way. Saw it, watched it, had it, wanted it, put it in. Easy energy.
Well, it took 37 seconds, and now the gauntlet has been thrown down to Mirage. They got to answer back sooner rather than later, because if NRG can add another one here, the lights on the stage may be lighting up.
Yeah, I mean, a fitting map here for game number 5 because
Yes.
Energy is nuking Mirage right now. This is what I expect the battlefield to look like after those games. Justin again with the assist from Squishy all the way downfield. That started on Mirage's side of the pitch.
It's all over, but the crying.
That's all you, dog. I'm not joining. That's all you. You on an island. I'm disconnected.
Another one from Squishy. Feel free if you know the words, F. Dot. I mean, we got another 3 minutes and a lot of change left.
Oh man, I'd have to pick a different song. Like I don't even know it. Is that from 1932? I'm way out of my element here, man. 3-0 Energy. And just under 4 minutes on the clock. Squishy gonna send it towards Mirage, and look, we don't have player cams this weekend, but I can guess what Mirage looks like right now.
Yeah, they look like a team that's down 3-0.
Yeah,
and look,
they're not loving it.
No, they are definitely not loving it. And you know what? They have battled NRG. I mean, they have not just laying down and taking it. You know, I mean, they have battled throughout this series, but it's NRG. Eventually, it's just too much. And now you reach a point where frustration has definitely taken its toll. They scored 3 goals in the first minute 10. You know, they're probably about to add a 4th, though. Justin backs off, and there's a chance for ZPS because Justin can't catch up, and that's exactly what Mirage needed.
That is almost exactly what Mirage needed. What Mirage needed was 2 extra wins in the win column.
It's what they needed in the moment. There are no 3-point shots in Rocket League, F-Dot. Come on.
Listen, right now, Mirage need a lot more than that. I need to see them look a little bit more alive here. And that is one way to catalyze your offense.
It is, but now here comes Squishy. That's going to be over towards Garrett. And more importantly for NRG, towards the Mirage net. Kind of a weak hit out to mid, so Justin will take over again. Precious brings it across, but who else is waiting there but Garrett? So they'll try the other side. Squishy almost got to that one too.
It's going to be rough. Precious has an angle, but Squishy gets there first. Ain't no thing. Now in the middle comes Justin. Softly puts it over ZPS's head. Garrett just barely misses the angle. A pretty shot right out of the playbook, but no conversion.
Garrett just twisting through, trying to throw off the challenge of Mirage. Now ZPS, they got Luke up there, but Squishy jumps ahead of him. Just attacking the ball on every challenge, back and forth. Now they're gonna get Squishy. Muffins involved, and he tried to go low, and Luke sweeps it away.
Mid control, Justin here. Trying to keep it alive, trying to hang out. Honestly, it looks like Energy still are looking for it, but kind of know that the writing's on the wall. Mirage, on the other hand, can't even get control. Energy kind of playing keep away here, which is exactly what they need to do. Garrett with the soft toss, and Justin.
Well, Luke's gonna try. He took Squishy out of the play for just a moment, and it's enough for freshness to keep the attack alive. ZPS is gonna have to do this himself, and he cannot, as Justin just bats the ball away. Then Garrett with a big drive. That's saved by freshness. They're not out of the woods, though. That ball goes across, and now it's Garrett. Just, the gauntlet continues. You get by one, you got to beat another. There's a chance. That's off the mark. So too is that. Freshness will try going low, and he bounces it by.
Just a cluster. I want to see this replay real quick. Walk us through, Stacks.
Well, it's just get a little bit of confusion in front of the net, in the net even. Where you're trying to avoid the guy coming in. You still got to read where the ball's going. That's the kind of frenzy that Mirage has needed to set up in and around the NRG net, and it has taken them this long to get it reliably.
All of a sudden, we've got ourselves a ball game here.
Yeah, better late than never. They certainly got a chance.
I mean, yeah, better late than never. I'll give that to you. Right now, there's half a minute left. Our team's separated by 1 goal, and Mirage on the downside trying to equalize. Energy did bring us to overtime, just like this. In game number 2, it was a last-second goal. ZPS tries to do the same and won't be successful. 15 on the clock here. It almost rolls in. That would have been security and insurance for Energy for sure. One last chance here, Stacks. Blue team sends it forward. Everybody on the left side. Orange clears it. Freshness to the right. ZPS pops it up. Here comes Luke for one more angle. And it hits the ground. Energy wins the series.
Yeah, hey, look, it was a spirited battle from Mirage. They almost brought it back, similar to the ways that Space Station and NRG have come back from the brink of defeat in games in this very tournament even. In the end, it just wasn't enough. Those 3 goals in 70 seconds. It was too much to overcome, and it is indeed, as a lot of people expected coming in. Space Station, NRG, upper bracket finals tomorrow.
Yeah, that's like you said, a lot of people expected it. An interesting look here. Mirage, again, they look successful in the early stages of the series, and there's two things working there. There's Energy repeatedly getting stronger and realizing what their opponent's doing, maybe even warming up and settling in. And then there's the other side of Mirage kind of faltering out. And if I'm on Mirage, these are definitely VODs I want to watch. Not only because, well, we didn't win the series and you should watch every loss, but this is a strong team. And this is one of those experiences that, like, honestly, if you talk to the dudes on Mirage, they're probably not thrilled about losing, but later tonight, they're just going to be excited to have this learning opportunity. As we see more and more one-off events like Codename Covert, this type of reaction and this type of disparity between teams is going to be more and more frequent, and you've got to be able to stand up to these squads. So, Mirage, good shot. I'm not going to dance on their grave. I think they did what they were supposed to, but Energy ultimately moved on.
Yeah, and they're not out of this tournament by any means at all. It's the end of our action today, but there's still plenty going on tomorrow starting at noon Eastern, right back here on twitch.tv/Azurin. I mean, FDOT, we're still going to see Mirage go up against Loco. You're going to see E United after, I mean, they were swept by Space Station. What a comeback it was a couple of times for SSG. They're still in this against Envy. And of course, as we've mentioned, that Space Station NRG matchup, that is going to be a banger. And it's probably not the last time we're going to see them play in this tournament.
That's true. That's true. Like you said, they'll be playing up against Loco. But I mean, that alone, Loco's a tough squad. So
yeah, they are.
Even the trip down south could be tough, but we'll see what happens tomorrow.
Well, if not, any final thoughts before you send us off here as we wrap up day number 1 of the playoffs? I'm gonna give the floor to you because okay. I took the stage to do really terrible caster karaoke, and I definitely dated myself with that one.
Well, what I have to say to that is, someone's got to date your Stacks. That's it for day 3 of Codename Covert.
Wow.
It's your boy F. That's Stacks. We have a whole bunch of people in the back, whole bunch of people in the front doing what they do. Finals are tomorrow. You don't want to miss it right here. Twitch.tv/Azurin.
I'm going to cry into my swear jar now.